Step up, traders time to roll.
It's not showing.
Number shaking down the scroll. Clock is ticking, you all.
Check 1 2, mic check.
Welcome into the stock market show. Oh, yeah. Monday to Friday when the floor is light.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Make it louder. Check 1 2. How do I even get back to that page?
Stars are jumping, green and red gold. He's staring it on the stock market show. It's a stock market show.
What's going on out there?
The bells ain't long from the first loud bell till the closing go. Ride that wave on stock.
What is going on out there?
Got your watch list ready, got your game face on. When the spreads get heavy, he keeps you calm. From the open roar till the last trade goes, he's calling the shots on the stock market show.
Check 1 2.
Hey, it's the stock market
Yeah, you don't want that squawk guy on. No squawk guy. We don't want Ultra Bear on.
show. Ride that wave.
You can tell people are pissed too. Check 1 2, mic check. Check 1 2. You can tell there's rage out there. You know, the most hated bubble in history, the most hated run in history.
Lock in,
The top is in.
hold on.
The start of the decline of Western civilization with the SpaceX IPO.
In 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour, we see the release of
Come gather around. The only man out there that cares about you.
for April. Month over month, the forecast is 0.5% on the prior 0.9. We also get the US penny.
Hell yeah, shotgun a bear.
Voice news.
We all want to shotgun bears around here, don't we? Give me the gains. It's summertime, baby. I think that's probably the real topic of this show. I don't know if okay. So I apologize immediately for the way this looks back here. I have a real lighting issues today. We're trying to finish the new show. And that's what I've been running around. If you don't know this yet, I have been traveling like a madman. I mean, like every weekend I'm somewhere new. This has to do with a new show that we're launching here. This is the best time of year to do it. It's the slowest time of the year, the easiest time of the year. Hey, what's going on, Jack? What are you doing? We're having some not lighting issues, but we're rearranging massive lights. Like we've got like lights up top up there. You might see a cord back there. You can probably see it above. That cord's still hanging over there, but we got a bunch of different lights going in, and we're putting in power and all kinds of other nonsense. And it's been kind of wild. I haven't had a breather at all. This weekend, actually, I took off to see an old friend of mine. I did not want to do that. I had to. If you have lifelong friends, you stop everything and do specific things at specific times. I made a joke to him. I said, okay, so I won't be back until you're dead. I'll come to your funeral. And he was like, wait a minute, I thought we had fishing lined up for a few weeks from now. And I'm like, oh, shit, I forgot about that. But, you know, other than that, things are moving, you know, where I am very quickly with my kids and my wife in summertime. And luckily and thankfully this spring or this summer has been kind of easy, I think. So I apologize for the lighting right now. It's what it is. There's nothing I can do about it. Maybe I could maybe have someone raise my ISO or something like that. It's already jacked up. I jacked up like 1,000. That's how high it is right now. It is bright in here. It has to do with the direction of the lighting, how the camera picks it up, and that kind of stuff. So I'm not in a dungeon or anything like that. It's just, yeah, and I'm red too, right? I fell asleep last weekend on at a pool. I fucking was sitting at a pool and I fell asleep. No sunscreen on, nothing. Got torched. So yeah, that is real. The red or brown or whatever that looks like to you, that is a huge thing. So we have something to talk about here. This morning we've got the FOMC first one for Warsh. We've got a bunch of stuff, right? Vixpiration OpEx. We've got June 19th. It's a short week. A lot going on, right? And I want to bring you back, though, to the beginning, which is I told you, and then I banged on the table, and then I told you again and again and again that we should have an easy summer. I think I even top-lined it at one point and said, find any fucking bottom you're comfortable with and get long. And that's so far has proved to be correct. Now, we could be wrong. We're going to switch over here to SPY. We're just going to take a peek at this really quick. And this pump here is what's required. You need to make that whole move all the way up as quickly as possible, in my view. Sometimes, you know, if I look at like the rule of probabilities and statistics, does it work 7 or 8 times or not, right? Every once in a while, you'll do a slow mover and then make your way higher. But in general, I like to see a quick recovery. And we have it. And this is about where it should be. Not down here, sell to the depths of hell. Not over here, sell to the depths of hell. And most certainly, it's come very close to an all-time high. And what that implies is whenever we make an all-time high, sometimes we can start racing higher. Sometimes we can, but mostly if we can get to about this point, we can pull back and we won't lose the market. Theoretically, we won't lose the market. That this will hold. And we haven't made an all-time high to have a large pullback down here. So the implication here is that today we should go up. That's what it looks like. Now, today being an FOMC and not being a ton of volatility in the market, I question that. I question if it's more something like we do some kind of an equal leg thing potentially, then close the gap, then we go up. Something like that. Something more along the lines that I would like to see. Now, I've got us going up here. Today, the thumbnail on this morning's program is Jerome walking off the stage and Warsh indubitably taking over. And there was a little superimposed Volcker. There were 2 Saturday Night Massacres back in the day. One was Nixon, and the other one was our boy Paul A. Volcker. And I don't think that, theoretically, in my mind, I don't think that you... But do you mind turning up the... Oh, and there's a couple other things here, too. We'll get back to that in a minute, but I'm going to need you in a minute here. But please and thank you. Yeah, I love you, baby doll. I'm going to tell them that you can be seen on the show now. It's going to be kind of neat. But my point here is this. The chance of you getting a hike today are very slim. I think they were 90% yesterday. We do live in a database society. It's not like you can just come in today and say, I got a feeling, and so we're going to do all this over here and you know, fuck all that over there. But at the same time, top line, and I'll read this to you later this morning, but top line, like Moran and like Warsh, it's the same thing. They're trying to separate the long and short end, basically. And they're trying to pay off some debt. But at the same time, when they're doing the separation, they do want to use the short end, which is an FOMC meeting, to talk the market up and talk the market down. And that can be with cuts or with hikes, depending on what's needed. And we're near all-time highs right now. So let's say you cannot potentially come in and be like, boom, here's a couple points, fuck you. You can't really say that, but you can come in and you can talk the market down. You can be kind of hawkish. Now, if you're hawkish on market with just words or with a hike, does it matter? No. In my view, it doesn't. The knee-jerk reaction is always, or generally speaking, it's normally a negative reaction. So you got to think about this from like the Fed is trying to talk the market up or down, and it may not matter if you get the hike or not. The Fed wants to reassert that control. So you get a knee-jerk negative reaction. But on the upside of that, as long as the Fed is aware of inflation, aware that they need to fight it, and you know, as long as that's going on, a hike or even just the threat of a hike is, believe it or not, cover your ears, some of you bulls out there, is, believe it or not, it's usually quite bullish. You got to think of this in the perspective of we're trying to slow down the acceleration of the economy. We're not, the economy is not decelerating. When it's decelerating, we cut, right? That's fairly simple. If you're seeing cuts, cut, that normally means that you and I are missing something, and that there's something negative happening within the marketplace. And it usually, even if we get a quick rip on cuts, normally we start rolling to the downside historically. So as long as the Fed is like felt as though they're fighting inflation by the bond markets and this market, we should recover. I know that sounds crazy. So you get a cut, right? You get some crackhead bull, degenerate like myself, that's like, give me a cut so you can get the original rip higher, but I don't see past another trading day. The market starts diving to the downside aggressively in the cutting cycle. I don't see that as bullish, to be honest with you. I don't mind the pullbacks, and you shouldn't either. As a bull in summertime, you should today be hoping to trade a reaction to the downside. That should be the hope today. So the first thing we're going to look at here is we're going to start back here. Oh, and one other thing I want to tell you. I want to show you this really quick. Well, let's go back here. Do you have a moment where I could ask you for help? Come on, see if you can see her. Look over there. Go ahead, stand up. We have an assistant now for a minute. Oh, there's a hand. You might be able to see her at that desk at nighttime. Do you mind if I turn that up just one more? I look really bad. I look like I'm in a dungeon or something. Seriously. Oh, the ISO in the back, if you could turn that on the camera. Up or down one stroke, please, Captain Steubings. Rear Admiral. There you go. See what you can. Oh, right there. That'll probably work for the day. That's perfect for right now. My face looks tan. These people. Oh, wait, we're in the wrong place. Put them right. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the market. All right, as we're going to do. We're going to look at this on a month. Let's just take a peek at this month really quick as a group. And look at that sweep down here. This is amazing right here. It's almost near perfect. They push the market down all the way to the bottom, scraping the bottom lows down here, making the bears sound like they're correct. At the same time, putting the screws to the bulls down here, right? Market's going to crash. In the summertime, I didn't forget. Matter of fact, I have a post on Twitter that got like no likes. Like it got like maybe 20 or something. And I think that post was the post that, to me at least, showed sentiment by retail. And we don't want to forget that. We don't want to forget this low over here. And that retail sentiment was, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid, bro. We're going to crash. And what happened was they put the screws to and then ripped faces off, right? And if you remember that Wednesday, I said, I'm looking. I don't see it in the stream. I'm like, I'll watch it tonight. And they did actually sweep higher and create the bull trap in the middle of the night. I think I went on Twitter and said, I'm going to rip your fucking faces off tomorrow morning or something like that. And that's exactly what they did. What they were looking for was to do this sweep underneath in that Wednesday close or between like 4 and 6 p.m. or something like that. They were unable to do that. They swept it up and then they dragged us all the way back to the top again. So we're going to do this little mark right down here in the weekly for the month. I don't think we can get there. Maybe it is a nice volatility day. So we'll snap that line right there. Next, we're going to look at the week. Oh, yeah, that was nasty down there. Woo! Lots of anger down there. And then we've got, oh, my God, we're going to crash. My puts are now burning. Yeah, my crash puts, right? That wasn't a good feeling. 20 likes on that post. Whew. That just showed immediately that no one was positioned for that trade to turn higher. I'm going to put this one right here. And we got a big boy right here. Look at this one. Now, this one right here is the one that I want to show you. This is the danger one right here, and how close we are to being trapped underneath it and maybe dicking around for a little bit. It's not like we're not looking higher. But if we get underneath this one right here, it's potential for us to hang out. And there's one other thing that I want to show you here. I want you to think about the idea that this group right here, they made bank, right? Let me change this here. This group right here, they made bank. They bought it again. They made bank. They took it all the way back down to right here. And that's the important one. So these were the buyers. These are the buyers right here. And so the question becomes, where are those buyers again, right? Like, where are these buyers? And the assumption is going to be that they're somewhere in here, right? That would make logical sense, right? That the smart buyer is lower. They're not here, are they? I don't think that they're here. Do you think that they're here? On a day that's volatile, on a day of Warsh's first day, I bet they're slightly lower, somewhere near this daily trigger. And they might even be right back here too. It could be just slightly higher than inside the 730, even lower. And we already know for sure that these guys are here, 727, right? Some are even lower, right? 722. And they're down here somewhere. And there's kind of a trap built up already here. Trap you back underneath here. Let's just say they did. Right? And then we start doing the dick around recovery, maybe a quick spike down. Could even be a quick spike down there. It's potential. And it's the same group, buying, where everybody else is, kind of in here. And we're not really looking for a print right now, are we? When did I give you for a print? I said June 12th was the first one, didn't I? That one fucking printed fat as fuck. And then I told you the second one was what? Middle of July, right? Get that going, right? We have this slow grind up into middle of July looking for a print somewhere up in here, right? So we could grind all the way down here and still be bullish, can't we? So we're going to take a look down here. And we have not much summer volatility right now, do we? We're starting to get rid of some of it as we speak with Iran and with Russia to some extent too, right? So we got to create some kind of reason to sell. Excuse me. I'm going to draw this one right here. And we've got some sign of okay here too. So if we want to get long, it's somewhere here. And we want to draw this one in over here. We got a big, beautiful gap to close down here. This seems obvious, doesn't it? That one right there and that one right there. Let's put this one right here. This one underneath it. This one right here. Switch to a 4-hour. Kind of see here that this is, let's take a peek at this. So we got our week right here. We got a short week this week. Very short, right? It's been short. Let's take a peek at this. So we got these buyers here, right? They step in here. Buy it again right here. This is good to see. This means the way is higher. We're going back up here to check these guys here. Push it up, check these guys. And, somewhere down in here, maybe even this right here. You sweep that. You can kind of see the upside down W, right? There's one right here, of course. Maybe you guys are looking for the cup and handle on Warsh today. I think normally that would be the play. Maybe you dip down here and buy that. But what I really like is the idea of this here. On a short week, come down here, and the real buy is sometime, closer to this zone over here. And we'll get into these dates and what they mean and that kind of stuff. We've got some expiration, OPEX kind of stuff. We got a short week, and then there might be something down in here to scrape the bottom. This is where I would like to be a buyer, somewhere down in here. Buy. Be with these guys right here. Maybe even if we swept this low, or you can get a quick flash down. Try to just scrape this stuff down here. So this is kind of where I am right here. kind of be hanging out down here, hoping for some scheduled volatility. We'll leave this one over here. So 730, 430. I bet nobody's expecting that today. What's this for a percentage move down? And this could potentially take a couple days too, couldn't it? That's a nice 2% move down. Maybe you get a 1 or 1.5 today. And this is supposed to be a non-event today, by the way. But if I can catch that into like Thursday close or something, I'd be a happy, happy, happy bull. If there's any way to get that, it'd be a happy bull. Now, a reminder that this is the way expected for today. Expectation is that we're up here into Friday or Thursday close, something like this. But you already know that we're in a volatile day, right? We got a big day today. We've got FOMC. So if I can catch any kind of move down below here, that's what I'm looking for. Any kind of stress, any kind of closing gaps down here, any of that stuff. So I'm going to leave this here. And I do want to make a mark over here. That's kind of the gap close right here. And we make this one yellow. We'll just right in there, gap close. Just in case we get down there, we have some pre-idea of what's going to happen. Next thing I want to look at here is velocity. We're going to go back to the daily really quick. Take a look at this. And daily velo still not looking that great, is it? I mean, you know, if you just look in the past down here, all these nice little downstrokes on daily velocity. I mean, just think of it. If you got something like this, and they get a little more downstroke, just like a day or two, whoop, whoop, just like that. Pick up stragglers. You can get a day or two of down. That would make sense for stuff like this. We know when we hit these that things look great. And then maybe you close the week out on a high, or maybe a little bit more down and then up again over here. So that kind of fits enough. Look at the 30-minute over here. Let's check this one out. And I don't like this over here. Just look at that right there. This is the 30-minute hourly velo for intraday trading. And, I mean, it's coming up right now. This is a low, a higher low. This is bullish. But it's not really, you know, it's not on an FOMC day. I'm like, this could easily make one more low down here. Hit some of these ones that we have in the past. I don't know if you can see that from here, but there's another low over here. They hit that one down there, and then we attempt to make that turn higher once we get past this volatility. Let's take a peek here. Come on here, close that down a little bit. This kind of makes sense in here. And so what we're going to do is this. We're going to go to 1 hour. That's what I'm going to look for here. So I want you to know, if you look at this one right here, right? I'm willing to get long. Something like this. On this right here, some kind of a back test. I'm willing to take it right here. Willing to take that trade right there. If not, I'm going to sit on my hands and wait for that 2 p.m. presser. And if I can get any kind of dumping down in here, this is really what I want to get in on. Close that gap down there, that kind of stuff. And you don't know yet if you've got a double correction or not. Like here's 1, 2, 3. But this could actually become a failure. We haven't gone high enough for it not to be a failure, right? So we have not. What I'm trying to say to you is that this could actually be this right here. It goes 1, 2, and then 3 down there. Does that make sense to y'all? You kind of need to see that break above this. And we're not seeing it just yet, are we? So until we get back on this party town up into June and July, I would like to see this taken out, take that prior high out over here, and then start partying with a cup and a handle above. So there's kind of a trap in here. See it? kind of a trap in here for bulls where this could actually turn into this, and then that down there, and then, or even if it was just a halfback trade over here, and then you're going higher on that side over there. It would actually be something more like this, and then you'd probably have to beat that one, and then it'd be like this over here. And there's your V-shaped out of here. Let's put this right here. And we'll take note of this line up here, and we'll take note of this line up here. We'll put this one in right here. This one in red. Make these 1 hours. There's one. Another one. All the smart buyers are down here. This is the halfback trade right here. This is where I am down here. This is the pain trade. 733.73. And I'd like to see this be something like this. There's 2 p.m. Go to the 30. Right there. That one red. You already know that this presser is going to be all about inflation, right? Put this all up here. Let's go to a minute. Now on a minute chart here. We're also going to spend some time today talking about SpaceX. Over here and look at this. And look at this. This hourly trigger. Check this out. This half-hour trigger is coming down right now. Looking for a bearish cross. You got a high right here. No high yet right here. You see that? There's a high, but no new high right here. We've got 12 p.m. flows. Aren't going to matter as much today, but hold on. There's one right there. We'll watch those flows. That one's good. $10 o'clock flows. 10:30 flows. Let's go back to the hour really quick. I want to see this come up. Something like this. Something like that right there is what I want to see. Let's go to the 30 really quick. Let's go to the 1. No this, no that, and then Warsh comes out and talks shit to everybody, like right there. Warsh comes out, starts blasting the market, telling us how bad we are, how degenerate we are, how he's going to bring back faith into the Fed and all that other nonsense. Something like this right here. See if they can get this thing up and see if it gets dumped into this 1230. If we don't get our 230. If we don't get that like hawkish wash, I'd be willing to like dump this and then take it long after the bell into the weekend. But for right now, this is what I think is going to happen. Something like this. We'll track this and see how this goes. Like if we can't even get up there, let me just check this really quick. Check this with pivots. PP line R1, R2 up here somewhere. I think that's a pretty big ask for today. Let's see this here. That's not a big ask. That's it's 5.56. I think that seems reasonable for an upside move on a non-event. And then we got the 2% down lying down in here. Put that one over there. Put this one over here. That one over there. Move all these over so we can see if this matters or not. We got where Jimmy is down here at 734. Hopefully we don't hit that one on Thursday close, but if we did, I would love it. Would love any kind of doom to get long on. Go in here and check this for 10 and 1030. Let's check these flows out here. Looks like they bought the dip at 10, looking to buy the dip again. And target is 750. Let me just check the 73, 475. And you should see sell flows up here at 755. You need really bullish wash talk here today. Think to break through 55. Watch this closely here. Let me just check something really quick too. This here. This all looks like they even opened this morning looking very bullish, and I'm like, I think this is a trap. Like I think that they made Bookmap look bullish. I saw this big green bar on open this morning. See this here for the quick intraday stuff. Tight right there. There's a target there. Target right there. Just check, keep your eyes on this target, this one right here, and this one right here. $7,620. I look like I'm living in like a post-apocalyptic bunker or something. the shade. There's like a gray haze or something in the screen right now. I got a new camera. That's why part of that too is I got a new camera. For the new show. This is the one in front of me is now an A7, Sony A7, and I haven't figured it out completely yet. This right here. And I am bearish today, so this line up here. A second here, guys. Close that. Check this 4-hour really quick here. Day. I already know these guys are going to come in at like, I think I would say that the key level here for Bip Bulls is like 754.58. 754.58 is a key level right in here. So yeah, right above this white line right here, this is a key level for bulls. This would be your intraday expectation here. In my view, that's the upside expectation for the day. It's kind of all the bull needs to do. The next one, so 754.58, and then the other one would be 752.33. I'll write these in for us. Looking for some upside targets. We've got a 752.33. These are key levels for bulls for the morning. So we got some targets right here for you. First target, 752.33 right here. Right there. And then up in here, it's 11 a.m. You just want to touch this one here. This is 11 a.m. Just mark this thing right here, wherever this is. There's your first target right there. What bulls need to get done even if we roll down? Next thing we're going to look at here is we're going to look at some calendar stuff, and we're also going to look at gamma for market. Also note that we have Friday closure for, let me just check a few more things here to make sure I get this right. Impact 1. And we'll start here with calendar. Today we have at 2 p.m. the Fed interest rate decision. We also have FOMC projections today. We also have a new sitting chair and Kevin Warsh. Moran looks like he went back to work at a hedge fund. If I have time today, I'm going to review with you after we get through gamma and we get through calendar. We'll get through calendar, gamma, and then the third or fourth thing, if I can get to him, I'll get together with you about the white paper that Moran had released. And if I can post that for you as well. And then this was like a thesis that he wrote a long time ago. He's been postulating it now for a long period of time. It seems like Moran and Warsh are kind of same page in this stuff with the executive. And then we're going to try to get into the last point for us to get into would be expiration OPEX, that kind of stuff. Looking for that trade into the middle of July. Yeah, I have quarterly expo coming up. Where all options go to die. One quick second here. So at 2:30 we get the Fed presser. So we get the Fed rate decision at 2 p.m. Fed presser at 2:30 p.m. We have nothing on Thursday. We have nothing on Friday. That's usually not a good sign. When there's no news, we normally we go back to tape bombing with non-financial events. So there's not much going on Thursday. It is summertime. There's not much going on Friday except for Juneteenth. And then we got Saturday, Sunday. On Monday, we get a 3-month and a 6-month bill auction. That is key for this FOMC meeting. So that's actually some pretty big information for Monday at 11:30 in the morning. On Tuesday, the 23rd, we get ADP employment change, not a big deal. S&P Global Composite PMI flash, not as big of a deal as I wish it was. On Thursday, the 25th of next week, is when we get our first heavy information. We get core PCE price index month over month. That's Thursday, the 25th. We get durable goods. We get GDP growth rate quarter over quarter final. We get personal income month over month, personal spending month over month, all key data points. So that's June 25th. Not until Thursday, June 25th on that data. We also get some other big data on Thursday. We get some, it's not considered big time, but we get like claims. We get GDP price index for quarter over quarter final. We get PCE price index month over month index year over year. So huge day for volatility on the 25th of June. And some more stuff coming out on the 26th and 29th, but not big data. On the 30th, we get JOLTS. That's big time information, 10 a.m. on June 30th, Tuesday, excuse me. And then on Wednesday, the 1st of July, we get ISM manufacturing. And then Thursday, the 2nd, we get non-farm NFP. That's big information. Unemployment rates, big information, Thursday, the 2nd. And then, of course, we head into 4th of July. We get ISM services PMI on the 6th. So then we head into 4th of July. We also have Vixpiration and quarterly OPEX. June 19th, this Friday, when we're closed, we get quarterly OPEX. And then on Vixpiration is when? June 17th, today. And this is probably the key point I want to make to you is that today is Vixpiration. We had a little bit of an unclench yesterday, but if you were to ask a volatility guy, he's going to tell you that was not an unclench in their viewpoint. So we'll take a quick look here at VIXI. I'm going to bring this up. Actually, I got a couple more I got to bring up here. I can just imagine like a VIX guy going, yesterday, that's not enough. I want more. Let's just take a peek at VIX 9-day. Let's take a look at this really quick. So here's VIX 9-day right here. I always like to see, like, see we got a little bit of VIX push up here, right? We're slamming back down now. And I kind of want to see this VIX, maybe not higher, but let's look at, so right now VIX is right about here, right? And, you know, you like pump up the VIX a little bit more. Like up here would be kind of nice. Just into the end of the month and then sell the VIX into the end of the month, right into the new quarter over here. Sorry, right up there. Let's take a peek at this really quick for prior summers. You can kind of see this right here. See this, like, this is a good example here. How it just kind of bumps up and bumps up and bumps up and bumps up. You want to be like buying the market as this is peaking, right? Kind of see this right here. Let's see this one right in here. Here is 2023. This is the end of June. See it down here. It's a little spike down here. See that's a little spike right here? A little tiny sneaky spike in here. Like up, down, right? Up in here. Quick one up here. Here's May. This one was pretty big, right? And there's June right here. You see this little spike right there. See that one right there? So this little tiny spike up in VIX towards end of month. I guess you could say this. I guess you could say that's enough right there. See how that's like curling up? I would really like to see this right here. then sell this thing bad boy down right here. Something like that. You can kind of see it right there. A little bit of volatility. Nice little equal leg here too. Something like that maybe. Maybe I should draw it like that. We'll spike up in VIX. And then down over there. Move that one down right there. Could even take that if we really wanted to. This is VIX 9-day, by the way. Woo! Already sending bombs right here. This is all the bulls need to do today. The other one's up here. Just sending bombs, launching this thing down. This does not shock me at all. You can already see they're coming in to sell any of these highs. If you're on sell side, you already see they're teeing off here. You would expect the same if we get up here into 2 p.m. 10, 11, 12, 12:30, any of this nonsense up here. They'll take this to sell as well. $754.58. Yeah, any of this excitement with no hike or nothing like that. We'll just move this thing as a moving target up here. If you are a bull, I want you to be patient today. I want you to look for weakness. I want you to be waiting with me down below if you can. And even if they spike this thing up into 754.80 or something like that today, I would still be looking for the sell to get long. You can draw this back up here too. It doesn't matter. So we can do this here, 754. We can do it at 11. It doesn't matter. I think they come in and sell this fucking thing. Nope, we already did this one here. 72.33. Right there. We already know they're going to try to sell that too. We're just waiting here. Yeah, I'm not bullish here today at all. Like I got nothing for the bulls today. I'm not a bear or anything, but I'm looking for a dip. I'm hoping that I can get this dip into like Thursday close or something like that. Like sell all this shit down into like Thursday close, swoop in, you get a nice big fat long weekend. Dealers don't have to pay you. Even if we're gonna go up. Let's watch this closely here, see if they step back in. If they're gonna buy this, it's probably the pain is somewhere right here. Right in there. A little bit more down in this one right here, but see if they step in and just grab this. If they don't, we'll let them sell it. Oh, SpaceX is the last one. I got to write that down. I don't want to forget talking about SpaceX. There was one more thing I wanted to talk to you guys about today, which was SPSC or SPCX. Then I'm going to set up next. I'm going to set up for you next Gamma. We did VIX 9-day. SPX. And you guys liked me to draw these out for you. I always like drawing them just to find out how close or like how correct we are, how wrong we are. We usually do pretty good. Hang tight. Let me sign in here. Hey, okay. Oh, you get delayed data from us for free on Gamma? Did you guys know that? Did you guys know that if you're a free member of tradethetrigger.com, that we give delayed Gamma data to you for free? I like that. I really like that. Does anybody else do that? Can't tell. Maybe a private group. Let's see here. Let's log in here and see what's going on. Oh, I got to do a verification code. I got to do the 16 point. I got to do the 16 point fucking verification. Like, how in the fuck have we not figured that out yet? That's security. I guess we need quantum compute. We'd all be rock stars if we had quantum compute, though, right? Let's go to. I want to go to. Where am I heading here? Tools. Gamma Viz, baby. SPX. Here's a snapshot. What's up, ladies? We also have Gamma on SpaceX now, don't we? I think we might. Let's check this right here. Let's go. We'll talk this out, and then we're gonna go to the chart and plot it. So this is SPX Gamma. Here's net. 7,400. Bottom of the market. Top of the market, 7,600. Target for the bulls is 75.75. We got 7,500 here as another target. 75.20. On 0 date, we've got 75.25 as the bottom. We also have the 74.60 over here. Max pain to the downside today is 74.95. 75.70 still a big target. 75.50. You bears are happy right now that I'm bearish on today. Well, no, we also have here in 2 date. This is the important one, I think. The 2 dates Gamma is lower, 7,400. Interesting. Door wide open into 2 days from today. Today we got how many more days left we got in this short week? We got Wednesday the 17th, we got Thursday the 18th, and we got 7,400 wide open for tomorrow. On 2 dates, starts to improve. This is when we're closed. 7,500 starts to improve. Shocker. Color me shocked. And then 3 date right here. This is ugly. 73.40. That's not pretty. That's pretty bearish for the weekend. Max pain though is 74.90, and then we're looking at 76.50. So this weekend seems like it should be pivotal, shouldn't it? So let's take a look at this in a different way. Let me see if I can do this. Oh, this is I set this up for you guys. You guys know what this is, right? This is SpaceX. We're going to chat about these guys later today. We're going to go to SPX really quick. We're going to do a gamma chart here. We're going to do net gamma. Looks like Check this here. You know, the real like negative gamma is kind of right here. I want to say the gamma flips. It's right under here. There is one more layer. Let's make sure it's right. Let's go to 1 hour on this. And this is almost like a trap that you can, I mean, you can just see it, right? The big old vol trap in here. I would say that this is the gamma flip. And then I would also say to you that you got one more in here. This is like, oh, where is that? $74.30. That makes sense. I would say that this is like neutral gamma in here. It's like neutral gamma. And then this is like deep negative gamma down here. This makes sense that this is deep negative gamma down here. So you got like gamma flip, neutral gamma above, and then below. We could do it like this. Say that that's a deep negative gamma or deeper. Or negative gamma. Down in there. And then we've got a max pain on Gex. Max pain on net gamma is 7,300. This is where the pain is right here. This is all net right here. What else we have here for upside stuff? We've got 7,500, right? Major gamma wall is 7,400. But even though there's a large put wall here, you got to remember that we've got expiration today, and we also have quarterly OPEX, right, when we're closed. So we return down here. You can see what the bears are thinking, right? But we don't have to show you anything else, I don't think. Bears are saying, you know, you get underneath here, right? You get in, you do an unclench for expiration, do an unclench for OPEX. Now you're fucking around down here. And the bears are probably telling you what? You come into the end of the month, you get the progress over here. They're trying to get more progress in the end of month. And then they're going to crash the market again or kind of some kind of nonsense down there. If we haven't broken trend, though, by the beginning of the month, we know what happens. They start partying the upside. There's your big W. See it? Oh, look at that nice little red candle right there. Whoo, yeah, baby. Send it down, baby. Make it hot. Send it down there. And then we're going to switch over to 1 dates or 0 dates. And 7,525. And then a giant gap down to 7,465. Let's call it 7,475. Yeah, that's already hitting it right now. We're already getting close to it right now. So hold on here. 7465. This is 0-date gamma. Seven, 4, 6, 5. Right about there. On the day, expectations on 0 dates. 7525 is the right in here. So we've already done that one there. Big old wall down here. There is a 7575 up here on a good news. I'll put this in, but I don't think it's going to happen. I can see now where the bulls think we're going to close today on the high. Believe it or not, that's showing right now. I kid you not. No, not that high. 575 right here. 7575 is the or 7570. Yeah, right there. That's the expectation right there. On 0 dates. We'll give them till 12:30 to do this. But I don't think you're going to get that. I don't personally think you're going to get that. 2:30 right there. On 1 date, 7,400. Somewhere in here. This is Thursday. That's our Thursday low right there. It's also giving you 7,600 up here. There's like a lot. It's kind of weird, wonky. It's like down. Maybe you get that. Down. Maybe you get that. It ain't going to matter. They're coming in to sell here. Coming in to sell here. They're going to try to sell this. I'm not going to put this one in because I don't think you can get up there, but that's the gamma for tomorrow on Thursday. Two dates is Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 76, 7,500. And then 3 dates. This is the danger. Okay, so they're going to try to pound this down. And I want to say it's going to look something like this. This here is either going to be on Thursday at the close or Monday wake up right here. 3, 4, 5. Somewhere like this. This is either Friday close or Thursday close or Monday wake up, somewhere down in here. I hope this happens. Like we're just scraping down here to these. This is what I hope happens between now and Thursday. Pound it down, rip it higher, pound it down to like right here. There's another one in here, but we start losing the rest of the week and it starts getting really bearish. No one's really caring at that point. They'll check back on Friday. I suspect somewhere down in here. This is Thursday. And I would like to see something like this. Same time, let's just check one more thing here. So you're coming up back up into next week, and then they slam you one more time. Something like this. And then finally an unclench over here. So we can look at this together. This is the last of the doom. And remember, too, there's one other thing I want to talk to you about here. This is the 30th over here. 30th of June. You got to remember that you're also going to get on the last day of the month. You're going to get negative flows in here. Oh, right there. Hold on, I got to get my stuff over here. '30th. 9:30. Negative flows in the morning. That's what I think this looks like. Something like this. So what they'll try to do is they're going to try to pound it down. And they're going to be looking for unclenches down here like new lows. You can see that. They're going to try that there. They're going to try it again over here if they fail. New lows. And we're trying to grab this new low thing. If the bears, I'll give you the bear plan. Like the bear plan's a little bit different than this. The bear plan is to get it under here, make a new low, right? Drag your ass up into end of the month. And then the issue at the end of the month is that what you end up getting is these like bearish flows for OpEx. And you know what their plan is, right? Send it down, crush the bulls, start getting new lows down here. You know the deal, right? Tops in, tops in, tops in. You can kind of see it, right? That's what they're trying for. And all you're trying to do here as a buyer for your awesome time, summertime, is beg for any kind of way to get in, right? So you're trying to get it up, and out into July. Catch that nice, fat, fucking huge ass middle of July print. All right, middle of July, everything's awesome town. We start trading sideways. And then the bears come in, try to raid us again for the fall. Make sense? Something just like that. You guys want to snip this, you can. And the bottom of the option market right now is here. This is your net gamma, this red. So you're kind of waiting until the next month, aren't you? You're kind of waiting until the next month for that new gamma to come out, that new net gamma. And you can kind of already see it setting up right now where they're trying to break trend. The good news for the bull is that you're not down here, are you? You're not down here for what? You know what the bears want? I tell you this every fucking month, and I tell it to you every quarter, right? They want to be down here, make progress, right? Get sent back down here, new low, right? Start coming into July. You know, they want the doom. You know, shut the door up here. So they're pissed off up here. And they're going to take the shot here. They're going to take the shot here. They're going to take the shot over here. If there's another one up here, they'll take the shot down here. They'll take the shot up here. You kind of get it, right? And we don't really want to be getting into sell yet, do we? Sell mode. We want to be like, you got a low down here. You want to see another low over here. Start getting into like, let's sell, sell, sell. And you've got this monster weekly velocity that's pretty fucking bullish right now coming up. So even if we get down here, I'm looking to buy the dip. Is this cool? Does this seem like a good enough VIX map for you here? The only thing that I would say to you on this, is that this could change post OpEx and post month end, depending on where price is. But for now, to wrap up the quarter, I think this is what I'm looking for here. Yeah, I think I got this right. Trying to see if I don't or not. And you know that this should be a giant fucking, you know, if they're wrong, it's like something stupid, right? It's like smash up to mid-July. There's your 7,800. Piss them off even more. Now all of a sudden the weekly trigger's coming up and you're defending this whole entire thing for the fall. And 7,500. What about makes sense? Yeah, I'm trying to like find a way for the Bears to kind of win here, and I'm like, I don't know. I think it looks more something like this. And not only that, you got this shit going on. You got your you know, over the shoulder here, over the shoulder here, over the shoulder here. Kind of makes sense, right? So you're like down here waiting, any kind of doom, and you're looking for moments of volatility. And we got them stacked. We got 2 or 3 dates coming up on the economic calendar. We got expiration OPEX, month end. So if you have all of these opportunities to get long, you should take them, right? If you're down there waiting with your catcher's mitt or your outfielder mitt, and you already have the rules, right? If it bounces, starts beating the prior highs, we're going to get long. If they don't and the ball goes past us, we let it go, right? It's that simple. It's pretty easy. Nice, easy trading for summertime. Remember, this is a key point here. Today's FOMC is supposed to be a no, like doesn't mean anything, right? And you know that Warsh probably is at least going to give you some hawkish talk. I think these are kind of 2 things, right? Don't expect a cut or a hike. Expect, though, like a hike talk. And remember that you welcome volatility if you're a bull. Like, volatility is how you get big rips, right? We could grind sideways into middle of July, so you're not going to be afforded too many opportunities to try to get long. So take these days as like a way to welcome the opportunity to make more money on a low. So it's not necessarily bearish. It's just more trying to be where the smart money is over here, buying all of these lows. And if those opportunities present themselves, to attempt to get long. And this looks appropriate, right? You see this now? It's like a little bit more like this. There's your cup. There's your handle. Right? This is the big bat wing, call it, right? This is actually one cup right here, believe it or not. We do all this like dancing around in here, then we get the actual cup here, and then the handle's right over here. But something like that. So welcome volatility. One other thing, we move this out of the way here. SPX, and then we'll go down to the main chart. Main screen. And who we're doing down here. Check this out. We have not hit our upper white bar. We have unlocked the door down below, haven't we? So this is a door opener to new lows. And you see where I am. I'm way down here. I want 734. I don't know if I'll get it, right? You can already see the weekly buyers stepping in right here, but the door is now open to new lows. So bearish. I would not buy this. I wouldn't fuck with that. That door is open. You can see that white line right there. That door is open to party down here. This right here. Door is opening to downside right now. Close that. Close this. I'm going to leave this right here. One quick second, guys. Trump's talking right now. We also have, I got a bunch of stuff to get with you guys on. We've got an FOMC preview here. I've got my favorite one here is Absolute Panic. Deep dive inside SpaceX options trading and what it means for the stock price. This is kind of hilarious. We're going to talk about that too today. I'm going to give you a quick read on an FOMC preview. I'll give you a top line on SpaceX if you want. The idea on SpaceX is to run it up to $200, short it, or if you get it up there on option day, you start selling calls against it. calls are buku bucks. We're going to talk about strategy for trading SpaceX and other IPOs at some point today. But the idea here is, or the top line on SpaceX is, I think I said to get long on IPO day. Try to run this thing up to an equal leg on, I think it was on an equal leg for Saturday or into Sunday. Sell it and then buy the dip to go up. It went up. We did $200, which is where everyone, I think, quote, everyone wanted to see. And you can decide if you want to own and short same time, or you can own and sell calls at same time. We likely need to get into this bigger discussion about Tesla gang and SpaceX gang and who's who as we create this new SpaceX gang. And you'd be very surprised. You'd be very surprised what like a Tesla bull does. Like a Tesla bull will tell you like it's going up, you know, to the moon, to Mars. And in fact, they're selling you calls. Yeah, your famous bulls. And you're going to find the same thing is going to be true about SpaceX gang, I think. And I think all of these next IPOs that you get trapped oftentimes as a trader or an investor. You get very trapped into you're either bearish or you're bullish. And we use that bear bull here as a heel. There's no such thing really as a bull and a bear. And if you are, hey, I'm a bull, I'm a bear, something like that. I have a tendency to be a bull. I'll say that to you. Like I love buy side. I don't look at life in the way that a lot of people do, you know? It's tulip mania. I'm like, not quite. There's like productive manias, and then there's unproductive manias. Tulip mania is an unproductive mania. Whereas we're building things out, right? We're actually building things out right now. And so it's not quite the exact same thing. And even though I'm a bull, like from a positioning standpoint, I prefer to be a bull. I do better making money as a bull. I identify with that. But even though I do that, it's okay for you to be in more than one position, like a bullish position. Hey, I buy all the lows and I sell calls to suckers, sell puts to suckers, sell calls to suckers. And I think we have to talk about that with SpaceX. Like, hey, I would love to see it come here to buy. And then I would love to see it shoot there so I can sell calls against it. And I think we have to talk about that with OpenAI and with Anthropic and a few others that are, there should be a rasher. As a matter of fact, there's a builder or something. It's about to go public. And it's another AI startup. You know, with like these three majors, you're going to get like a massive rollout of other AI-based companies, even if they aren't. They might just say they are and they aren't. You put something in there about robotics and machine learning and quantum. Dude, you're not even a quantum company. We don't care. Just write it inside the prospectus for people. Kind of a thing. So we want to talk about how you can, I think that's, for me, it dispels the fear. I think oftentimes people look at IPOs, like any IPO, even if they're on a high, and all they think to themselves is, oh, dude, it's going to get sold right in the open, or it's going to go to zero, or it's going to go to $10. And I think that the perspective, your horizon needs to be way farther out in time, and that you're looking to add all the lows. If you can do that consistently over years, like all the lows, any major low, you just scoop it up. And then any major highs, no matter where we are in price, and you're just selling options to people. And some stocks and indexes have dividends. You know, like I think we get railroaded into this idea that, well, where did you buy SPY? This is a great example. I bought it at $500. Well, I'm showing you a chart from 20 years from now, and you are actually net zero right now. And you're like, wait a minute, that's not true. You have to do my dollar cost basis, right? Like, how many times did I buy SPY at a low? How many dividends did I get? How many options did I sell against it? Have I fucking taken loans to get it and bought a fucking Lamborghini or anything like that? Did I roll a bunch of it into fucking Berk A or Berk B? There's so many, like, it's never that clean. Best way to say it. It's never that clean. You have to go through someone's whole entire history and say, well, that fucker's up on SPY, like, you know, 80, 90, 100% or 100% or something because he did all these other things or she did all these other things or they or them did all these other things alongside it. You need to look at the complete whole picture. And I think the same thing applies to these IPOs. Think like you get pigeonholed into, you know, oh, I'm not buying it. I'll wait until it's $2, bro, kind of stuff. It's not really a part of that journey. That journey is like multi-year. This is how you wind up with, hey, I owned Apple at $2 and then I owned it at 150 and went back down to 2. I bought it all again and I had held it for 20 fucking years or 30 fucking years or whatever. Now I'm filthy fucking rich. And I want you to remember that. I want you to remember that. I went back in 2007-8. I went back to Reddit. And I started digging through old school Apple and Amazon posts when they IPO'd. And when Reddit was young, it was the same fucking people. It was the same fucking bears. It was the same people regurgitating the same fucking diarrhea shit about how like Amazon was going to fucking zero and Apple's going to zero, market's going to zero. And the other flip side of that was the bull was there. You know, you take these snapshots going back in history and you find out, you go to Yahoo message boards and you find out that the person that was right was the person that was adding all the fucking lows. And that person today is now very fucking wealthy. And I mean like wealthy and not having to be a rocket scientist. You know, they didn't have to read all the bullshit. They didn't have to like get through, dig deep. They didn't have to go through all the fucking paperwork. And you should expect most of these companies to be here. You should expect SpaceX to be here. You should expect Palantir to be here. You should expect Tesla to be here. You should expect fucking Apple and Amazon. Maybe not Amazon, but, well, they're getting into a bunch of other cool shit. But you get what I'm saying? Like, when you're getting this new tech rolling out, you're getting a new, you know, it's not Tulip Mania. You're going to pick 1 or 2 or 3 of these companies, and you're going to be wealthy. Like, the odds are in your favor, you know? Forget about the $2 and buy it at 2. Just the lows. Just go along for the journey. And you want to come back in 20, 30 years and say, well, I picked one of those right companies. And all those fucking down talkers, they will always be there. Even in 20, 30 years, they'll constantly be there. It's a fraud. It's this. It's that. It's going to fucking zero. And meanwhile, you're going to be fucking pounding pina coladas. You're going to be banging some hot dude in the rain somewhere. While these guys are having the same fucking story that they've always had. I want you to know that's true. So we'll get into SpaceX at some point today as well. We'll try to look at them and see where those opportunities are to get long on it. Do I think that SpaceX can go to $2? Sure. I don't care. I got zero cares. Just keep adding. Whenever some money, add. Whenever I can sell some options, sell them. Hang on until the bubble pops. And I might consider at that point selling it. Maybe. If the bubble pops at that point, maybe sell it and sell everything and then swoop back in down there and grab it at $2. So we can do all that. We can run through the entire thing. And I will be here with you when this bubble does pop, as you know. I'm actually right now trying to ensure that I'm here for you for at least till the bubble pops, if not longer. So that could be multiple years, right? 3, 4, 5 years. And then hopefully I'm here for the big bottom. We're both down there, right? And they got that goddamn bubble popping down there. And all these things going to zero. And we're just scraping it all up. All of it. Scrape it all up. And then we get that generational wealth. And then we catch up on the flip side. I'm a old fucking, I'm hooked up to machines. I'm in a hospital bed somewhere. And some kind of nursing home. You guys are probably living near me, I would think. Some of you? Any of you? A bunch of you guys live in Florida now, right? So some kind of nursing home will be talking to each other, be like, those goddamn kids, right? Fuck those kids. Put your avocado toast down, and meanwhile, we're scraping it all up. We're making generational wealth. This journey should be cool. You think about this journey, it's probably a decade or 2. Somewhere in there that we'll be together. And I'll be an old fuck alongside you. You're going to be the hardest dude in the nursing home? Supposedly these people that are like all these like, you like leave all these old people alone long enough, they get together on Facebook and then they get together on Fox News and shit. And they all move down to the villages and you're like, oh, these are all the responsible Republicans. And you find out that highest rate of STDs in the world is like the villages in Florida. Bunch of old people, bunch of weirdos. Maybe they can show us the way. Watch this right here. That's gonna be crazy, right? Oda Nubunga. Hopefully we can be together doing that. I don't know. I've been with my wife 26 years, I think. How long have I been with you for? Can't hear me. How long have I been with you so far? Do you know? It's like 25 years or something. Something crazy like that. We'll see if we can do that again, a double. And if I can die, you can probably pick up my wife somewhere. Still be single and hot. Finally got that motherfucker. Avenge or took his wife away from him. Yeah, but the dude's dead. He doesn't care anymore. Put this one up here. This one right here, because we know that this is where it's right there. We're underneath now. Make that one red. That's that prior low right there they were trying to buy. Let's keep moving these over as we go. It's a nice little scrape down there. That's gorgeous. I just don't like this white line. I don't like being that close. Let's go this right here, this one right here. What are you guys saying? You could be the female version. You don't have to be a guy to be doing this stuff. Women can do this all day long. I got some women friends in here. They dumped their husbands. They got rich. You guys know that? You should be careful if you're a man out here. You don't want any women in these places. We've got women in here that have like literally left their husbands. They've made so much money. They're like, you know what? Fuck you. I don't need you anymore. You should be careful. A lot of women in here, they're good. There's some really good traders in here that are females. Be dumping their husbands before you know it. If your wife's if your wife watches this show and you're listening right now at home, turn off the show. Turn it off. Don't let your wife watch the show anymore. She might dump your ass soon. It was all of a sudden is like turn the volume down in the house. Turn that off. Oh no shit! Your parents lived in the villages. Mine did too. They don't live there anymore, but they did. My parents lived in the villages. They now live at my mom is she's going through a pretty rough time of end of her life. She smoked her whole entire life. She's got has dementia. So they've moved now into like the fake villages where you think it's the villages, but it's just it's just to ease the fear of not knowing anything or anyone. You know it, super gals. You got like you guys don't know this. Like we have like I think we even have. Do we have a channel for just women or something? Yeah, we do. Or if they identify as women or whatever. We have a whole channel for like just women traders. It's crazy. They're good. They're not bad traders. They're really good traders. Matter of fact, one of them approached recently to help us, and I got to go back and talk to her again. She's that good. You know, the one thing about a woman is that I've noticed, I shouldn't say this, like it's not normal, but they've been really good at like not having too much pride when they like meet really killer traders. And I always notice like talking to the best traders, and I'm like, they're not bragging about how cool they are. They're just like, oh, what can I learn? And like they have no, like generally speaking, it's not all the time, but like generally speaking, they got no like I'm better than you or like the alpha bullshit and all that kind of stuff. They've done very well. I've been very impressed. It's not an easy thing to do that, right? Men are kind of like taught sometimes. You got to be this and you got to be that. You got to be an alpha male, and you just don't. You just say, "Teach me." And I've noticed that. I noticed that, Super Gal. I noticed it. Some of the best traders are women in our group. Not shocking. What's that? I know. I'm like, I don't know how that is, but I think I do. I think it's that they're not like we all. I think everyone has egos, but I think like I don't know. Like everything I grew up against was like dudes trying to be more alpha than the other dude or some shit like that. So you get kind of like strung up in that. I have to be this and I have to be that, which kind of sucks, right? That's like that. I think that kind of sucks. All right, here we go. Let's watch this here. We can recover, try to take this thing back up and try to grind our way higher. Still a lot of doom up here. Half hour trigger still coming down over the hourly trigger. Still have not unlocked any upside yet to get long. The golf cart DUIs off the chart. Party in the square, then streaking through Orange Blossom. Oh my God. I can't even imagine. Well, I read somewhere. I got some. Who said that, by the way? Dude, Tampa Bay Buckeye. I read a story recently about Gen X. Like the front end of Gen X is retiring. And they had the experience of like the rave scene, which was pre me by like a decade and a half or so. I remember when I was a kid, the Brooklyn Bridge parties started, I think, 83 and 85. So if you guys don't, you guys might not know this. I don't know if I ever told this story. Back in the early 1980s, I want to say 1983, MDMA or MDA, one of the two, were rescheduled or allowed for testing for like psychologists and psychiatrists, marriage counselors to use that drug. And so in New York City, there were everything was normal, right? Coming out of like the disco days and shit. And licensed professional therapists, marriage therapists, started handing out MDMA to couples. I kid you not, and saying, "Here, go to the. Why don't you go out for a night without the kids? Go to the nightclub and see what's going on. Take 2 of these, like one for you, one for you." This is true. This really happened. And married people were like going to like nightclubs, and started, of course, taking MDMA and dancing, and that kind of like grew that whole thing. And in turn, there was like this big rave thing going on in Europe, and it made its way into New York City. And I remember as a young kid, and it became lore about the Brooklyn Bridge parties. I think it was Brooklyn Bridge, underneath Brooklyn Bridge, yeah. There were parties under there. And of course, I was too young for all that shit, but it was lore when I was a kid, when I was a young man. And when I became an older teenager, I made my way down there to hang out with those people. I'd go down and hang out at Limelight, and the Tunnel, I think, was another one. And there was another place down there. There's like 3 or 4 really well-known places. They're long gone. They're all like food halls now and stupid shit like that. But way back then, it wasn't like that. Now, those people, right, are becoming old now. And I read a story recently saying they're all dying young because they're all partying down at the villages. They're all like doing a bunch of hard, heavy drugs and stuff. I shit you not. Like the life expectancy of that first group that came through the, I want to say early 80s to the early 90s, they're partying. They're partying hard. That streaker thing, like all that stuff they're doing, it's probably those people, if I had to suspect. Sitting right down here. Big fat red candle or a red bar right there, trying to keep you underneath, trying to pin down the bull. While the bull's trying to unleash that huge upside move. Oh, let me look that up. Hold on here. I'm gonna see if I can find that article. I read this like a couple of years ago. Gen X dying young. Gen X dying young in retirement. Drugs. Well, this is 7 days ago. This story is a couple of years old. The Economist: Why people over the age of 55 are the new problem generation. We value your privacy, but continuing with terms of use, manage your cookies. Yeah. Okay, I don't want any cookies. How about that? Do not sell or share. Yeah, do not sell or share. Thank you. Why people of the age of the baby boomers are keeping their bad habits into retirement. The words retirement community summon up images of easy chairs and overcooked foods. Blah, 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 blah. And I'll try to get you guys this article too. Yeah, this is like they started partying, man. Like anyone over 55, like if you're like 55 to like 65 right now, like today, if you're 55, 65, you're part of like the real party generation. You guys came out of like cocaine of the 80s, you came into like MDMA. That was the party generation. They had Miami Vice, man. They had Phil Collins. they had the 80s. Hold on here, got another alert over there. Leave that right there so we can watch it. Hold on, sorry, I'm trying to watch this here. I want to sweep even lower. I want to show this here if I can. Let's get rid of this right here. It's too messy. Really just need to know this over here. Oh, you did? You grew up in North Miami? Yeah, I was wondering like the people that made it through that time period, do they feel like they can get through it now? I don't do drugs. Like every once in a while I'll do some like a marijuana candy or something like that, but matter of fact, I was talking to my old friend this weekend and I was like I don't understand people that do hard drugs at an older age, and I'm getting there now. I'm coming in my 50s, so I don't know how people over 50 years old do that shit. Maybe even over 40, I don't know how they do that stuff. I can't make it. I can't make it even having a fucking cocktail. Like one cocktail, I'm hungover. Like I can't do it. It was the best parties ever. I would be fascinated to see a documentary about that stuff or that time period that's legit. I went back and watched an old rave documentary a few years ago, and they really glossed over a bunch of it. I wish it was a little bit more honest, and it wasn't. Even the people that were involved in that shit, I used to know some of those guys, and they glossed over it themselves. They were having like rose-colored glasses about that time period, and I'm like, oh, it was nothing like that. I've taken psychedelics when I was younger. I did it through a psychiatrist, or I did it through a shaman to try to get past a bunch of baggage I had. It helped a lot. I did that years ago. I did it when I lived in the Southwest. It was worth it. It was worth the experience. But I had some trauma in my life, so I needed it to carry on. I needed it to like almost like I don't want to say like kill my old self, but it was kind of like that. It was like okay to start over again in my brain, you know, in my soul and my heart and all that kind of stuff. I didn't want to wind up in a bar stool dead. And that's what happens to a lot of people in life, you know. They wind up, you know, dead, lone, miserable, and blaming the world. And I kind of fucking refuse to do that. I just want to see this stuff down here. I really like the idea of 1, 2, and 3 down here. It's getting pounded in here, even if it is going to rip. Yeah, like a rebirth. That's what it was. It was hard for me to get past. I kept tripping over myself. Remember I was like a time in my life where I had like, I don't know if it was number one. So I used to do yoga and stuff in the Army, but it was like more military based yoga, which has improved over the years. But this psychiatrist or psychologist, I don't know if it's just psychiatrist, psychologist, I can't remember now, but I enrolled in it. I hadn't been to a counselor since I was in the Army. Last time I went to a counselor at that time, the counseling they were giving was the kind of counseling where they didn't want you to be a civilian again and do something horrific to someone else or even yourself. And so they were just trying to save you from coming back to the States or being unleashed into the public and not being absolutely fucking crazy. And that was also a time period where I stopped trusting the military and anyone associated with the military, like VA, all that kind of shit. And so I never went to counseling. And then a bunch of years passed. I was working my career. And there might be a trade in here. Let's see if we can take it. We might have a quick trade in here. And I remember that I kept tripping up over my own like insecurities, fears, and doubts, and all that kind of stuff. And I felt like I couldn't get to the next level in life. And I was like, man, I'm reliving all this shit over and over and over and over again. And so I went to a counselor, and it took me almost a fucking year for a breakthrough. I had to go there week in, week out, week in, week out. And I remember telling this counselor, I was like, my life is fine. I'm like, I don't know why I'm here with you. Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. And it literally took like a year for me to, it wasn't maybe not a full year, but like it took the year to like commit to that, to get to the moments where I needed a counselor, talk to them. And then once I was able to talk to her, let's get rid of that so you can just see it. Once I got rid of it, to talk to her, we were able to make some progress, you know, start putting a plan together to try to work on the issues that I had. And I started taking like the yogas more serious, started taking the meditation more seriously in my life. And then eventually that worked itself up into, hey, why don't you do a weekend retreat? And I do this weekend retreat, finally show up to a retreat. And it was wild, you know, you like show up and you bring a gift, and you it's this big weekend thing, big retreat center. And they started firing. There's a bunch of other crap. I don't want to talk about it here, but I really opened my eyes to like forgiving myself. It helped with depression. It helped with I don't want to say this stuff in the show, of course, but I don't know. It just changed my mind. I'm trying to like pinpoint a way to describe this easily for you, but it like washed away all my past, and I was able to say, hey, I'm a new guy. I can start over whenever I want, and I did. Like started over, you know. And hey, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do this, and it really worked. Happier family, happier me, all that kind of stuff. So if you ever have a chance, if you've never done that, if you've never been to a counselor, if you're an adult male, and you've never been to a counselor as an adult, it worked really well for me. It just took a commitment. I had to go every week for like a year. And it helped me immensely over time. It did take time. Because you come in and you say the same shit every day, every week. It's like same shit, same shit, same shit. So I want to keep this off the 30 here and see if they're coming in to buy. Because I want to buy this. For a quick rip higher up into this not close, but the 2 p.m. shit. Leave that up right there. See if we can get a sweep in here. Nice little buy here. Nice little buy right here. Can they come back in and buy this? A lot of danger here. Let me just get over that right there. Make our way back up here. Try to take this one right here. SPY. Today, yeah, 0 dates, dude. 0 date mafia. 7.55, 51 cents. They've got this thing all pumped up here. This 0 date chain's like double what it should be. Let me just check the put side over here. Put side's really light here. $7.45 is only 66 cents right here for the day. Call side's very heavy right now. You guys are all bulled up, huh? There you go. Chase those calls. So we can target that big red bar up there. I'm not even paying that well right now. I'm only up 6 cents on that, on those 3 bars. Have a 1 and 5 minute trigger bull cross coming up. We do have some resistance above and across of the half an hour and hourly trigger. Be careful up here. They're going to try to send it down. Yeah, like outside of Nino, outside of FOMC, outside of the mechanical things we have going on, Vixpiration, OPEX, data, all that kind of crap. Today should be an up day in a big way. My only caveat today, if I had one caveat, Nino, it's I welcome volatility. So if this lines up with volatility or the chance for more down, I want to take that. So any kind of commitment to swing low, I'll take it. Well, not commitment, but any kind of chance to swing low, I'd love to take it. Always love the Dune. I don't think Vol Gang was happy with the down move yesterday. And then we ripped higher into the overnight, too. And they did sell it down to this morning's open, but from the perspective of, like, have they sold for, like, a VIX unclench? Probably not. I don't think the bears see it that way. We see this nice little swing high back down here. Grab this bad boy right here. Okay, next thing we're going to go over here is the FOMC. Here, I'll put it over here. In Kevin Warsh's inaugural FOMC meeting as the Fed's new chair, the U.S. Central Bank is certain to keep the federal funds rate unchanged at 3.5 to 3.75%. Furthermore, economists largely expect rates to remain on hold this year. With 72 of 102 respondents in a Reuters survey conducted between June 4th and June 9, seeing no rate changes through the end of 2028. Before we go any further, I tend to agree with this. I don't think you're going to get a rate hike now. I don't think you're going to get a rate hike. You have a small percentage chance of a rate hike in July. And that could coincide with a roll in the market. If you don't get one in July, you could get one in September. And that would coincide as well, right? Two potentially weak parts of the year. What was that chart that I showed you on FinTwit? The one that I said, let me show it to you right now. Let me get it. Let me drag it out for you really quick. I don't know if it's on this one, but I can show it to you either way. This is IXIC. You can check this on a day. And I don't think it's going to be exactly like this, but we should look at this. And what I want to show you is 1997. Oh, no, wrong one. Hold on here. The wrong year. That's what I want to show you right here. This is where it gets important here. This is when Amazon launched. And this is the daily trigger. And we fucking ramped vertical all the way up into October 9th. And then, of course, we came back down into the end of the year. But then from December, we ramped again into April 20th. Fiercely bullish, right? And that's my big question is, do we get some kind of this action in here? This is June 30th. A little bit of a melt up here. Then we rip faces off again. Rip some more faces off again. And I think that's what we should be fearful of, is that we kind of trigger this. We kind of trigger this like melt up and drag everybody to the top kind of a trade. Yeah. And exactly, hyperinflation. You got it. Nitro nerd, you hit it. So why do we have, before I even go into this preview here, reading the rest of this preview, why would we do that? And we can keep it very, very simple, right? You can pay back debt when the dollar was worth more cheaply. Now, the bond boys have to play along with this, of course. But if you can keep rates low in the short end, what does that mean? Like, top line, what does that mean? It means I can take out short-term loans in the U.S., right? On your 3-month, 6-month, right? Take out loans, like take out money, cheap, right? And pay down long-term debt, right? With it. Not just you, or not just us, but they can too. So if Warsh comes out today and gives you Stern talking to in July, maybe he does a 0.25 or something, 25 basis point or something like that, maybe in July. And if not, he comes in September and does it. I think that's the most hawkish you're going to get. And as long as they can keep doing this, they're going to do it until they get the debt ratio down. So if everyone's on board, that's what should happen. So even though the public thinks that you're going to get your odds of more rate hikes are more imminent, most of the smart people out there don't think we're going to get that. So Kevin Warsh's inaugural FOMC meeting as the Fed's new chair, the U.S. Central Bank is certain to keep the Fed funds rate unchanged, 3.5, 3.75. That is fairly restrictive. Remember, we're not in negative rates. We are in negative real rates on the short end right now with the rate of inflation, which is, of course, powers the market to go higher. Furthermore, economists largely expect rates to remain on hold this year, with 7,200 respondents in the Reuters survey conducted between June 4th and June 9th, seeing no rate changes through end of 2026. Money market pricing had at one stage fully priced a rate hike by year end amid firmer oil prices during the Iran conflict, above target inflation. That should also be topic of conversation today, which is that, ready? You want to hear this, but earmuffs, bears. Inflation due to the closure should be passed through. I would give two caveats to that. Two caveats. First caveat would be, that's interesting. I've got a version of this open over there for the new show, and it's showing chat. The two caveats I would give to would be this, or two or three. The Strait of Hormuz. The first thing I would say to you would be that the higher prices you're paying currently today is greed. That's going to shock you. I know that the zeitgeist is that gas prices should be the moon. I'm going to tell you right now that where we are, any ask to pay higher prices is greed. There is a small percentage of that higher prices that is not greed, that'll be permanently priced into the closure of the Strait of Hormuz unless the U.S. owned it. Like we own Iran, we own, Kang Island and all these other places. They will build this risk premium into gas prices forever. Now, that's still different, though, than the greed that's present at this moment. So you have to remember this. You have to make the choice if you're going to pay that or not, okay? So you're probably going to get some talk about this today, that it's pass-through. I don't believe it's fully passed through, and then I would be giving a stern talking to as well to the corporations trying to increase prices and prices and prices. Now, it doesn't help also that the rate environment that we're in is also feeding cyclical inflation that we're in. So it all points to me like we're going to ride this out, right? We had the frying pan, soft landing. You got a new Warsh in power. And what we're going to do is we're going to now, if you have a frying pan, soft landing, we're going to now what? What are we going to do? You already know it, right? We're going to abuse it, right? We're going to break it, right? And we're going to break it for a bunch of reasons with debt, but at the same time, we have a lame duck president, right? Because he split his time up, right? His lame duck right away. So he can be unpopular. If you look up on Wikipedia, lame duck president, he nails every single thing from the start of his presidency. He becomes even more lame duck post-election. Midterms, right? You should read that if you have a chance, what a lame duck president is. You'd be fascinated to know what that actually means. And they will make a lot more make sense to you. He can do whatever the fuck he wants by EO, right, basically? And he's got one last hurrah, doesn't he? He's got these midterms. So if you, for the sake of the frying pan, for everybody to have a good time, I can party with you until we get past the midterms. I would take that gamble. And I understand, man. I don't like this guy, but I understand what he's doing. And it's clear as fucking day. And if you're a rational human being, you can kind of see it. It's clear. Now, this is barring unknowns, of course. But money market pricing at 1 point fully priced in a rate hike by year-end amid firmer oil prices during the Iran conflict, above target inflation, and a resilient labor market following the strong May non-farm payrolls report. However, with the U.S. and Iran subsequently reaching an agreement to end the conflict, which is set to be signed on Friday, and oil prices retracing sharply from their highs, I think DC Peacocks made a comment on this in public last week, or this on Sunday or Monday or something. And he trades, I believe, the bond market. You guys don't know him, look him up. He's on FinTwit. He's amazing. Smart guy, ex-fucking floor trader from CME. Close friend of mine. Hang out with him personally. We're friends. He was making commentaries like, man, this is all fucking scripted. And I agreed with him. I was like, man, you got it. This is all, it's all scam. It's too perfect, too clean. So we have an agreement to end the conflict, which is set to be signed on Friday. And oil prices retracing sharply from the highs. Markets have paired some of those expectations and currently price in an 18 BPS of tightening by year end. implying a 72% probability of a 25 basis point hike. And I said to you earlier, throws a 25 at you, yells at you, stern talking to, inflation starts to ramp and rage out of control, throws another 25 on you at some point or whatever. Now, that seems to make sense to me. Everyone seems to be playing ball with Trump as well right now. The vote split on rates is expected to be unanimous, particularly with former Governor Moran no longer on the board and Kevin Warsh now serving as chair. I think Moran joined a hedge fund this week. Bank of America does not expect Warsh to advocate for a rate cut at his first meeting. On statement, with rates expected to remain unchanged, attention will focus on the policy statement and updated projections ahead of Warsh's first press conference as chair. At the April meeting, 3 voting members, Kashkari, Hammock, and Logan, dissented in favor of removing the easing bias from the statements to better reflect the possibility that the next move could be a hike rather than a cut. Since then, Governor Waller has also adopted a more hawkish tone and stated that easing bias should be removed, although he is not currently advocating for a hike. Remember, too, that Moran cut when he first he was for easing, and then he became more hawkish over time. Given Waller's support for changing the language, attention will be on whether other policymakers join the previous dissenters in backing a revision to the statement. The current guidance reads, quote, in considering the extent and timing of additional adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate. So you want to pay attention if the Fed today is going to be looking towards more easing in their language, or more hawkish tone, or the previous FOMC of a stance of a little slightly more hawkish. Bank of America expects the easing bias to be removed and does not anticipate any dissents. The bank suggests the committee may omit the word additional and potentially remove references to extent and timing of future adjustments. Another possibility is replacing language with a more neutral reference to, quote, any adjustments. It says Bank of America expects the easing bias to be removed and does not anticipate any dissents. I tend to agree with that. And who else says this is Wolf Richter. Wolf seems to think we can do this whole thing, but he also says that we're in very dangerous territory, and at some point it's going to be so out of control that they will become hawkish. So if they keep the tone in that hawkish stance, I like it. I'll be honest with you. And I think if we get any knee-jerk reaction down on that, I think that's still productive for the market, believe it or not. So we've got the extent and timing of future adjustments. Another possibility is replacing language with a more neutral reference to any adjustments. B of A also, you need to hear this if you're a bull. I'll make sure it's posted in the Discord. Give me one quick second here. Likewise, Goldman also expects the Fed to drop the previous forward guidance suggesting cuts and sees the FOMC accomplishing that by just removing the phrase, the extent and timing of additional. Now, I'm posting this white paper inside of the Discord right now, or having someone help me post it inside of the Discord right now. If you go to the Discord and read along with this, you're going to be paying attention to this specific language today in the press conference and in the press release to see if there's any kind of change to the stance being hawkish or more accommodative in reference to adjustments to the Fed funds rate. But as shown in the proposed red line below, there is plenty of further room to shorten and simplify the statement, which Warsh might prefer because some sentences, pairs of which are highlighted in yellow and blue, partially overlap. The statement is also likely to acknowledge the pickup in jobs growth. In its first paragraph, we do not expect any dissents. See if I can download this here for you. Should just show it to you really quick. See if I can open this up. You guys want to snip this for yourselves? You can. You can take a snip of that and just listen for this language. At 2 p.m., you're going to get the actual written, and you can like quickly check all of this together to see if they change any of this stuff or not. You can do a comparison to find out if you're bullish or hawkish on the day. I'm going to leave this up one more second here. I know it takes a moment, so open your snipping tool. SNIPP, right? Enter, and then open it up, and then cut it out. I think I gave you enough time, I hope. Leave it up for just a few more moments. Well, let me go back here. In its preview, Morgan Stanley sees the potential for possible hawkish dissents by Federal Reserve Presidents Logan, Hammock, and Kashkari in favor of language that says the balance of risks to the dual mandate is tilted in the direction of inflation. I think that's a little rough, maybe a little bit less tonally rough as that, but they're usually fairly bearish themselves. Language that says the balance of risks to the dual mandate is tilted in the direction of inflation. I think that would be the most honest answer, to be honest with you. There is some likelihood that there is a dissent from the Governor Bowman against removing the easing bias. That said, the most likely outcome is no dissents. Hawks should be content that the easing bias has come out. Agreed. I'll say that again. That said, the most likely outcome is no dissents. Hawks should be content that the easing bias has come out. And doves should be content that language around the balance of risks remains unchanged. I agree with that statement, too. The last part, I think if you're a bull, I think this is like put the hammer down. If you're a bull, I want you to know that a restrictive environment is good for stock market. Hammer that in your head. Be like, cap's telling me something completely wrong. My view is cuts are good. In my view, I disagree. I think the longer we stay restrictive, especially in this environment, the longer we can party. I really do. I think at some point, if they're going to do what we think they're going to do, right, this shit's going to ramp. And you ride it out until they become really restrictive. You know, when it's out of control, we start getting bad data. And we get bad data not just 1 week. We get it for a week, a month, a quarter. We start building out that oh shit moment. And then I would say, yeah, when they start hiking and they get aggressively like, hey, we're going on this hiking cycle, whenever they tell us that. And I also think Warsh is a wild card. I think that even today, let's say we moon today. I think for you and I, with a new Fed chair, being just a little bit more risk-offish and letting him set his own tone, I think is the appropriate thing to be doing. And if it ain't this time, maybe the next couple times, when he's getting up there on that stage and he wants to set the tone against you as a bull, whenever he chooses to do that, could be an ugly, ugly couple days thereafter. Morgan Stanley proposed red line statement. I'm not going to show you that. What about the risk of a more scaled down FOMC statement? After all, incoming Chair Warsh has expressed his dislike for the excessive communication and forward guidance. And that I haven't even read this yet. I already know it, but this is what I just talked to you about. I want to read this to you here. What about the risk of a more scaled down FOMC statement? After all, incoming Chair Warsh has expressed his dislike for excessive communication and forward guidance. You're a bull or a bear. What are your thoughts on that? I really want to know. You know, this is a Federal Reserve that has been non-combative with retail. You have limited information already as a retailer, and Jerome Powell changed that, didn't he? He held a press conference and he said, we're not confrontational with you. We're going to give you forward information before we get there. Hey, we're going to start hiking Q2. We're in Q1 or something, you know? And, you know, Warsh is like, I don't like this. You know, I don't like it. If just that alone should give you pause. If you are a new trader, if you're a trader that's not traded prior to 2019, I'm going to tell you guys, pre-2019, like at a Senate hearing, at a FOMC, on a fucking Saturday night, you'd be fucking around, ball bulled up, yeah, everything's fucking dope. The hammer comes down and your shit is on fire. For real. And you know whose fault? You know, actually lost a lot of money in that? Donald Trump did. He freaked the fuck out one time. He went bananas publicly about it. So if you're a new trader, if let's say you're like anything post 2019, I would say to you that at least get with an old school trader and say, have you ever had like the FOMC rain hell down on you or the Fed chair, anything like that? Back in the day, man, that was the thing. So if you have some kind of a version of that in today's world, like the thing that he can do, or hey, how much room do I have? Like, what can I do? That shock looms, and there's a chance that he does that at some point. If not now, the first year of his chair, I would expect that at some point. Could the FMC statement see greater edits and take the statement back to the pre-GFC era of shorter, less illuminating language? I think that's a valid statement. I do. Pre-GFC, tell you less information, keep you guessing. Yeah, I think it's possible. While it is unlikely Chair Warsh would push for many changes in his first FOMC statement, meaning that they cut the FOMC statement down to like very bare minimal information. This statement reflects the spirit of some of his criticism around Fed communication. First, by taking out some of the sentences beginning with "in considering" from paragraph 3, the statement would remove the easing bias and could be appealing to some FOMC members. However, it is useful to tell markets that the Fed could adjust policy based on incoming data and how it moves the committee's outlook, as well as the balance of risks. In other words, the Fed can change policy either because its forecast of the economy changes or because its view around the distribution of outcomes around its baseline is changed. We think this is useful information to retain in the statement. Goldman does not expect any major institutional changes at Chairman Warsh's first meeting, and I can agree with some of that. I think it's going to take him time. Hold on here, I'm long as fuck here. I think it's going to take Warsh time to. You remember when these new chairs come in? They have to. They don't have to. But vinegar usually gets you further than. Honey usually gets you further than vinegar. You guys actually know that I use vinegar on social media, right? I do that intentionally, right? Why do I use vinegar on social media? I don't want followers, right? I have all the time in the world to grow my followers. The moment that I grow them, it's done. Make sense? So when you're trying to grow followers, what do you use on the internet? You feed, right? People, right? Their fears, their hopes, fears, doubts, right? However, they're all positioned. You feed into it. Doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. You get 1 million likes, right? In the moment, you're feeding them honey. And why? So you have a bunch of people with you, right? So on his first FOMC, you may not see the full-blown hawk. Maybe he lays the law down slightly, and then he comes out swinging down the road heavy and hard, right? When inflation is raging out of control. Goldman says that they do not expect any major institutional changes as Chairman Warsh's first meeting. Excuse me. So what does Warsh come out swinging, right? Then he drops the swinging. Then he forms a coalition of the willing within the Fed, or even replaces some of those governors if needed over time. Then he comes out with the big baddies down the road when we get into the late summer or early fall, or potentially even at the end of the year. Especially if you see that IXC shit. If that IC we go vertical, right? In when? November? that might be the time when he can actually come out swinging, right? The questions come up in the press conference about whether he plans to act on his past criticisms of the Fed on these themes, including communication practices, balance sheet policy, and financial regulation. On communications practices, Warsh has called for saying less, and many investors have wondered if he might move to cancel the summary of economic projections. Whew, SEPs, baby. While Goldman does see some potential areas for improvement, the bank does not expect any major near-term changes. And on that topic, too, with Warsh, if I was Warsh, if I wanted to see an improvement anywhere, it would probably be how we collect data. If he really wants to make a change, if he mentioned something about that, I think everyone would welcome that. In a day and age that we live in today, it's so easy to collect this data. And the idea that, I'll give you an easy example. If you look at housing data, the housing data that we use right now is stale by almost 3 months. And it's very public information. You can find this information publicly available 3 months in advance, literally to the T. So the way we collect information, the way we present it, the way we show it, could use more improvement than even SEPs. But I don't know if he's going to do that. You know how these guys are. They say they want to make things better, but in truth, I don't know if that's actually true. Hold on here. I got to watch this really quick. Make sure I don't get shit on. Yeah, Trump's been on a couple times today. What else do we have here? While Goldman does see some potential for areas of improvement, the bank does not expect any major near-term changes. The FOMC just had a lengthy conversation of its communication practices last year in its framework review and was unable to agree on any changes. In addition, because making the reaction function more transparent should itself support macroeconomic stabilization, it should be harder for Warsh to justify moving in the opposite direction. On the balance sheet, regulatory and supervisory changes are likely to have some impact on banks' demand for reserves balances and ultimately in the size of the balance sheet. However, as Goldman explained previously, the bank does not expect the FOMC to shrink the balance sheet more substantially. On the financial regulatory policy, Warsh has argued for a lighter touch on small and medium-sized banks in particular. Some changes are already underway under Vice Chair for Supervision Bowman, and while they have sparked some controversy on the FOMC, Warsh has praised these early steps. The press conference should provide a better sense of Warsh's priorities and current thinking on these and other topics. On the presser, Warsh's first press conference as Fed chair is likely to be the most important event risk of the meeting. Say that again. Warsh's first press conference as Fed chair is likely to be the most important event risk of the meeting. During his congressional testimonies, Warsh repeatedly stressed his opposition to excessive forward guide and argued that the Fed's balance sheet has played an unhelpful role in achieving its dual mandate. He stated that the balance sheet should be smaller and the Fed should not hold long-dated treasuries, preferring interest rates to remain the primary policy tool. On inflation, Warsh has argued that tariffs are not the primary cause of elevated inflation. I agree. And has questioned whether current inflation measures accurately capture the underlying price pressures. I agree. For real. And that is the process of how we collect this data. While he has said little publicly about the current labor market, it is notable that he has appointed conservative policy analyst Paul Winfrey and Daniel Hall as advisors. Winfrey previously served in Trump's first admin and authored a Project 2025 chapter that was critical of the Fed's employment mandate and broader role in monetary policy. If you ever want to read it, you want to read Kevin Moran's opus, which fell in line with the Project 2025 boys and girls that are out there, and they seem to remain similar. You can just type in Kevin Moran white paper. It's all you need to do. First return, just read through it. He gives you the the line by line expectations. The one concern from Iran was this is uncharted territory and things can go really bad. We've never done this before. What else do we have here? The key risk for markets is that expectations for a dovish wash have become elevated. Bank of America expects Warsh to argue that the Iran conflict does not materially alter the underlying inflation outlook. I agree. We are in fucking natural inflation. If you want to see that natural inflation chart, I posted it for you in the Discord, along with a Larry Williams year preview for this upcoming year, and he posted the cyclical inflation, and we are literally right now at the bottom of it. It should race higher. And most Fed chairs think that we only blunt that. You can ride it, you can try to fight it, you can blunt it, but if it's gonna go up no matter what. You should ride it and capture it while you can. But then once it comes time for the party to be over, you should expect Warsh to come in with a hammer. Bank of America expects Warsh to argue that the Iran conflict does not materially relate. The bank also expects him to highlight the potential disinflationary impact of AI-driven productivity gains and to reiterate that policy should remain forward-looking. However, B of A does not believe recent data is enough to justify advocating near-term cuts. I agree, and instead expects Warsh to make the case for patience while leaving the door open to easing later this year. Although B of A cautions that if Warsh instead acknowledges inflation as a growing problem, markets may move to price future hikes with greater conviction. This should be the risk. This is the risk, guaranteed. You get a stern talking to from risk, and this market fucking goes boom, red bar straight down on a knee jerk. If Warsh instead acknowledges inflation as a growing problem, markets may move to price future hikes with greater conviction. Warsh has repeatedly stated, which is still a gamble, just that you're gambling that, but it doesn't mean you're going to actually get the actual hike. Warsh has repeatedly stated that President Trump did not influence or predetermine his views in monetary policy. Horseshit. B of A also suggests Warsh may announce plans to reduce post-FOMC press conferences to a quarterly schedule rather than holding one after every meeting. That introduces what? Saturday Night Massacres, doesn't it? That's some Volcker shit right there. I want you to know that. Like, man, we limit the meetings, we stop the guidance, and then I come out on a Saturday night and well, bam, there's a rate hike for you. Imagine that on a Saturday night. I will tell you, though, if you do experience that, well, if you don't watch the show except for FOMCs, I did go back and look at that history, and they usually do not sell until that's Monday open at 9:30. I would hope that the same thing would happen if you catch the market off their toes. You're likely not going to see this big red futures on Sunday. You would see the market like open flat and then immediately sell at 9:30 a.m. So if you ever see anything like that, if I'm not here one weekend or something, and he comes out and hammers the fucking market down with a rate hike, just remember, get out on Monday at the fucking open. Like, sell. Flat. You were flat. Don't do anything. What else do we have? If Warsh instead acknowledges the inflation growing problem, Warsh may announce plans to reduce FOMC press conferences. On the economy, the most important change in economic data since the last FOMC meeting is the impressive pickup in job growth that has put the labor market on a much sturdier trajectory. Agreed. While GDP is expected to be somewhat below potential in the second half of this year as high oil prices weigh on spending, Goldman expects the unemployment rate to rise only a touch further to 4.4%. I tend to agree with that statement. I think the employment situation is fine right now. Just, the people that are complaining are just not looking for the jobs that they want. I got to watch this here really close. I want to see if they come down here. They try to roll this fucking thing in. I got to cut myself here. Hang tighter, guys. The recent strong economic data initially prompted markets. Give me a second here, guys. Got to put a stop loss in here. Hold on. I don't want to get stopped out and be blabbing here, or I want to get stopped out if I'm blabbing and I'm not watching, and I get taken for a ride here. The recent strong economic data initially prompted markets to fully price in a rate hike by year end. The May non-farms payroll report marked the third consecutive month of solid job growth. I'm not going to read you the rest of this on jobs. If you guys want to know anything that has to do with job situation, I want you to go to Wolf Richter, wolfstreet.com. Write that down, wolfstreet.com. And I want you to read about the labor market because it's a very peculiar labor market, but it is a good labor market. The better labor market data allows the FOMC to focus on whether the inflation situation becomes concerning enough to warrant a rate hike. I don't personally believe that the labor market is good enough for a rate hike, but I do think it's good enough for a stern talking to. If I see at any points the labor market become that where it's outstanding, yeah, I'll say yeah, you'd be definitely down for a rate hike. But it's a very precarious and peculiar labor market right now. It's very sensitive. If you want to see that data, wolfstreet.com. I have no association with this guy. I know him. I've talked to him on email and via chat. That's about it. Outside of that, that's all I know this guy. I've read his book, and that's about it. He's probably one of the most trustworthy sources that I find out there right now for economic data. On SEPs, the meeting will also be updating economic projections. Recent data suggests inflation forecasts may be revised higher, while unemployment projections could be moved slightly lower. Although Bloomberg survey sees them left unchanged, the median dot plot is expected to shift from one rate cut in 2026 to signaling no policy changes this year. That sounds about appropriate. I still think you're probably going to get a hike this year. I just don't know when. I think it becomes more probable as you get to July. September looks really good. And if you don't see one by July, September, I think we're going to get hammered towards the end of the year with one. Absolutely. If we start mooning like I showed you on the IC chart, I guarantee you they're going to come in. Going to come in and hammer this fucking market straight down. It'll be glorious. Such a shift would reinforce the increasingly hawkish tone evident in recent Fed communications. Goldman's dot plot projection is shown below in this chart. You already have it. If you're in the Discord, you already have this dot plot. Under share power markets would frequently be reminded that the dot plot is not a formal forecast. Let me say that again. The dot plot is not a formal forecast. It is a form of fucking gambling. Anyone saying to you, there's like usually 2 or 3 trades, and then we get the actual hike and cut trade. The material trade, which is completely different. 2 more cuts, but not for a while until the war ends and FOMC participants feel confident that the upside risk to inflation it presents is behind us. The Fed's debate is likely to focus on potential rate hikes. I'm going to tell you guys right now. After reading this, okay, I want to be clear with you. Inflation is fucking ramping, and it is cyclical. It is hiding in fucking PCE. It is fucking hiding in services, and that means greed, okay? And we're at the stage where, I think I was describing this to you earlier, where you get inflation from the closure of Strait of Hormuz, right? And then you get the Strait theoretically reopening. I know it's bullshit. I know they're trying to ride it and trade it and all that shit, but theoretically it's reopening. The real fear here is that you have cyclical inflation, and then you get greed. And you get greed with these companies, these gas and oil companies. Like, if it was me, if I was Warsh, I'd be fucking slamming these companies in today's presser. If it was me, I'd be trying to pin them down. And I'm going to tell you guys, I have big fear that we are not the Fed, the fucking executive, Fed, bond markets, anybody, Treasury, I don't care. Are they going to be honest with you that we are literally in cyclical inflation? And if they have anything that they can do, it's definitely go after these companies. It's definitely trying to talk down services. It's definitely to talk down the gas and oil companies. And then try to blunt the cyclical side of inflation. If Warsh today doesn't come out and acknowledge that, I would be shocked. I think it would tarnish his first FOMC, that he does not acknowledge to you that we are at the start of cyclical inflation. Any kind of mention of that, I would like to see. A long pause would increase the possibility that the FOMC could eventually instead conclude the Fed. So I'm not going to read the rest of it because this is all bullshit. I already know this fucking data. Like, I don't care what they try to spin. What else we got here? Market reaction. Here we go. In short, expecting a balanced statement. Removing the easing bias. Do not expect Warsh to sound dovish or push back against the broader committee at this first meeting, given it recently flipped hawkish and as this would likely lead to several dissents and initiate unwanted volatility. Expect the 2026 median dot to settle at 3.625, and with roughly 4 to 5 dots clustered at 3.875. In the presser, expect Warsh to acknowledge the recent increases in inflation and labor market firming, but stop short of giving any lean on future tightening. Likely say they are neutral and well positioned to act if necessary in either direction. I hope he doesn't do that. I hope he tells you that potentially we're at the bottom of cyclical inflation and that they need to monitor it very closely. I would hope that they say that today. I'm begging that they say that today. I think it would tarnish Warsh moving forward. Likely say that they are neutral and well positioned to act if necessary in either direction. But for now, the best course of action is to wait and see. That should sufficiently address the disparate views on the committee without expressing an explicit bias. Each of the past few Fed chairs has had some sort of communication misstep early in their tenure. Listen to that closely. Listen to that close, because what I just told you, right? It mars Warsh by not admitting that there is cyclical fucking inflation rearing its fucking head regardless of your tariff shit and your oil and gas shit. Like, it is there. You can see it. It's right in the data. He is aware of it. And he has to play ball with the rest of these committee members, though, right? Honey instead of vinegar. There is typically a learning period as listen to this closely. Each new Fed chair has had some sort of communication misstep early in their tenure. There is typically a learning period as markets plus incoming central bank leaders adjust to the new style. That certainly means more uncertainty, but for Warsh, the language change plus oil moves gives him good cover to bring the committee together for now. When it's time for Warsh, before Warsh's CB, he can come out and be like, Ultra Hawk, fuck those guys, fuck those guys, fuck those guys over there, fuck those guys over there. And then once he's the central bank chairman, he comes in with some honey, right? Changes the tone, gets everybody together. Come on, keep going. Going up. Grind. Grind higher and higher. Close that fucking gap up there. Fuck you doing? Hold on here. I got to get out of this soon because I know they're going to dump it. I don't think I have a lot of time here. Some risks from sounding dovish if he talks down local inflationary pressures as a one-off supply-driven event, and we think this would cause cheapening pressure on the long end of the curve. A more hawkish read would come if Warsh were to give explicit backing to the recent hawkish repricing by the market of 2026 and 2027 Fed policy. Unlikely, but U.S. dollar plus in that event. We don't expect Warsh to tackle a smaller FOMC balance sheet reduction or changes to forward guide at this meeting. I tend to agree with this. Like, I'm on the like, I think I'm afraid of Warsh giving you the firmly worded press conference. You know, a tongue lashing. And that's my biggest fear, is that there's a tongue lashing. We get the knee jerk reaction down. But then everybody says everything is fine. They're going to send you the Kool-Aid and shit. Oh my God, Warsh is super hawk. Warsh is super bear. Market's going to crash. You get sucked right into it. You're drinking the fucking Kool-Aid. And we swoop in, we grab that fucking low, and we ride this thing to the moon. So that's what I'm kind of hoping for today. Something like this. I think that's all I've got here. There's a bunch of other stuff in here, but I'm not going to read it to you. If you have this white paper, there's a bunch of other connected bank papers to this. I'll try to get them to you as well. I like the idea of playing ball with the FOMC as it is. I mean, just go up here and give me this thing here so I can go down there and just wait for it to drop. Just give me that cup, baby. On top of that cup right there. And leave that up for us to look at. Try to get out somewhere in there. Try to get out somewhere in there. I think that's already marked. We haven't hit it yet. It's right there. I want to get out right here if possible. Right there. And pop that bad boy up. Tight, guys. There's your FOMC preview for today. And then I'll come back at the end of the day. If we sell, it's all doomish. I'll come back in and we'll wrap up SpaceX. And we'll chat about that. See if this thing can get over. I'm willing to get out. Just get me off the ride over here. I'm afraid of like the plunge over here and the plunge over here into this this whole thing over here. I really want to buy this down here. I really want to like buy this right here. Buy it up. Oh, I didn't think of that. The reaction to the tie. We should probably guess that, right? What color tie does he wear? I think it's blue. I think if I had to guess, it's blue. Not purple. I'm going to bet it's blue. It's blue or red. I bet it's going to be like one of the, like it's red, white, or blue, but I don't think he's going to wear red. I know the Bears like he's going to wear red. I bet it's blue, if I had to guess. I'd go with blue. Something America kind of shit. Good question. If you want to let me know in the chat what you think it's going to be, let me know. Yellow and gold. Army colors, baby. Huh? Hold on a second here. Cornflower blue. It's going to be the color of tulips. Algae green. All right, give me a few minutes here. I'm going to take a quick break. I've been blabbing for like the past fucking hour here, 2 hours or something like that. Give me like just 5, 10, 15 minutes. I'm going to pound some water, drink some iced coffee that's now... It doesn't look like iced coffee anymore, does it? It kind of looks like water coffee or something like that. I don't know. That's looking kind of funky. I think my wife's trying to kill me, maybe. Oh, I'll be right back with you guys in a few minutes. If we can sell it, we will. I'm looking to just buy a dip. If I can buy a dip off any kind of doom today, rain hell on me. Get your blood all over me today. I'm already long for July. Like, I don't know what to do here. Like, I'm already long for July, so I'm like, give me a fucking dip. I'm like, give me any fucking dip. Anything you can add, please. Any kind of doom. That wasn't good enough yesterday. I'm a bull. So anything you can give me today, tomorrow, give it to me today, give it to me tomorrow, give it to me at the end of the month. Lay your doom on top of me. Lay it all out for me. Oh, no shit. He'll say Iran. Yeah, I think he brings up Iran. I think he says Iran. I think he addresses it. All right, I'll be right back with you guys. I'm gonna put Dr. Doom on for us. Was that his name back in the day? Dr. Doom? He used to be on late night on radio shows. Before the internet was common, if you were a young kid and you wanted to, you read a lot, you couldn't fall asleep at nighttime. No, it was Dr. Demento. Wasn't Dr. Doom. That's what we're going to call this guy, Dr. Demento. This guy's new name is Dr. Demento. It's close enough to Doom. Dr. Dumento. With an O, two O's. Dr. Dumento. And I'll put Trump back on here for you guys if you want to hear him. Keep you entertained.
Pounds, and they handle them like they're nothing. It's amazing. And also, they're undetectable. They flew into Iran. Totally, think of it, totally undetected. Now, Iran's waiting for them.
And I have the news squawker on in the background.
1 o'clock in the morning. They never saw them. They're stealth. And we just ordered 22 more. The newer, upgraded version.
I'll be right back.
Is better. I don't know how do you get better. But as I expressed to the world leaders here this week, it's my hope that the peace agreement will be the beginning of a much larger deal all across the Middle East. We're very close. Look at the job we've done on Gaza. Look at Hamas. Hamas has been very silent. You haven't read anything about Hamas. And we're trying to get them unarmed. You know, they grew up with a machine gun in their hand. I think they actually, when they were born, they came out with a machine gun in their hand, so it's not the easiest thing. But they've actually behaved pretty well, considering this was not the lifestyle that they were taught to have. But including an end to all Iranian aggression, they're not going to be Iranian aggression, and an end to war and terror in Lebanon. So the Lebanon peace is something we'll have to work on a little bit. It's a very small piece of the puzzle, actually, but it still makes a lot of noise. The big deal is the Iran deal. That's where the money is, where the power was. But they have Hezbollah, and you got to get that done one way or the other. We'll do it. I think Israel can do a much better job on it. Syria would love to do it. I was very responsible for the gentleman at Syria that's now the president of Syria. He's done a tremendous job. He's put that country together in a year and a half. Sort of like our country, a year and a half. It's pretty similar size. They said, please don't put him there. He's a very violent man. Al-Qaeda. I said, well, I know one thing, a Boy Scout's not going to work. And he's actually done a very good job. He'd love to go in and, Hezbollah is an enemy of his, and he'd go in but he wouldn't knock down buildings every time he hears there's somebody. He'd just go and get them with precision. But I don't know that people want that. Maybe they don't. Maybe Lebanon doesn't. We have to be guided a little bit by Lebanon. And by the way, the president is going to be coming, Prime Minister, President, going to be coming over to see us very shortly, over the next week or two. Good man. He's, man is living. What a tough life he's got, because he's got tough groups of people. And it's amazing. Amazing there is a Lebanon with all they've been through. They have been treated worse than just about, I think, anybody. Disrespected incredibly. So the expansion of the Abraham Accords is the other thing that we hope we're going to get. And I think Saudi Arabia, if they lead the way, they'd be doing themselves a big favor, because everybody that's in it, UAE went in right from the beginning. Again, he's a warrior. And they never got out. Nobody ever got out. You think maybe during the war. They were all everybody was afraid of Iran. And that's why we ended up with the original members. But then when the election was rigged, that's right, and I wasn't here at all, nobody cared about anything. The country went to hell in every way. That was the least of it. Middle East was the least of the country went to hell, allowing 25 million people into the country, unchecked and unvetted, many of them criminals, many of them murderers, 11,888 murderers allowed into our country. So this was the least of it. But the past 2 days have also provided an opportunity to discuss a number of other key issues with members of the G7 and our partners. Yesterday morning, we had a productive conversation on the war in Ukraine. I spoke with President Putin. I spoke with President Zelensky, and he was there. And President Putin I spoke over the phone with. And something's going to happen. They're losing a lot of people, a lot of soldiers. They're losing soldiers. Both are losing a lot. Russia's losing more. because they're the offensive ones. And when you're offensive in war, you lose more. Pretty simple. But I provided an update on my call Sunday with President Putin and expressed my continued hope. We had a very good conversation with President Putin and a very, very good conversation with President Zelensky. I think they both want to do something. They just don't know how to do it. They want to do it, they just don't know how. In our session yesterday afternoon on international partnerships, I offered an update on how the United States is leading the world in responding to the Ebola outbreak in Africa, sending $375 million in aid so far to help stop and contain the crisis at its source, and we've done great. I was with the president of, a couple of presidents came over, by the way, from African nations, and they were so happy with what we did. But where it's unfair is we gave $375 million. The rest of the world gave essentially nothing, maybe a couple of bucks, but nothing. And they were all saying, thank you so much. And I think they've done a good job. It's a terrible thing. Ebola is a terrible thing. That's an unbelievable one. Fortunately, it's not like COVID where it's that easy to spread around, but it's rough. And we've done a good job. We've moved people to certain quarantine, certain locations. But today we also had excellent meetings on the economy and artificial intelligence, which is amazing what's going on with that. It's going to be the biggest thing ever. We have to be very careful with it. It's both great and could be bad. We have to be careful with it. But we're leading China. We're leading the world on that. We're allowing them to do their own electric plants because they need, as an example, those buildings are so big. And they're not taking the community's electricity. I gave them the right. It's my idea. I gave them the right to build electric plants like Con Edison in New York. Dig we must. And they've come up with plants that nobody's ever seen anything like them. Those are by very high IQ people. So they're actually building electric plants. So because otherwise they could never build a building because the grid is old and tired and broken and a mess. So they're building it, and they're going to sell their, very cheaply, they're going to sell their extra electricity into the grid. So we take care of a lot of things like California, which doesn't have nearly enough electricity. They don't know what they're doing there. And instead of having blackouts and brownouts, they'll be able not to. We found a great deal of unity here at the G7, and we signed a declaration on illegal immigration, the first time ever for a G7 statement. They did a beautiful statement. We signed other agreements to step up and to really coordinate and spend a lot of time coordinating drug trafficking and the stopping of drug trafficking, which is crazy. It comes through Mexico, comes through the southern border, the little that comes through. They find a way, they put it, they're genius. If they would use that genius for good, they'd be very rich people. They have it in engines, they have it in hubcaps, they have it in areas you wouldn't even believe. They have it in the structures of cars. Most incredible thing. But we've done a great job on it. We have drugs coming through the border are down 61%. Drugs coming through water, the sea, ocean, sea, Gulf, down 97.2%. That's the ones that get hit. Just like we hit the Iranian minesweepers and mine droppers, they call them. They dropped. Who would have 28 mine droppers? Who has 28 mine droppers? They actually had them, but they don't have them anymore. We hit them just like we hit the drug dealers. But drugs are down by water 97%, and over 60% they're down. And now we're going to go and focus on the land. They come through Mexico. Mexico has lost control of their country. The cartels run Mexico, and it's sad. And the president's a very good woman, but she's a very scared woman. The drug cartels are totally running Mexico. It's not even close. We agreed to accelerate our efforts to secure our critical minerals and rare earth supply chains, where we have great companies really going to town. We're going to give everybody a big run because we do it better than, and we had to get motivated. The G7 also agreed that the United States' new approach to international development based on the private sector investment is working at levels that they never thought possible. It's really working. I held a number of very positive bilateral meetings, including with the president of France. It was a very good meeting, actually. The Emir of Qatar, Sheikh Tamim. I tell you, I wish I could really know the guy. You know, some people say, well, he lived in that neighborhood. You can't be saying things that you'd like to have him say. He was fantastic on this, and he's been a fantastic guy in terms of energy and getting energy out there. President of the United Arab Emirates, Mohammed bin Zayed, who's an amazing warrior. President El-Sisi of Egypt. Prime Minister Modi of India. We spent a long time together today. I spoke to Mohammed. I spoke to the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia a number of times. They're all so happy that they're still. You have to have them happy too, you know. We're using their airports. Not that they could stop us if we didn't want them to, but it'd be nice that I went to get that little sucker. But I missed. I hate missing. But we spoke to all of them and many countries all over the world. Every country, I think Israel too. Look, think of what Israel's getting. They're not going to be nuked. It's very simple. I told Bibi, your biggest risk was that they'd drop a nuclear weapon into the middle of Israel. They'd only need one, and there would be no more Israel. Think of it, Bibi. You got the best, the most important thing that you were asking for is that. So I think they're happy. Some people are going to be, not him, but there are some people, some writers, some that I thought were friends of mine, but I don't want them as friends anymore because they're either stupid or they're bad people. But we stopped nuclear holocaust, and it stopped too. I mean, there's not going to be any of that. So from the beginning to the end, it was clear that this week, America's back. It's bigger and better and stronger. We're more respected as a country right now, I think, than we ever have been. And we were a laughingstock 2 years ago. They would laugh at us. We had a man that should have never been there. You know that. A man that would walk up to a podium once every year, and they'd ask him, what flavor ice cream do you like? I like vanilla. Then he'd try and find the stairs, which he couldn't find most of the time, and he'd leave. This is very unfair reporting. And then you said you didn't know about that. You didn't know there was something wrong. We can never let that happen to our country again. To me, the worst. We had the worst inflation ever. We had the worst in prices and the costs. It's all coming down now because the oil is bringing it down. You're going to see numbers that are going to be amazing. But this evening, I look forward to a very special dinner with President Macron and his fabulous wife at the Palace of Versailles. I sort of like that palace. Palace has a lot of gold. I want to check it out. It's a beautiful palace, maybe the most beautiful of all. I hope you're going to get to see it. The ones that are traveling with me, I hope you're going to get to see it because it's amazing. But they asked me if I'd stay a little bit longer and go to Paris. So I'll get home a little bit later, but it'll be a nice dinner. But I'm interested to see it. I mean, that's the ultimate, I guess. It's the ultimate of its type. Louis XIV. Celebrating the 250th anniversary of America's founding and America's oldest alliance, and we're celebrating that a little bit tonight. They'll have the biggest people in Europe at the dinner, and those people love our country, and hopefully Europe's going to find its way. Europe is having a lot of hard times. They're doing some things very badly on energy and on immigration. They're doing things very badly, and we'll be talking about that tonight. So with that all said, if you want to ask us any questions, feel free to ask the people behind me, yeah? Peter?
Bonjour. You've been clear, President Trump, the United States is not going to directly pay Iran, but the U.S. is going to let the Iranians start making billions of dollars, selling oil, accessing this reconstruction fund.
Only if they're doing things right. Only if, Peter, only if, we're not doing anything. We're not putting up money. Only if they're doing things right. If they're doing things right, if people want to invest, they can invest. But they had this $300 million fund. It's only $300 billion fund. It's only if they're doing things right. Remember this also. when you talk about billions of dollars,
Trump says
they've had
$300
much
billion
more than
fund
$1
for
trillion
Iran is
worth of
only if they do
damage
things
done.
right.
They got a long way. There'll be 15 to 20 years to rebuild what they have right now. So they have to behave themselves. If they're not behaving, they get hit again. You know, they'll be hit again because we can do it very easily. It's going to take a long way for them to build back their anti-aircraft stuff. It's going to take, and you know, the other thing, I want to thank China, President Xi. I was with him, and he stayed neutral, totally neutral, and I appreciate it. And I want to thank Vladimir Putin. He was very neutral. They could have made it much more difficult for us. And I want to say it. You know, somebody would say, "Oh, that's terrible. He's thinking."
Just a note to you that I did get stopped out of my trade.
Well, let me tell you, I had a long talk with him. You know, they have shoulder weapons to knock down airplanes. That
My God, he's going off, huh? I thought he'd be done by now.
accurate. They're fairly accurate. I said I would.
I'm going to open this somewhere else.
You're not giving or selling any
Sorry about that. Apologize.
to Iran. And you know what? For the most part, he didn't. So I just want to thank them because they made it a lot better.
Can you explain, though, what the difference is between giving Iran U.S. dollars and unfreezing U.S. dollars?
Well, the unfreezing, that's the easy one to answer. We have taken a lot of their money, and we have their money. We have taken their money. It's not our money. It's their money, and we froze it. At a certain point in time, I guess we're going to have to give it back. You know, if we didn't give it back, nobody would ever invest in the dollar again. If you took their money, because I thought about it. You know, I'm not the most perfect person. I said, Scott, why do we keep their money? What the hell are we giving it back to them? But, you know, people from lots of nations, some nations we don't agree with, they have
Just want to leave that leg up there for you to see.
under me. And they don't want to have a little conflict with somebody and end up having the United States just take their money. So if you do that, you really don't have a system.
Yeah, and I was still green. I got stopped out at fucking 55, so we're at 54 cents right now, and I got in at 50.
Iran never won a war, but never lost a negotiation. That wise man.
Who said that?
Donald Trump.
Oh, that's what I thought you were going to say.
So how do you go back to the United States and convince a skeptical American public that this deal
Well,
is a
look,
win?
here they lost militarily, okay? It's very tough because I know that no matter what, if I would go, by the way, if I'd go another 3 or 4 weeks, those same people that are critical would say, he went too long, he should have done, you know, no matter what. If they raised the white flag of surrender, and if they said, praise be to Allah, Donald Trump is the greatest president ever, we totally concede, we totally give up, this war is over, we have failed. The New York Times and CNN and a couple of others, they're not all that dishonest, they'd say, Iran had a great victory, okay? They practically do that. You know, it's amazing. When we knocked out their last ship, they had 159 ships. When we knocked out the last ship, the Times refused to do a story on it. They said, why wouldn't you? They don't have a Navy, and you don't want to do a story on it. They don't have an Air Force, you don't want to do a story. We need a fair press. And that's why they're all doing so badly, because they lost credibility. When I win in a landslide, and I had 93% bad press, they take good stories about me and make them bad. But the only reason that happened is because they have so little, the media.
They just say Donald Trump's the best president ever. We're all good here.
The people voted for me. 93% of the stories on network, ABC is horrible. I think ABC is the worst. NBC is terrible. And CBS is terrible. CNN, obviously. And I never get good stories, no matter what I do. I could do the greatest thing. I won't get good stories on this. I'll get it from fair media. I'll get it from all over the world. They're writing good. But no matter what I do, I'm going to get bad press. I know that. Now, if I did the opposite, if I went out and continued to bomb them for another 4, just bomb the hell out of them, I'd get bad press on that. No, there's nothing I can do. But what this does is it allows the ships to go. If we keep bombing, those ships won't be going. And you're talking about $500, $600, $700 million a day. It's a lot of money, a lot of money. That's why the world is okay. It's liquid, it's fine. Also, we run out of reserves in about 4 weeks. You know, there are reserves all over the world, and we would really run out. And there'll be a time when you wouldn't be able to get it. And you want to see bedlam? So for all those so-called geniuses that want to show me how smart they are, ask them why didn't they blow up General Soleimani. Ask that of the general and a couple of other people that I like very much, but boy, are they wrong. Go ahead. How about you? Thank you, Peter. I'd give you more, Peter, but people will say I like you too much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bonsoir, Mr.
You know, he told me that first day in office, he asked me like 7 questions. I answered all of them. Is this true? He said, he just answered more questions in one meeting.
I'm shocked at the bid here
In 4 years.
on the call side.
I'm not going to get you in trouble, but that's what you said. Go ahead.
Bonsoir, Mr. President. In The Art of the Deal, you write about the importance of leverage.
Yeah.
Obviously, you have a lot of leverage when it comes to Iran, whether
Tremendous
it's militarily or through economic sanctions. What leverage, sir, do you have when it comes to Israel and Hezbollah to ensure that they abide by the ceasefire?
Well, I think we have leverage just by the fact that we really have Iran now has to be good. They have to behave. And we might help. That's a much smaller conflict. It's a conflict that should be able to be over with. I'm surprised it's taken so long. And it's a much smaller, but we have a lot of leverage. We have the greatest military anywhere in the world. We have the strongest, most powerful. Look at the blockade. By the way, the blockade was more impactful than all of the bombing raids where we dropped $1 billion worth of bombs on Iran. The blockade was so incredible. The naval blockade, the admiral, the whole thing, not one ship got through. That meant no money got through. They were dying. They had no money. They have inflation that's 250 or 300%. They have no money. We have tremendous leverage. We have the leverage of the economy, as an example. We'll get that done. That's a small one, and we'll work with Israel and get it done. But I'd like to do it. I mean, you have people living there. Buildings are being dropped on top of them or right alongside of them. How would you like to live there? It's so unfair, especially Beirut. You know, you go into Beirut, and I looked at the scene 2 days ago, yesterday, where they hit. That was a big hit. That was unnecessary in my book. Yeah, please.
All right, let's watch this closely here.
2 questions. If you could clarify something you said just a few minutes ago. One of the goals of Epic Fury going into it, you said was...
Say it again. Speak up.
Sorry. One of the goals of Epic Fury, you said going into it, was to destroy Iran's ballistic missiles and its capabilities to build more.
Yeah.
Why is it acceptable to you now that they keep some of that capability? And What
are they keeping? What are they keeping? They have less than other nations now. We knocked out probably 85% of their missiles. The rest of them are underground. They can't even get them out. You know, the other night's raid, I think it was on the first night, we knocked out hundreds of their missiles. Actually, by mistake, we were hitting an area, and you can sort of see when the bombs are going off, and then you see one that looks like, wow, what happened? A lot of missiles knocked out. No, but what are you going to do? Let's spend another 2 weeks and give them none. They don't want to be firing missiles right now. They're going to have a hard time rebuilding. They're going to have a hard time rebuilding. And if people from the Middle East, if people want to invest, and again, they don't have to invest at all, but if they do want to invest, it does have oil. It does have probably a future, but it's going to take a long time. But are you going to let the 91 million people starve to death? I mean, one of the things I was very intent on, they have water desalinization plants, very good ones. I could have knocked them out in 5 minutes, just like I knocked out Cargill, and I knocked out everything but the oil. I said, 25, it was so complete. The only thing there is the pipes coming with the oil because I didn't want to ruin the world market because they do a lot of money. But I didn't want to do that, no. It would have been so easy. It would have been easier, and I would have satisfied a group of 10% of the people, but it would have been the wrong thing to do. And it could have...
This is last known buyers right here.
National depression.
Maybe
not.
Iran's position has always been that their nuclear program was for civilian purposes. If they come back after the signing of this and say they want to continue to have a civilian nuclear program, is that acceptable to you?
Well, I've said to them always, I say, look, you have probably the 3rd largest oil reserves in the world. What the hell do you need nuclear for? You need nuclear for some electricity? So I've always felt that way. So we've been pretty tough on that. It is a little hard, though, when you say that somebody wants it, other people have it, other adjoining states have it, and you're not letting them have it for purposes of electricity and things like that. It's always a little tough. You have to use a little common sense, please. New York Times, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the question. Now that you're approaching a new phase in this conflict with Iran, can you now say whether you will hold anyone in your administration accountable for the strike on a school that killed more than 100 children on the first day of the war?
No, if it was a fault, and as you know, that's under investigation, it's such a strange question to be asked at this date, because you're talking about a long time ago, but nobody did that on purpose. I guess you'd have to say about them, what about the thousands of soldiers that they blew up when they opened their car door? What about the thousands of people that were killed by Iran? No, mistakes are made. The war is nasty. But I know it's under investigation, and I could have a report for you tomorrow. Or I would ask Pete Hegseth that question, because they have it under investigation. Please.
Mr. President, you've been saying all week that this deal permanently prevents Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, but the drafts of the deal that have been floating around barely mention Iran's nuclear program. So can you explain how exactly the deal achieves that goal?
So when I say permanently, it should be permanently. But if it's not permanently, we will bomb them. They will be bombed, just like I bombed them on Wednesday night and Tuesday night, and was going to bomb them on Thursday night at a level that was 3 times greater, and they knew that. I will bomb them. Now, that's with me as president. If you have a weak, pathetic president, maybe that doesn't happen, but I can only do the job that I have to do. I have a long time to go. I have almost 3 years, close to 3 years. Time is going fast. But our country's become we're the most respected country in the world. Those leaders today, they said, we used to laugh at you. 2 years ago, the same guys, they'd laugh at the country. And now they say, you're the most respected country anywhere in the world. Militarily, even military. Take a look at what happened look at what happened in so many different locations. Afghanistan, that horrible.
Just checking the skew here. Jesus.
Leaving equipment behind. They weren't under any pressure. You take your time. You can get out. I was going to get out. We were going to get out with dignity and pride, take 100% of the equipment. I was even taking the tents down. But then they got in and they just left. They left all the equipment. I may get all that equipment back. Now, here's the thing. More symbolic, because it's a little old now.
Volatility expected to fucking get buried today.
Afghanistan is kissing our ass. You know that?
So you're threatening to bomb Iran if they don't comply, but there's nothing enforceable in the deal itself. Is that correct?
Doesn't have to be. I let them know. I said, look, if you don't adhere to the agreement, I don't want to do that, but we're going to bomb the hell out of you. And I don't think that they're going to.
Buyers are down at 7,500.
Am I going to say I'm going to take you to court?
We know that. If they pull the rug here, I realize this is. Sorry, I'm reading a bunch of Gamma stuff right now. This is support, but if this fucking floor falls up, man, it's going to be ugly.
Bad things can happen. You know, in war, terrible things happen. Like you mentioned the question before about a school gets hit, other things get hit. Bad things happen in war. War is a nasty place. I see it. I see it. I see it better than maybe anybody has ever seen it.
With the Israelis.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, President Trump. Oil prices are now plummeting. How do you see this agreement further affecting energy prices?
The market is draining fear from bond volatility just as the event approaches. Just a heads up.
How do you think Vice President J.D. Vance did on The View yesterday?
Well, first of all, thank you for the word plummeting, because that's what's happening. Oil prices are plummeting. And that means oil prices are going to come down. You know, if you make donuts, you have a heating, you have a stove, and you have to buy the heat, you need the gas or the electricity or whatever you're using. And when oil prices come down, oil is the biggest thing. Oil is, you get oil prices coming down, and they're going to come down. And we're hitting in the 3s now for gasoline, and that'll come down a lot lower. So I was in Iowa just before this started, and I was saying to myself, I can't believe we're doing so well, but I have to go, and we have to put out this fire in Iran, because I don't want them using a nuclear weapon. They would have used a nuclear weapon. 100% they would have used it. The only question is, was it going to be that day or that week? They would have used a nuclear weapon. They were on the way. And I said, we're going to have to put out the fire. And I said, you know, oil prices, so gasoline, we passed 2 gas stations in Iowa, made a speech up there. The people are great. I won it by so much. And I love the people, farmers. And we passed two gas stations. One was $1.85, one was $1.91. Now, that's Iowa, but it was, I mean, California has all those crazy taxes that they put on, you know, California taxes. But the oil was down to $2 to, I'd say, between $2 and $2.50. And it was heading down further. And we were going to have a great run. We took a little journey down to a place called the Islamic Republic of Iran, and we bombed the hell out of them, and now they can never have a nuclear weapon. Now, we had a disturbance, but I must say it was much less than anybody thought.
I'm just checking out the move index really quick.
To $350 a barrel. It went to 115, 120. The oil never went anywhere near that. And the other thing, I thought the stock market would go down 25 or 30%. The stock market...
Bond volatility cratering right now. It's not a good look.
Which tells you that we have a very resilient economy. We have the strongest economy we've ever had. Now, the word affordability is a fake word but made up by the Democrats. Here's where it's fake. Because they made it up. Because I inherited these prices.
VIX 9-day climbing in the background. Be careful here.
They started screaming affordability, the Democrats. Affordability, affordability, they're screaming. I say, what's that all about?
Here's that VIX 9-day chart. It's rising right now.
It's affordability. And they use that
I think
word.
I drew this for you earlier.
Well, they were the ones that created
Here's the move.
crisis. I'm the one that got it down. Remember, highest insurance rates.
This could be meaningful for a spike up on the, spike up in markets on no hike, no cut, but then a ramp-o-rama on language.
Very quickly, our secretary did a good job of agriculture. Brooke, she did a great job with eggs and everything else. And now that the oil is coming down, you're going to see everything follow. Everything follows the cost of energy. And we're going to end up having the lowest energy anywhere in the world. Please. Yeah. No, please.
Thank you.
You're from ABC. You're fake news. Go ahead.
To follow up on oil, can you confirm, will Iran...
I'm surprised he's sitting up there for this long, fucking just rattling off to people.
Will U.S. sanctions snap back immediately?
This ain't inside the White House.
In the talks? And then relatedly, is there any safeguard in this deal to prevent Iran from charging what they say could be fees after the 60-day extension?
The thing that's going to stop them from doing that, because you can't cover everything in a document, is common sense. They don't want to get bombed. They don't want to get hit. As far as sanctions are concerned, at some point, we have sanctions.
Now have a bear plane, on 1 and 5.
They would have no money. They would be in poverty.
Half-hour trigger coming in to cross from above down in the hourly trigger.
As soon as they behave, when they behave, we're going to let that.
Last known place.
I put sanctions on a lot of people.
Buyers right here.
A lot of countries. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Shinji Abe. I'm a Japanese Yomiuri newspaper company from the Washington Correspondent. My question is about the Strait of Hormuz. Did you ask other G7 nations to send military force? And what specifically are you asking of Japan? Or
where are you from?
I'm from Japan.
From where?
Japan. And is military support?
I just left your prime minister. Japan's doing very well. She's my biggest fan, I have to tell you. She thinks I did a great job. You have to call her and ask her. And, she's doing a very good job, by the way. Go ahead.
And military support is no longer necessary.
Yeah, but what do you want to know? Go ahead, just tell me. What do you want to know?
Okay, my question is, did you ask other G7 nations to send military force? And what specifically are you asking?
This is the boss of the place the Bears were fighting over earlier.
For what? Oh, other countries, not just Japan. No, we don't need it. Oh, by the way, they all want to do it. They all want to do it. Every single one of them. They want to go be a part of it now. Not while the war was going on. I was a little disappointed. The UK, I said, yeah, it would be nice if you sent ships. I didn't put a hard sell on, but I said it would be nice if you sent some ships. And the Prime Minister said, they'll be there, sir, as soon as the war is over.
That's what I was thinking. Give me the gains. I'm like, this fucking guy's been up here. This guy's been talking since I got on the show. This motherfucker, you can hear it in his voice, right?
I'll be honest, Japan was...
He's been talking. That motherfucker's been talking for hours now.
I asked her. I said, you want to get involved a little bit? I didn't put the heavy sell on, but They said, no, we don't want to get involved.
Dude, now you've got me thinking about him saying the heavy sell. Like,
The Arab states that got
he's like, I didn't put the heavy sell on it. I made like 8,000 trades this year, and get Trump sitting next to you day trading with you. Let's get the fucking golden phone out.
Mr. President, question on Brazil. I would like to know, how was your interaction here in Evian during the G7 with the Brazilian President Lula? Did you talk about the new U.S. tariffs on Brazil? Did you talk about...
I got some puts on. Like, I got stopped out. I hope they get stopped out just above here. And now I've got puts on, and I'm losing money on the puts. We're going down. As we go down, the puts are losing money.
It's become a little rough country, right? Politically. It's been a little dangerous politically.
There ain't nobody thinking there's like zero people thinking we're going down.
Nasty.
I'm the only one.
Somebody that's running for office today. I found that out after we left.
Every red candle, it goes down. I lose $20. I kid you not.
Bolsonaro Jr., he was doing well in the polls, and they arrested him because he made a statement in Texas. They arrested him, or they want to arrest him. They have
How is that possible? Option interest. That's how it's possible. We can be going up, and they'll rip the money out of your hands. This is all a scam. This is not a scam, but dealers are here to scam you. Everything's overpriced right now. They've got to this is. Let's go into this for a minute. Let me mute this for a minute. Let me mute that for a minute. So we should probably go over this. Today is FOMC day. These days really don't matter. What they are is they can matter later, right? The market will digest if there's anything material or not. Dealers know that this is a volatile day. Good or bad doesn't matter. So what they'll do is they'll already price in the event, right? Called price in the event. That means that like a option that would cost you 10 cents now costs you 20 if you want to own it. People that sell options realize this too, so they're going to sell you options. This is not for these events are not meant for you to win. So what happens is you'll get this repriced 2 or 3 times into the close today, and you could be directionally correct and still lose money. Does that make sense? And if you don't get out at each level, and then take the trade again like 2 or 3 times, and then your trade that's like farther down the road, you could either make that a spread or you could wait to get into that trade, something like that. I want to warn you that the top line on this is that it's meant to take your money away as a put buyer, call buyer in total. We vacuum up the event, and then the real trade happens after once it becomes material, and if there's material information. The other thing here too is that if you want some hard and fast rules, if you trade up into a binary event, I tend to want to sell it or sit on my hands, one or the other. I don't care if it goes up, continues to go up, but that's just a general rule, and that's because 70% of the fucking time they're going to send it down. If we trade down into a binary event, I tend to want to long it. If we're halfway, just trading sideways, maybe seasonally we're in a sideways trade, I'll sit on my hands as well. Let's say we go to NFP and we're trading down it. NFP is another binary event. If you trade biotech, it's usually a white paper. Any binary event, there are usually opportunities to shift from, I'm going to trade this thing, to I'm going to trade the reaction. So let's say we go down into a binary event, right? So we trade down leading into a binary event. I'm either going to be getting long into that event, or I'm going to sit on my hands in case they do this, right? They give you the pain trade, and then get long in the reaction. Does that make sense? For trading up, the same thing in the inverse. In binary events if there's nothing material from them, they're usually used as an opportunity to trade the reaction. So if you're going all the way up into a binary event and they moon you, I would be a seller up there. If that makes any fucking sense. So at any rate, the repricing of options happens multiple times on these events if they have multiple opportunities. The first one would be the open in the morning. The next one would be just pre and post the FOMC paper being released. That's at 2 p.m. And then the last one would be the presser itself. And then, you ready for this? They reprice it again at the end of the day. And then the real, like, the vacuum, I call them the vacuum cleaners. They come in, clean up all the options, all the gambling and all that kind of stuff. And then by like Friday at the close, you can usually get a better idea of the direction of the markets the following weeks. So if we're going to how do we go up? I mean, I'll keep it simple. Like, how do we go up? You get volatility up there, right? So if you can catch the vol, ooh, yeah. Ooh, my God. Look at that. Ooh. Jackpot, making money. Man. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't get out. Fuck. Damn it. See how quickly that was? I just made a bunch of money and it's gone. I kid you not. Like, for a moment there, I made a bunch of cash. And I was trying to close them and I couldn't. And that just turned into a green bar, I think. But I want you to look at, like, you can keep this stuff pretty simple. If you want to get long, you get long on a spike in VIX, right? Get that VIX cranking. And then you should be getting long on a high VIX, right? It's fairly simple. If the VIX is low, you're just waiting for the VIX to spike. Well, that was touchy right there, huh? That was unusual. I haven't seen that in a while. I can't say I've seen that in an FOMC. No, that's really odd. And they just pushed it down and tested the wall there. You see it? That one there, they just tested it again. I don't think I've ever seen that. Not pre FOMC. Well, they're trying to take your stops in here, right? See that? Look at that. Near perfect tick down there. And that's a higher low. So that right there. And look at that. Almost near perfect strike right there. And I did not close in there. I did not get a chance. I tried to close. They weren't letting me out of my trade. My point here, though, is that if you have a small account, it's not the day for you to be trading. If you're making your summer off this right here, you should be like me, hoping for a new low in the market. And I say that to you because not that I want to see them doing. I do. But at the same time, you should be hoping for an event like this to give you entry to get long, and to get the VIX moving. Like today's VIX expiration, today's FOMC. You got OPEX on Friday, and then you've got month end. So any of these, binary events can give opportunity for you to get long. And like a bear tells you it has to go straight down or something. It should go down, like just down. No, we don't need to close that above. It's just down. That's just not true. It's normally someone that's like late to the party. They're positioned incorrectly. So my point to you is that if you're a bull, the market goes up and down. When we're in extreme, not extreme, but we're in very positive gamma, the market tends to grind sideways. And think about that logic. Like if you're looking for volatility, right, so that you can get a big squeeze higher, and you're going to leave those people behind as well, right? So you're like, leave those people behind. They get late, and then we're grinding higher, and they just want it to keep going. They want to spike like they did before, but they don't want to deal with the downside. And you don't really want to be that trader. You want to be the trader that gets in on any opportunity to get long. And so this is a planned event. So you should hope that we can get some kind of downside action, because you're not going to get it the rest of the time. You're going to get easy layup trades every day of the week, right? Up, down, up, down, up, down. We can short this. We can buy this. If you're a bull, you should 100% try to change how you view the markets, especially if we're not in like a bear market. We're not in a tightening market. We're not in a this. We're not in that. And look for any opportunity to get long. And some of these are like, they're literally handing it to you. Let's get some vol going, and let's get along, right? So if this event doesn't provide it, we'll look for others to provide it, right? Which would be OPEX into the weekend, and then month end. if we can. And what you want to do is you want to be the guy down there waiting for that shit to happen. You don't want to be long. You want to be like, you can do the intraday trade and shit, but you want to be down there hoping for some downside volatility. You want to hope for that. You got to understand that. Person that's telling you no to that is more than likely already fucked up, or they are chasing the dragon higher sideways and grinding up. You're always looking for some fucking doom. And whenever you can catch it or find it, you take it. And you know, some of the easy ones for SPY or SPX or Qs is usually expiration, OPEX, month end. You can catch any of those downside moves if you get them. You take advantage of them. Does it make more sense? I don't know. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But it's always to me the same argument as the bull that's like they missed the rip. So like, oh, it's going to rip again. And you're like, nah, dude, it's already happened. You know, you missed it. So now we're going to grind. And then we go back down again. And then, you know, they're fearful down there. The same people that blow up an account and then they're, you know, too afraid to get long. And they jump back. It's a cyclical thing. We need them to pay us, right? That's what we need, right? We need them to pay us. And even when they hit it every once in a great while, they're like, oh my God, I called it right. I'm going to do that the next 20 times, and they're wrong the next 20 times. And then meanwhile, you're just down there cleaning up. And you're making consistent, fat stacks of money. We'll see. This is not a good sign here. I'll say this is a good sign for bulls, but this is not a good sign for bears. They tested it already. You can see they took a shot here, took another shot again. This is a higher low. It's potential for a no rate hike up and then down. We'll see if we can get Horsch to be a little bit more bearish or hawkish in his tone, at least. You got to be careful of this right here. They're going to try to ramp this. We'll see if they can get this thing down. They took a nice shot at it, though. That was pretty good. I haven't seen something like this in an FOMC meeting in some time. I want to almost say COVID. Spike like that right there, that shot to the downside. It looks like someone knows something. They're looking to see if the floor is gone. You can see it. They're trying to see if that wasn't it. They already opened the downside there. They took another shot at it right here. And we'll see if they can get through it or not. And I'm at zero right now. I was up a bunch when that first drop, and then it just like immediately just started grinding. I probably need to do a market sell on it, so I can catch a print at some point. I don't buy the dip. I'm indubitably short here. Long puts, but a short market on an intraday basis. 0 dates to be exact. I want to see this fucker plunge. And that's because I'm bearish. It's because I just want a great fucking price. I want you guys, I really would like to see this sounds shitty to say, but I really want to see, like, if you want me to know the truth, like, I really want to see, like, the dump, and then you guys are, not you personally, but I'm not talking to you, but I'd like to see you start talking about drinking the Kool-Aid with, stock market's over again. I love that shit. I love when they say things like that, like, we're going to crash, worst thing ever, oh my God, bull market over. And I'm just like, oh, I'll go in there and let's buy that dip. Because, I kind of know what the conditions are. So any dip you can get as a bull, you take in this environment. It usually pans out very well. Yeah, I couldn't get out of the trade. I tried to get out of those puts. I watched my bank just went. It like went fucking vertical, or like all the money. Today's return on this trade like went this high, and then I was like trying to slam the sell button, and they were just like, "Fuck you." But I'm doing limit sells here, so I didn't do a market. I should probably switch to market here. I should probably switch to a market. Let me do that. Let's do market. I switched to market on this. I'm not fucking around with being stuck. It's because you're stuck you're in a limit sell. If you go to a market sell, you have to. You can get fucked in a market sell too, but it's an event like this, you'll probably be fine. Another thing too is if you're long, let's say I'm long puts and you're long calls, there's a fair chance you're going to be able to. And if your puts or calls get destroyed, hold them to zero. How do I simplify that? If you bought a call for 10 cents or 50, let's say you bought a call for $1. Because today they've got them pumped up. You buy a call for $1, and we start bleeding, and your calls are now worth 30 cents or 50 cents or something. Just leave them on. Take the full L. It's a full gambling day. If they ramp it and you close them, you're going to be so fucking angry. If they go to zero, you're already angry, you're already losing. So place your bet. Have levels to take the money. There's a level right here. You can see it. We pin struck it. I didn't have a market on. I should have. That's my bad. It's almost like they're giving us the space here for no hike, right? We're allowed to trade inside of this here. And I'm now upside down. I'm actually losing money at this moment. I put these on somewhere in here. And I'm there. I'm now actually losing money. Not unexpectedly. I need to get out on these targets and get back in and get out and all that other stupid nonsense. We'll move this one up here. Don't put too much faith in this stuff. These like boxes that I'm drawing right now, don't put too much faith in them. We can blast right through them. To the upside, remember this is a binary event. What really matters in these events is the after. And you kind of have to like be able to figure out what's sizzle headlines and what's real, what's material. Well, we won't know more until like Friday. I'll probably know by tomorrow, but by Friday. I'll probably know by morning. I just have to read through all the shit and see what he said, and if he's just trying to talk down the market or if there's anything material changed from the Fed's perspective. So if you have a small account or something, you never trade these events. I wouldn't. And I wouldn't care what anybody makes for money. There's a lot of hindsight trading takes place in these events. I was going to buy puts or I was going to buy calls, and I would have been right. But the next time you try that trade, it's not going to be. You're just winging it. It's usually in a binary event, literally, better to wait for the fallouts and then get long or get short. The easy non-binary event days, they're like layups every day of the week. Free money, basically. Let's open this up a little bit and get ready for this. I read a story yesterday from future.com. Just check this. No, futurism, maybe? We'll chat about this while we wait. The first article from futurism.com was SpaceX stock has now started to fall. I thought that was kind of funny. The guy that wrote this, the expectation was we'd trade about $200 on SpaceX. And when I read the article on futurism.com, I was like, man, this sounds like he ran it through AI. That's what it sounded like. Like this author was like, oh, we hit $200. I'm going to run this article. And he probably wrote that article because everyone in the market knew we'd go to $200, right? So he traded 200. And what I found most interesting was in the article from Futurism. Sorry, I got to try to do all this at the same time here. This is beautiful, right? I love this. I love this wick. Shows buyers are still here. In this article, I thought it was kind of ironic. I read through the article fully, and I was like, this is a garbage article. And they put out another article this morning, about 2 hours ago, and it says, SpaceX stock now in rapid decline. And when I was reading both of these articles, I was thinking of it from the perspective of what they were spinning before IPO. I always try to do the hindsight, right? And these guys weren't saying that on pre-IPO. They were saying sell the fucking open on IPO, and they were wrong. And they probably got their asses pushed in, and they probably got a bunch of other people's asses pushed in. And then the headlines were so sizzly yesterday, and then the article this morning is even more sizzling. And it says here, I just want to read this to you. It says, SpaceX stock now in rapid decline. The first article yesterday was SpaceX has now started to fall, and then in rapid decline. And I just want to show you where we are with SpaceX really quick if I can. And that's not looking bearish to me. That doesn't look like rapid decline. This is rapid decline. Just want to show you what rapid decline means. Rapid decline is when you cough that up right there. You cough that up. You go underneath this 135. You're going to see rapid decline. There's another one here too, which is somewhere in here. Make that one green. You know, and this is to that whole argument about the bear case. There's one more right here. And this is where smart money is right here. Smart money. And if you want to see rapid decline, you should not be consuming that garbage. You need to see that right there, and you'll be getting some rapid decline down there. This is not rapid decline up here, and if anything, you got people that can sell calls up here. They can short this, stop this, and you can actually see a big old bull flag in here. And you start doing some nonsense like this, and then you're all of a sudden doing this equal leg up here, and then all of a sudden you're doing that. There's your hourly trigger. As a buyer, you're just waiting out. Wicked smart money down there. That's it. This is not rapid decline in any way, shape, or fucking form. This is called discount over here. And if you want to see rapid decline, you better start getting underneath this stuff here. These guys literally change the argument as we go. Now, we're going to talk more about this as time moves forward. We're going to trade this IPO until the top of the bubble. We're going to add in a bunch of others. We're going to add in OpenAI, Anthropic, all these other ones. And I want to show you in this process how over the course of years, the bullshit and the bullshit that's spewed about these stocks and the gang, the SpaceX Q gang, and how wrong they actually are. Let me move this one over here really quick. I took a shot at it right here. You see it? This is right at 1300. Wait and see if they're still here and trying to take a shot at it on this next half an hour. I'll put one more right here. We want to see if these guys are still here. So we want to see if they come in on this half hour and try to take another shot at this. Or are they gone? And they did fail down here. And I can see people buying calls. Sorry, I'm trying to look at this dark pool scanner here. It's a nice scanner. It's not that nice, but it's nice. Let's check this here. We're having a fight with AI right now. I kid you not, I'm in like the background having a fight with AI. Telling AI that he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. The AI says he'll wait and see if I'm right or wrong. The little fucker. Fucking goddamn AI. Couldn't hit the side of a fucking barn. I'm gonna shit all over him. I'm in a parasocial relationship right now with AI. Smacking him around all day long. You're wrong again. Wrong again. Just take every trade against you. Wrong again. You're all trapped in here with me today. I bet Vol Wiz would say, watch us close flat in the day and then shit the bed tomorrow. He would say some shit like that. Just clean up on both sides all day long. We're going to turn this off here. No, we're not going to do that one. I don't hear the beer. I don't hear Dr. Dumento yet. Trump says he likes the idea of blaming Vance if the Iran deal doesn't work out. You guys all like Vance right now, right? Oh, you MAGA bros out there, you guys all like Vance? You're being prepped. Let me set up this press conference here. Also note that the news squawker is real time. It's not delayed, so you'll get the information right as it takes place. I'm going to say this one more time. If you are a young trader If you have a small account, if you're a kick-ass trader and you have a small account, if you have anything small, if you're going to gamble on today, I would say to you, just look in the mirror and say, I'm willing to lose all this money and start over again next week's paycheck at Wendy's. If you can do that, then I don't care what you do. If you can't do that, this is not the event for you, even if you are going to pick the right direction. You should be literally trading with rules and tools, non-binary events. Fairly simple, fairly straightforward. And even if you were right this one day, now if you have a huge account and you trade by the rules all the time and you want to like break off some Benjamins and take a gamble, have at it. It's like 0.001 of your account. Have a blast. Better luck than at a casino, believe it or not, today. 50-50. You just pick one side and you're good to go. That's better than any odd you'll ever get inside Vegas. Leave this down here. Actually, you got one more chance here. This actually now comes down. Last hope for the seller. That's me. KMB, let me take a look at it. I'll take a quick look. KMB.
According to Israel's Hayom News, Israel wants to accelerate discussions with Lebanon and reach an agreement as soon as possible, even before the formation of a full American-Iranian agreement.
I mean, honestly, KMB, hate it. It's still under its monthly trigger. It's that simple. It's in a bear market. I see what you're talking about the turn higher to get above the monthly trigger. I mean, just at the top, just by looking really quickly. I still hate it. I do see the daily trigger crossing the weekly trigger. I see the bullishness.
And the auspices of the US will remove the table.
Unless I see, like, let me just look at this one more time.
As condition for an agreement with the Americans.
I mean, I see the hockey stick save in here. I do agree over time it's a slow mover. I see what you're trying to do here with this trade. I like that it's on its fucking 6 month. I like that. Did it have a capitulation though? I can't say I don't like this trade. How about this? I will write it down and I will look more closely at it. Let me look one more time. Hold on. It's got great accumulation on a weekly. It's got good accumulation on a daily. I have a problem with its monthly right now, but the last time it came down, let me just look at this last time it came down to this monthly, what happened. Yeah, it took the same shit this time, didn't it?
Morgan's analyst Michelle says the question for what
I think you'd have a short-term upside trade. I am afraid of more downside.
This is just JP Morgan head of global fixed income, Michelle, currently speaking.
I'm hoping to do the wings on that thing for July, but you know what I don't like about this company? Did they give back 2020 yet? Ooh, they did, or close. It's fairly close to bottom. It might be bottom. It's got all the right things going on for it. I'm looking back in time right now. It finally coughed up the 2020 trade. You could argue that there might be one more low down there, like 83 or something like that. But overall, I do like the trade up on it. Let me look at it on a 30-minute basis. I don't mind the accumulation on lows here. I don't hate this stock like I said I did. The daily's a little bit long in the tooth on a 30-minute basis, and the hourly is getting weak on a 30-minute basis, so it might make one more low. But if you can scrape down here in the low 90s, mid 80s, I would take it. The only danger that I see here is that monthly trigger. How is their earnings? Oh, they got a nice ex-div in there. It's nice to see. Traders ran for cover and what? Kleenex versus the Wall Street Journal on June 5th? What do you mean? That's all bullshit. Careful of the news articles in this one. I'm reading the latest updates on it. I would just be getting positioned for its next ER, and then I would get the fuck out by the time you get close to ER. They were really tight on their ERs here, huh? And they're kind of bastards. You can kind of see they kind of went up. Hold on here. Let me just check this. Check out their check out the trading profile for the last two ERs for them. They seem to be following the same trend.
Drop the easing bias, there won't be descents.
Watch out for a quick up spike here into no hike, no cut. This almost looks like a layup trade right here. For upside, market is extremely bullish here. Market is hugely weighted towards the upside, not the downside. We can look at it more closely, Daddy. I have it on my list here. If we have time later today, I'll show you what I'm talking about. On your own, look back at the last two ER cycles fully from start to finish. It looks like they're finishing up the second pump of the two pumps they get at each ER. And it looks like you're going to buy the dip again, and then it'll start ramping into summer. I don't hate the stock, dude. I wonder if they got to clean out some more of those bulls from 2020, but other than that, I like it.
It's been agreed to return maritime traffic to normal in a certain period.
And I like that it came back from 2020. The 2020 trade's been given back too. I've been suspect of all those companies for like the past year and a half, like 2 years maybe. Any company that didn't give back the returns from 2020, I think short sellers seek them out, and I think that the original buyers of them, are looking for a reason to sell too. So definitely good to see.
Also, Foreign Ministry spokesperson says this is our responsibility.
Hey, what's up, Bork?
Only we will carry it out. There'll be
what's going on, brother?
Participation or intervention from other.
Oh, I gotta come see Bork too. I gotta go see Bork. I gotta go see Joe. Flying out all over to see you guys.
With other nations when needed.
A lot of people put a lot of time what we're doing here for a lot of fucking years, and I got good news for them. I think. You never fucking know. Right on that red line right there. It's like the market is stopping. Should we go take a look at we can go take a look at that really quick if you want. Yeah, you want to take a look at this maybe? We got over there. I wish I could draw penises on this, but let's take a look there. Let's take a look like this. Let's see what's going on. That looks good, man. And they held this look at that. They held it here. They held it over here. What else is down there? Like, does the floor drop out or something? Are they down here waiting? Like, the whole market's poised for up, guys. This whole market is like fucking. Like, nobody gives a zero fucks here. This looks like complacency almost. What's the This almost looks like complacency. Let me go back over here. What's the fear and greed index right now? It's at the money fucking what's that the money SPX at right now? Like even at the money, SPX volatility is looking like it's saying it wants to blow off after today in a major way. It doesn't, not today though. It's got VIX at a high today. What's the Fear and Greed Index at right now? Now I want to see what the Fear and Greed is at. Fear and Greed Index. What is that at right now? Investor sentiment looks pretty greedy right now. No, I don't agree. We're in fear right now, it says. Huh. It says fear is at like 40. Maybe retail's just getting good. Almost there, boys. 17 minutes. I cover Netflix on the website twice a day. I cover the entire market. I cover, and more specifically, TMT. TMT, banks, oil, gas, all that kind of stuff. Fangman plus T, Fangman plus whatever. Fangman, more letters thrown in it. TMT, the new coined term. Or at least I should say I cover it technically. But then you guys get the hand on it sometimes. It looks like what? An octopus? Does it look like octopussy? Pork? How is it down there in Austin, Bork? Is it nice living or what? I have this like feeling that I need to move down there for a year or two, a couple of years to check it out. The farthest I've ever been down there is well, I have spent time down there hiking and biking, and I've done the river trip down there, and I did San Antonio, the river walk, and I have a friend from down there, and I did a big hiking trip down into Mexico. I did like Big Bend National Park, then went down to the Chiso Mountains and stuff. That was many moons ago. Closest I've ever been to like living down there is I believe Santa Fe-ish, somewhere in there. And I got to check it out. I wasn't there for the big tech run up. The reason why I'm interested in it too is because housing went in the shitter down there, and it's already been built up. I don't have to go to like a Detroit where they got to build it up from nowhere. And I kind of got frightened today, or not today, maybe yesterday. I read an article about Detroit, and Bedrock said that they want to renovate. Bedrock says they want to renovate an old jail into a hotel, and I was like, where have I seen that before? Saw it in Boston. And Boston also has the Christmas. Also has the Christmas market or something. They make them all over the U.S. now. Like I go to these different cities, and I'm like, I try to gauge where Detroit is versus other cities and where they are in their redevelopments, and it's frightening to see how cookie cutter it is. I find it very frightening. I've never seen anything like this in the U.S. I used to be able to like go all over. I'm getting older, right? So when I was younger, you'd go to like different parts of the U.S. and they had a distinct difference. And my mind is blown how much, B-tier cities or whatever, even A-tier cities. Look, and even New York City's got some of that shit. What's the Italian place? There's like an Italian, I forget what they're called right now, but there's an Italian place in New York City. They're building small ones all over the U.S. So I'm like, I'm in Detroit, and I'm already getting antsy. I'm like, maybe we got to go to another city that's either been through this and has collapsed with their housing, which Austin has. Austin did the right thing. You know, like you guys bitch about housing. I can't afford to own a home or whatever. I'll give you a prime city. Austin, built out for a big tech startup bubble of its own. And it didn't really work out. It's still there. It's just not what that was expected. And so what they did was they built all this housing in anticipation of it. And they finally have more housing than people. So prices have come down in Austin for really nice places. Yeah, boy. Yes, Seaport Christmas Market. I know it well. We have one in Detroit now. You know, Seaport, the financial district, the new financial district, not the old one by State Street in Boston. Talking about the new one over by the fucking where they used to bury the bodies in the South Shore. I don't know if it's South Shore. It's more like, I don't know, it's Dorchester and you know what I'm talking about.
Associate General's US research.
Did it really?
Currently speaking.
I didn't know that.
About the Fed says we're not really expecting a lot of changes.
I mean, I know COVID fueled people moving across the country, but I noticed that this weekend. When I was in Park City this weekend, I went to this thing called the Park City Market, and I was walking from the top down, and the first half was all vacation, like all, and then the second half down below was like this like California St. George bra crowd. Not many locals. You used to go to the Park City Market years ago, and it was like a local community thing, and I even noticed it there too. Park City is not anywhere near what it once or pre-COVID. Let's get ready here. Place your bets. I'm going to remove this one here. Place your bets up and down. It does look good for up here. I'm not going to lie. I mean, when I'll tell you what it looks like something like this. Looks like no hike, right? They got plenty of room in here to go no hike, and then you got the presser where he starts talking the market down. That's what it at least looks like to me. Something like that. And if he's not the overly hawkish, he doesn't talk the market down, we could just go up here, spike, back down again with the hawkish shit, come right back up flat into the close. The real trade happens thereafter.
10 minutes ago now to get the Fed interest rate decision. Forecast is for no change.
I'm going to read this.
3.75%. We're expecting the rate statement alongside the Summary of Economic Projections, the SEP. Fed median rate forecast for next year, 3.375%, prior 3.125%. Median rate forecast for the next 2 years, forecast 3.125%, unchanged from the prior. For the long run, also unchanged from the prior, 3.125%. For the current forecast is 3.625%, prior was 3.375%. Reminder, later on we get the FMC press conference at 2:30 with Fed Swash. So looking at the final bit now of research from research bit here, CT says our economists expect the removal of the Fed's easing bias from the statement and 2026 median dot should show no cuts. This could be countered by a dovish wash who could keep the door open for further rate cuts. We retain our base case of 325 basis point cuts starting in September. Comments from Rajapaksa says core inflation would be the real concern for the Fed.
So I will defer to this guy speaking. He's going to give you a lot of information over the next few minutes. You want to be quiet or I need to be quiet while he's talking. If I hear anything that he says that's crazy, I might interject, but otherwise you want to be listening to this guy.
JP Morgan's Michelle says oil shock is somewhat transitory.
And what we'll do is we'll shift to the live press conference at 2:30, and I'll put the video up for you so you can watch it and trade it. I want to thank you for showing up here today. I do appreciate likes and subscribes. This is a free show. Cost me a lot of time and money to put it on. I really appreciate it. If you're a free member, if you could just like and subscribe, post links to the show to your friends, people that you know, so we can continue to do this day in and day out. Rising now into the rate decision. The expectation today is that there will be no change. That's what you should hear out of his voice. If you hear anything like a rate hike, this market is going to fucking crater, but I don't think you're going to get that today either. The bigger fear would be Warsh's unknown press conference. If there was anything bad, it's probably that. Or potentially. The hawkish tone.
Fars News, citing an informed source, says that Iran has not announced its agreement to the proposal. Again, they also say that a proposal for electronic signing of Iran-US Memorandum of Understanding has been raised before the trip to Geneva.
Seven minutes left. Retracing the cross of the half an hour and hourly trigger. Gamma Lab starting to go black. A little bit of risk off to be expected. Somewhere out there, there's a bear sitting at home right now in his basement. He's screaming upstairs and he's yelling, "Ma'am, Mammy, bring me tendies." And he truly believes that you're going to get a rate hike today. He's hoping. Just crush you. Not me. But I know there's one out there. They want to see that Saturday Night Massacre on a fucking Wednesday.
5 minutes ago now to get the...
We haven't had one in a long time, have we?
Expecting no change. Forecast for the median rate for the next year.
Like an unexpected thing in a FOMC? We haven't seen that in a long time.
Year's median rate forecast of 3.125% unchanged.
Somewhere out there, there's a bear in his basement.
Unchanged from the prior as well at 3.125%.
And all he wants to see is a rate hike today.
Current year, 3.625%, prior 3.375%.
I know, no way. I'm not saying this. That's not saying. I'm saying there's one guy out there. I'm telling you, he's in his basement right now. He's screaming for some what is it called? Code Red and some tendies. Tendies being chicken tenders. I know there's one out there. There's probably one watching this show too. It's all quiet. He's like, "Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I'm gonna open up the chat. Hold on. What the fuck am I thinking here? Hold on, guys. All right. I don't know why I'm doing this, but monetization is off. I shouldn't do this on YouTube, but the monetization is off on YouTube. And if you are I don't like YouTube. It takes too long. Twitch is way better. There's no delay. But if you prefer YouTube, the chat is open for you. If you're that bear, and also I want to know what tie he's wearing. If you're that bear, I opened up the chat on YouTube. You just have to subscribe. There's no wait or anything, and then you can chat. And then I want you to have an available outlet. I should have done that this morning. I apologize for not doing that. I forgot. And I turn off the monetization so you won't get kicked out of YouTube. Unless, I think sometimes they still put the ads on, whether I put it on or not. But maybe this will be a cleaner experience for you while this is going on the next half an hour, or whatever. Don't get banned. We have mods watching right now. Don't get banned. Don't be stupid. You have to make a whole nother email account and stuff like that. Well, there you go. You get a chance to chat. And if they do 25 basis point hike, you can go in there and say, "Booyah, I told you so, bull." Mommy, bring me more tendies and Code Red. This will be your glory day. Bull plane coming up on 1 5-minute trigger, trying to break through the retrace of the cross of the half an hour and hourly trigger. All right, if how about this? If we get a 25 basis point hike today, I will play any bear music you want. You can just call them out on the screen. I want some Danzig. I want Megadeth. I want fucking I want Hell's Bells. I want Blood. Just any song with blood in it. Looks like they're going to try to pin us in here. If we go up here in this thing, make sure you're taking the money up there. So if there's no rate hike or whatever, and we go up here, make sure you're taking the money. Then reprice all this shit as we go up here. Okay? Don't be holding your fucking calls into the close. I don't give a fuck if it just goes moon into the close. Get out, get back in, get out, get back in. Trade it well. Trade it like a fucking pro. Let the bodies hit the floor. What up, Captain Caveman? Yo, what up, Winky? What's up, motherfucker? I gotta call you, dude. I'm sorry, dude. I've been slamming busy. I'm gonna pin you in DMs. I gotta talk to you, brother. Big time. I just haven't had a fucking. I haven't had a chance to goddamn breathe, Winky. I haven't had a chance to fucking breathe, man. I'm so sorry, dude. It's like I am neglecting all my friends right now. It's like I've been like a million miles an hour right now. No time for me. And I gotta call you, bro. Like I gotta call you as soon as possible. Or I'm not calling you. I'll let you in DMs. I mean, to talk to you for like weeks now. And I just have not had a fucking breathing moment. Not a goddamn minute, brother. It's good to see you in the chat, Winky. You've been working your ass off too? Yeah, dude. It's been fucking insane. Like, it's like this is supposed to be the fucking calm time of the year, man. You going to any concerts, dude? I've been going to some.
Seconds.
What's going on, Milky Milk Cocoa Puff?
No change. Rate remains unchanged at 3.75% as expected.
What is that dump?
To the dollar. Downside movement on the S&P 500. Fed median rate forecast for next year 3.25%, 3.625%. Higher than forecast or 3.375%.
Repricing right now.
3.375%, 3.375% higher than forecast of 3.125%. Median rate forecast for the long run, 3.063%, lower than forecast of 3.125%. Median rate forecast for the current year, 3.75%.
Dude, they're pounding that white line. Look at that.
625%.
They give zero fucks down there. They love that white line.
17
oh God.
19 Fed officials submitted rate projections.
Oh God, no, don't do that.
Elevated and relative to 2% goal, in part reflecting supply shocks that have caused price increases in certain sectors, including energy. Fed policymakers see 2.2% GDP growth this year versus 2.4% in March, and see longer run growth.
Oh yeah,
unchanged from March.
Take my money and run. Woo!
Expanding.
I'm out. I got puts. If you were with me on puts, sell them. Take the fucking money. We'll do it again.
Job gains have kept pace with the workforce, and unemployment rate
making money, baby. How does it feel when
the committee reaffirmed policy of maintaining ample reserves in the banking system?
How does it feel? Yeah, give me that big green fucking bar. Make me some money. With the rest of you guys in puts with me or no? Say yes, Jim James.
Also, again,
did you make money on those puts with me? Say yes, Jim James.
Also, the Fed removes a statement reference to
Say yes, Jim James. Don't let me buy a dip, Jim James.
The committee will deliver price stability.
Say don't ever fuck with Jim James in a trade.
So just go over that summary then. Fed is unchanged, but expectations for next year.
Don't mess with me. Say I was in calls. I told you I was in puts. I told you when I was in calls. I told you when I cut out of calls, and then I told you when I bought puts.
Also, you have 9 of 18 FMC participants.
Here, hold on. I can't change this. Can I? How's this? It changed to 1 date. I'd say it's pretty good right there. It's a 1 date. up. Get the fuck out of here. Puts. Now trading down to the weekly and the daily at.
Inflation remains elevated relative to 2% goal, in part reflecting.
I should have stayed in those puts. I took the money and ran. I was like, get me the fuck out of here. Market sell. Wham. And there was demand. Oh, God. Oh, look at the bleeding. We got the gap to close down here. Oh, boy.
Fed boost median 2026 core PCE projection to 3.
Yeah, I always take the money. They reprice this bullshit, and then you end up like having to stay in longer and longer and longer. So I'm in. I'm out. In, out. Take the money. Cha-ching. Thank you.
Traders pricing additional Fed tightening.
Oh man, the whole market was long there too. Oof. Sorry. Bastards. Oh yeah, get on there. Close that fucking gap down there. Close that fucking gap. Just close it. What was that guy? Oh, maybe got to save some more for the gap closure. Let's see if we can get a little bit more gap closure in here. Hold on. Let me go up there, do the equal leg. Maybe we can get back down there, root-a-root a little bit more.
This is a hawkish tilt from the committee.
Oh, wait a minute. Hawkish tilt from the committee. That's bad. Just kidding. Bad for today only. That's it.
Michelle adds that I didn't think half would project a rate hike.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Tell them.
Is now fully pricing quarter-point Fed rate hike by.
Oh, yeah. I bet that traders are. I bet they're pricing that rate hike the next FOMC meeting, bro. Market's over. We're going into a hiking cycle. Yeah, root. Yeah, get in there. Wrote all that. Get in there. There's nothing here. It's fucking big giant gap.
Michelle says nobody in the FMC is thinking.
Pounding it down right now. Yeah, hawkish Fed, bro.
Seeing yield on U.S. 10-year Treasuries rising after Fed statement. Yield last up by about 4.
What up, Drew? What up, Drew?
Yield up about 8.
Drew Farrell just came in. I knew he was out there. I fucking knew you were out there, Drew, in your mom's basement. Tell him. Shit all over him. Yeah, well, it's a little bit lower than this.
Falling as much as 0.2%.
I tried to mark it like where they should leave a little bit of gap, so I left a little bit extra in here. It's actually lower than this. Slightly lower, but they should come in to buy it in here. Oh, God. Wait a minute, I gotta go to that AI and tell them to fuck off. Hold on, watch this shit.
Also from PIMCO's advisor, Clarida, says that I'm not surprised Walsh did not submit a dot.
Hold on a second here. This really happened. Let me show you this.
Off the back of the more hawkish than expected Federal Reserve.
Let me show you guys this. I want to read this to you guys. What does that say right there? Can you read that? What does that say right there? Read that. Let me read that to you. Blah blah. Your frustration not working. I said, "Suck it, AI," and he said, "Let me know if you'd like to let me know if you'd like to analyze." And I said, "Okay, sure, fine. If SPX is going to dump today, cool guy." That's some shit Winky would say. He wrote, "SPX is down 0.9% as of close. No sign of a dump. Markets are relatively flat today, and mostly geopolitical news. Iran, blah blah. The index closed slightly negative, but it's minimal move. Nothing suggests further downside coming into tomorrow." That's right now. And I wrote, "I am grateful you said that. I will be back end of day to prove your ass wrong." And he wrote, "Fair enough. I'm here end of day. Let's see what happens." Well, let's see what's going on. Pretty good dump, right? It's pretty good. 742. AI wrong again. Fucking AI. Sorry. Fuck AI. Market dumping. S&P 500 now down 0.66%. It was down like almost a full percentage point. So it looks like the AI doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Again.
Michelle says the Fed is getting the U.S. ready for rate hikes.
Oh, they have till end of the day? They gave themselves an out? What, dude? I love you, Warren. I'm the same way. I want to buy the dip down here. This gap is closed, guys. Like, there might be one more. I've got one more right here. This is the one I want to buy right here. I want to buy that little fucker. Somewhere down in here I want to buy. This 4-hour would be dope. Like just run them. That's the pain right there. That's the pain trade. Hope we can get Warsh. He comes out here, starts smashing this shit down. Gonna tell you all kinds of horrible bedtime stories. Tell you how the market. We're gonna start a hiking cycle if you don't listen. That kind of shit. Right there. You're gonna drink all the Kool-Aid. You're gonna come back next week and you'll be like, "Oh, dude, it's crashing." I'm be like, "No, dude, you're getting long." That's what you're doing. They lied to you again. Gap is closed. Close enough. There's a little bit down there, but it's fairly close down here. Now it's just a matter of putting the fucking screws to them and then getting long. I don't mind this as a long here, by the way. If you're not long into July, I think that's fairly. I don't think you're going to care about it in a week or two, but if you want to wait until the end of the day and Warsh to speak, that's fine. I understand. Nice little low right there, 742.97. See if we can get deeper into the end of the day and tomorrow. Put all the doom in there. Low tick was 743.47. It's just a matter of closing the door here in the bulls for a little bit. You can see that there's still mega demand here. Remember that unless we start a hiking actual cycle, unless they tell you, just trying to talk the market down here. We'll see if they can defend this 1 in 5 minute trigger in here.
Seeing the yen falling to
Hopefully you've made money.
US dollar after the FMC.
Oh, I know it's going to bounce. I'm not bear here. Let's be clear. I'm not a bear here. I'm just looking for a cheap price. That's it. That's all I'm looking for. Be clear here. Not a bear. They're going to try to talk all kinds of shit to you, and I'm not listening to it. They ain't doing shit. I'm telling you right now, you ain't getting no rate hikes. I read all their fucking manifestos. I read the whole 2025 manifesto. I read it all. I didn't want to read it, but I read it. I read it so I could know what the fuck they're gonna do. People say they're like, "Oh, I hate these people." I'm like, "No, you gotta read what they're telling you. Put it out there in paper for you." So I don't think they're gonna do that. I think they're gonna run this fucker hot. Rape and pillage. We're going vertical. So you know, I'm looking for any opportunity to get long, any binary event, any doom they can spew to you. Who said that? Hey, Farrell, right on, brother. Good job, man. Yeah, tell your mom to kiss off now, dude. Go out there and buy a fucking steak. I love you, brother. Thanks for being cool like that. You like my humor. You got the same sense of humor. Very dark humor. It's like black comedy. Everybody gets mad about it, but I don't know why. Congrats on the money, brother. I love money. I fucking love it. I'll take it up or down. That was a dope move right there. Just crushing both dreams all day long. Isn't it fun crushing bull dreams all day long? You don't get many opportunities, so you got to take them when you can, right? Terrorize them. It's going to zero. We're having a summer crash. We haven't had one of those in a long time. We used to do that shit back in the day all the time, man. We used to have bad summers all the time. I went back and looked at all of them. I went back and looked at like fucking 30 years of summertime, and I was like, holy Christ. Somewhere along the way, they wanted to take a vacation in the summer. They said, fuck it. Let it run up in the summertime. I'll go on vacation. Back in the day, though, man, we'd get bad summers all the time, dude. Oof. If you really want to buy a dip, try to pick up the Thursday close. Thursday close, guys. If you really want to buy a dip, if we can dig down and ride around a little bit, like if I was a dealer right now, I'd be like, fuck these bulls. I'd be burning because everybody's up to get a print.
Spot gold.
Like try to burn the market, burn the call side down a little bit, calm it down a little bit. I'd like feed right into it. Hey, thanks, Leo. I appreciate you becoming a member, brother. Appreciate that, brother. You didn't have to do that. Very soon, I'm thinking about turning off the ads completely if I can. If I can, I will. If I can turn off the ads and just run this fucking shit everywhere for free, that's what I'm going to do. It's been a fucking struggle, guys. Like, I've been doing this for a long fucking time. Then I don't make any fucking money. Like, I make some, but it ain't near what I need. I trade for a living, basically. Make sure my kids and my wife are okay. So I'm hoping to change that for everybody. And I finally found a decent sponsor that's like lets me do what I want to do, which is awesome. So I kind of need that in my life. And I'm not going to sell out. I've been here too long doing this shit for too long, too fucking free. Okay, you want to see Netflix? I heard what was going on. I know Netflix is the talk of the town. Microsoft too, right? Microsoft had another problem as well. And I had this going down here. We're a little bit lower than I thought we would go. I'll show you exactly what I charted out here. Hang tight here. I'll show you Netflix really quick. So this is what I've got for Netflix here. I had them going up here, and then I had them come back down to buy somewhere in here. They're a little bit lower now, retracing that full low down here. I would have liked to have seen this get bought. It didn't. But I will be watching this very closely here to see if it gets bought or not. And I have this right here. This thing right here. Why don't you like that? Why is that? Anybody know? I don't mind the equal legs. I don't even mind this being filled down here. But normally I do not like the two lows. I don't mind the equal legs. I don't even actually mind this if it recovered quickly and you could start taking it like back up here. But I definitely don't want to see like the new low, the rejection. You know what I'm talking about. That leg right there. So we'll monitor it closely. This looks more like a pain trade to me, but this is NFLX if you don't know. There's something else about this too. We talked about this. When this thing started selling in July, I made a comment on the show about it. And I mentioned something. Kind of ties into why I'm negotiating this deal right now. I think I said to you about Netflix. There is a problem with Netflix. Hold on. If I have a problem with Netflix, I mentioned this when they started the rollover last year. And I'll tie it into three different things. One, you have old tech and new tech. Okay. In the original internet bubble, safety was old tech. At some point in the first internet bubble, we began to leave old tech behind. A prime example of this is GE, of all companies. They were in high standing as safety in the original internet bubble. And I still remember, I think it was, don't quote me on this. It's been a fucking long time. I want to say it was 2017. I was in markets then. I remember I thought GE like got cratered and they spun off or something. They became a new company. They started selling garbage appliances and stuff like that. And they've made a comeback since, but I kind of look at GE oftentimes like I look at Netflix, and I have a real suspicious eye on it. And I'll give credit to Netflix for some of the things that they're doing, like with sports and more live TV based stuff. But that's not what they originally launched on. You got to remember what Netflix was. I was around then. They took the lunch money of Blockbuster. Basically, they offered Blockbuster to buy them. They said no, and they made a promise of something that no one else offered. Which was basically DVD by mail anywhere in the country. If you had no internet, if you had no cable, you could get something delivered to you in the middle of fucking nowhere. Matter of fact, when I've been a member of them since like day one, and I lived in a lot of places that didn't have a video store or didn't have the newest stuff or whatever, didn't have anything. And Netflix is like a godsend. It was almost like Starlink in a way. But you have to think about something important here. The consumption habits of people today are so different than when I was young. When you look at social media, it is like everyone gets their news from social media today. We just had 2 new movies come out, right, from YouTubers. They spent nothing on it. They made a killer movie. You saw the free movie making AI stuff. These companies said we're not going to allow this for free anymore. It's not just that; it's because it'll destroy Hollywood too. These AI companies are probably being funded by Hollywood, and they don't want to hear that, but it slows down the inevitable. When I was a kid, I always like when I was a kid, right? And when we were in the first internet bubble, and then the great financial crisis, and then thereafter, I was always like, wow. I always knew that company was going to be a big publicly traded company. Why did my adult people around me not know that?
It's possible to have 2 rate hikes this year.
And so I always go to my kids and I'm like, what do you guys consume? And my kids don't consume movies like they used to. If you send them to a movie today, that's like they're in and out of paying attention. Other than that, they're sitting inside of. Other than that, they're consuming their content everywhere else but like movies, TV. The radio, don't do any of that. So the writing is on the wall for new tech. The writing is on the wall, and you're looking at Netflix, and they're like, "Hey, we're gonna do this," and you get the CEO that's like, "We're gonna do this and do that," and it's a mature company. There might be a repricing in Netflix. I was shocked. I think I said this a year ago about one of their ERs. I said I listened closely to their ER, and I was like, I want to hear from them that they're starting their own social media empire. That's what I wanted to hear out of them. I mean, like a full-on social media suite empire. And they didn't. They took like what sounded like Blockbuster approach to me. We're going to try to get returns for our investors over these years, and we're going to become a mature company, that kind of stuff. And I don't think that unless they do something like that, something in that vein, I don't think they survive. To be honest with you, I don't even think Hollywood survives. And Hollywood has an out now, like the workers, at least below the line and even above the line, they have outs now. They have other places they can put their talents to work and be seen. And how people are consuming content today is vastly different than it once was. This is almost like this time period is almost like when picture movies becomes a thing. And Hollywood came out, and New York came out, and they scooped up all the actors, right? Hey, you're gonna work for me. We're gonna pump out 50 talkies together. And that's kind of what's going on the internet right now. Something similar to that. So I'm always like freaked out. I'm like, I don't know, Netflix. We could talk about more about that later, but the market is not looking at Netflix, is it? Like, if you figure we're at the end of the bubble, and the tech that was promising to build out potential of that stock is it Netflix. When we go late cycle bubble, it wasn't GE either. They were kind of left behind, and I wonder if that's going to happen to some of these tech companies, like Netflix. So we'll chat more about it, if they do that double correction or not. We're close to finding out, but like, do you want Netflix or do you want SpaceX? Do you want Netflix or you want OpenAI? You want Netflix or do you want one of these other tech companies that are actually building out or providing services or providing data, whatever? It doesn't matter, like Microsoft and the rest. So I think they've made a big mistake. A giant fucking mistake. I didn't mind them doing the Amazon, not Amazon. I didn't mind them doing the streaming wars with Amazon, and they're like, Amazon was doing God damn it. I want to say Koth, but it's like Return of the King. But the Lord of the Rings stuff, and then Netflix has their own series that they've attempted to make as well. I think that's like an okay attempt, but kids aren't fucking watching that shit. They aren't. Like, my kids barely watch Netflix anymore. Like, barely. The kids are all on that fucking TikTok shit. And that talkie stuff. And they need that newness in how they consume stuff. And I see that playing out over the next couple decades. So maybe they're being repriced. It's possible. Coming back down into the interview. I'm going to set up the interview here for just a moment. In just a moment here. Going to be welcoming Kevin Warsh on board today. This is most definitely let's see if I can get this here. There we go. Oh, no, because I'm going to get text for that. Go back to this really quick. And keep this thing on mute.
A reminder, in 5 minutes' time, we're expecting the FOMC press conference. We do have the video on the feed for those interested.
I've got it on here in the background. Let me see if I can get this. Let me see if I can get this on the show here. Can I get this? Where is it at? I thought I had a YouTube center. Hold on, there it is. Yeah, where is it though? I don't see it. Hold on here. No White House briefing. I want FOMC press conference. Is that it? Done? And then I probably need to change this slightly. Oh, hold on here. Oh, I remember the last time we were doing this, we had this up the last time, and JD Vance was bouncing around on the stage, so I kept trying to make the box smaller to see if he could stay within the box, and he couldn't. Any of you guys were here for that? Make this smaller. Put this somewhere over here. Yeah, right over here. Maybe up here. Set it up there if we want. And I'll move this later once he gets on. We'll make the box smaller. Just leave it up here in the background. Nice to see you back, by the way. You guys must hate when I'm not here. What they say to us? They said, I can completely understand. They got BlackRock ranked top 10 trader in the world. Take that. Gap closed, still not closed. Getting dark or something? It's gray. It's really affecting the screen here. I look like I'm in a basement or something. No, I want to see if you can turn a light on over there and just like flash it at me or something, but maybe a big light box or something. Grab that light box over there, please, would you? And just plug it in over there and just fucking flash me in the face. My strobe light? Well, the bears aren't down. We're not down enough for bear music just yet. We need to break through this shit. This is where the pain is down here. Put the bear music on down there. Right there. No, there's one over there. Oh, yeah, you got it on that side? Yeah.
Surely expecting comments.
I got lighting problems here, boys. I have all kinds of, we're changing the lights here for the new show, and it's complicated. I bought more lights. Yeah, like I panicked yesterday. Was freaking out building this shit. Oh, so yesterday, that's what I was doing here in the studio. You probably could tell I was here because, you ever want to know if I'm in the office? Once the stream is over. Actually, I lost the stream yesterday because I was fucking around in here late afternoon. That's hard. No, wrong place. Yeah, that's vicious. Now it's casting off of maybe not. It's gonna bounce off that rare TV back there.
Press conference has now begun.
Just hang tight. I have pressers up, but Warsh is not there just yet. I'm going to leave this next target down below here. And hold on, let me try to fix this for you guys. Hold on here. That at least seems like it's a little distracting, maybe.
Good day. It's an honor, a true honor to be back at the Federal Reserve.
NYMEX WTI crude July futures settle at $76.79 a barrel, up 74 cents or 0.97%. NYMEX diesel July futures settle at $3.19 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline July futures settle at $2.90 a gallon. And NYMEX natural gas July futures settle at $3.14.
Responsibility and accountability for performance. In this business,
I'm speeding it up.
One thing, getting monetary policy right, or as near to it as we can do. That is our North Star. My colleagues and I are
Chair
here
Walsh says the goal
to
is
serve
to
our
get monetary
legislative
policy
remit,
right.
which you've heard us say before, price stability and maximum employment. And these objectives guided our business in the meeting just concluded. As you saw a few
Walsh
moments
says colleagues
ago,
and I are here
the
to
committee
serve the
decided to
legislative
maintain
remit.
the target range for the Fed funds rate at 3.5 to 3.75% in support of the Fed's dual mandate. The committee also reaffirmed its policy of maintaining ample reserves in the banking system.
You can tell that he fucking wants to do a cut hike right now. You can tell.
Despite elevated uncertainty that owes in part
Walsh
to the
says
conflict
economic
in the Middle
activity
East.
expanding at a solid pace.
Productivity growth and capital investment both strong. Job gains have kept pace with the workforce, and the unemployment rate has changed little. We recognize that inflation has been running well ahead of the Fed's long-stated inflation goal of 2%. That's been going on for more than 5 years. Persistently high prices are a
Walsh says
burden for
inflation
the
well
American
ahead
people.
of 2% goal. And Walsh
But
says
the
we
recent
recognise
past
inflation is
need
well
not
ahead
be
of the
prologue.
Fed's 2% goal.
I am pleased
Now looking at calls for tomorrow.
members of the FOMC are unambiguous and unanimous. This committee will deliver price stability. At any institution, a change in leadership
Walsh says recent
is a
past needs to
natural
be
and timely
prologue on
opportunity
inflation, and
to
FOMC members
reaffirm
are
its mission,
unanimous that will deliver price
to
stability.
review current practices and to consider whether those practices best meet our objectives. My Fed colleagues and I will be working in close collaboration to ask what changes might improve the
Walsh
conduct
says
of
timely
monetary policy.
opportunity to review practices,
score,
reaffirm
you might
mission
have
when
already
leadership
noticed something.
changes.
A difference in today's policy statement.
VIX 9 days still at bid.
And it dispenses with some older language.
Move get annihilated.
Walsh says today's policy
best we can
statement
judge
was
it.
shorter and simpler.
Absent
Statement
also is
dispenses with
so-called
older
forward
language,
guidance,
and the statement
which
just gives
we
the
agreed
facts.
was not well suited to the current policy conjuncture. This afternoon, you also received the usual summary of economic projections. It's been the practice.
Be careful there. Don't do anything.
Is forward guidance not well suited to
And
current
I have
policy state?
encouraged my colleagues to continue to do so. I, however, have refrained from offering any projections of my own, consistent with my long-held views.
Do not get long hair.
Projections today.
In the median projections, real GDP rises at 2.2% this year,
Walsh says that that's consistent with
2.3%
long-held
next
views.
year, and total PC inflation runs at 3.6%.
TNX bid right now.
Others to participate as they have been.
The unemployment rate
Voice
stands
news
at
disconnected.
about 4.3%. The median participant judges that the approach
I am looking for calls tomorrow. Just don't hit the buy yet.
8% at the end of this year and 3.6 at the end of next. Let me turn now to a few words on a key initiative that we're announcing today. I'm appointing a task force in each of 5 areas that are central to the broad conduct of monetary policy. First, Fed communications. Second,
This is all bearish if you don't know.
third, our use and reliance on existing data sources. Fourth,
I like that. That's good.
in an era of transformation. And last, the Fed's inflation frameworks. These subjects are timely, consequential, and in my view, worthy of a fresh look. My colleagues and I discussed them with energy and purpose over the last couple of days.
I like how he's wording this. What the fuck's going on here?
For each of these independent task forces, I'm enlisting some of the very best minds, both inside and outside the economics profession. They will be supported by subject matter specialists from our superb Fed staff. And they'll have a straightforward charge. Start with first principles. Ask hard questions. Examine current practice. Consider alternatives. And ultimately propose next steps for policymaker consideration. Since last summer, my colleagues discussed possible improvements in the form and function of Fed communications. This new task force will build on that effort, and I expect propose some well-considered changes, including to the SEP I mentioned a few moments ago. The second task force, the one on balance sheet policy, will review the benefits and risks of the current ample reserves regime and the composition of the Fed's balance sheet. They will assess alternative frameworks for the conduct and operation of monetary policy. The third task force, the one on data, will evaluate new information sources and consider methodological changes to improve data gathering, with the aim of giving policymakers
We're blowing off some volatility again.
contemporaneous, and perhaps most important, actionable information on the state of our economy. Fourth, the task force on productivity and jobs. It'll survey the pace, the reach, the economic impact of new general purpose technologies, including AI, and explore the implications for the Fed in pursuit of our employment and inflation mandates. The last task force, the one on inflation frameworks. That'll examine the drivers of inflation, first principles, and weigh the full range of ideas for delivering price stability in a changing economy. You'll hear quite a bit more about these task forces and this overall initiative in the coming weeks. Enough for now to make a simple statement. Each task force will serve an objective shared by everyone in the system, shared by everyone around that table that I sat with over the last couple of days. A Federal Reserve that is clear-eyed about its mission, fit for purpose, and focused on the future. And with that,
that's very positive, by the way.
I'm happy to take your questions.
Howard Schneider.
I like how he worded all of this. I fucking hope that they fucking get the data. The fact that we collect data the way we do is insano.
What is the timeline you have in mind for each of these?
So I think it'll depend on the task force. It also depends on the urgency in which we need clear answers. My expectation, I'm still in the business of recruiting and finalizing them. My expectation is the task forces will begin work in the next couple of weeks, and we'll start to get some more information from them, some more framing of how they see things starting in the fall and
squeezing higher now into the 5-minute trigger. This is all really good stuff, you guys. That was I don't know who wrote that. Hope that wasn't AI. I don't think it was, but it was really good.
Does this include a review of the 2% target itself? You've mentioned that things to the right.
No, it's the fucking data collection, bro.
Should this be
improve the data collection? That's what he said. That's what you harp on.
Estimate is too strict.
Let me break that into two pieces. First, on the inflation framework review, their remit is what are the drivers of inflation? What's the Fed's responsibility for inflation? In part, how do we measure inflation? But that'll overlap with my data group. On the 2% inflation objective, that is the Federal Reserve's long-held objective of 2%. You've heard me say before, I tend to focus on the left of the decimal point. Well, the 2 is the left of the decimal point. For now, 0 is to the right. I see no reason until we have reestablished our commitment and ability to deliver on the 2% inflation objective to revisit that. So that'll be outside the scope of what we're taking on.
It's not just inflation either. There's so much shit that they could do better here. It's not even funny.
Thank you so much.
Like BLS, like
You've in the past said that inflation is a choice, and in the policy statement, it includes this pledge to deliver price stability, as you've reiterated today. But looking at the SEP, the bulk of your colleagues expect core PCE to run around 3.3% by year end, and for the 2% inflation target not to be reached until 2028. So I'm curious how patient you think the Fed can afford to be at this juncture in terms of waiting for one-time inflation waves to wash through and for underlying
you
inflation.
should just tell her maximum employment.
Of inflation running above.
Just say that to her.
And under what circumstances you would support the Fed taking some action and raising.
Say it again.
So
shoot her down.
Let me try to break that into pieces. First, we have the capability and commitment to deliver on our price stability objective of 2%. That's exactly what we're going to do. In the Fed's review of its strategy over the last any number of years, in January, the Fed, including the strategy that we're still bound by, the Fed statement says that inflation is primarily determined by monetary policy. You bet it is. I've said for years inflation is a choice. You bet it is. And today I'm announcing that this committee unambiguously and unanimously have decided we are going to deliver on that. The rest of your questions sounded like an encouragement for me to give forward guidance. We've dropped forward guidance. Some along the committee, I think, dropped it, I suspect, from our discussion the last couple of days, because they said at this moment in time, it doesn't feel as though providing forward guidance is right. Others have, I'd say, different views and think as a general proposition, forward guidance isn't the business we should be in. But that'll be taken up by the task.
Don't worry, boys and girls. I've spent the last 3 years making sure I know exactly what the fuck the data is for you. So even if we don't get any guide, I know exactly where we are.
The good news is we'll be meeting in 6 weeks.
So just following up, I guess, on the current policy settings, then I am curious how restrictive you think things are at the current moment, given the flow of data that we've seen and forecasts that are coming down the pipeline.
Yeah, I've heard characterizations both inside and the Fed about that. I'll give you my own. It's uneven. If I look at the housing markets as one example, Fed policy isn't the single determinant of the state of the housing market, but broadly I would say Fed policy appears to be somewhat restrictive. I would have a hard time managing to say those words if I were to see what's happening in financial markets.
That was a slap across. She was like, oh.
Different transmission mechanisms of monetary policy.
Oh, the part how you can't break the employment market. Tell them how we're good, but we ain't that good where I can start slamming them. Tell her. Tell her I dare you, Warsh.
You've said you don't like forward guidance. You dropped it from the statement this time, but with the dot plot, 9 members suggested that they want a rate increase by the end of the year, and the markets have taken that as forward guidance. So what does this mean in terms
Listen to that. Listen to this guy.
guide the markets and in terms of what the dot plots...
Smack him down, Warsh.
I'm going to have to give you the same answer.
Yeah, please, that's right. Tell him again. We can't do shit. Say it to him.
I'll give you a little bit more.
There you go. Pump it.
Dot plots, and when I saw the submissions, I noted that all the submissions were coming in with pencils.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. I'm getting out of a trade really quick. I'm getting out right now.
I think my colleagues around the table, when they submitted their dots,
So I got bad data. It's not good data. I got to get the data back in first, and I can't be trying to slam the market where we are at the unemployment rate, the U rate, and the employment rate. Tell them. Tell them you got to pay the debt down. Tell them.
As they submitted their modal forecasts, to be clear, weren't. This was more likely than not. This was more likely than their other scenarios. So I didn't hear tons of conviction. What I heard was the kind of humility that I think we should have.
Yeah.
I did not submit a dot. For me, it's not helpful in the conduct of policy. I suspect by year end, as I mentioned in my opening statements, there'll be a review about communications broadly, press conferences, dots, meetings and the like, transcripts, minutes. This will be part of that. I don't want to prejudge the outcomes there, but I'm pretty open-minded about what they could be. And I was just incredibly impressed over the last couple of days.
I'm going to bang another one of these out right here, maybe. Take this one here.
I've been here. They've been very open about changes. Change isn't easy. Change is filled with risk. But our number one goal is to get...
That's a nod to Moran.
The way to get monetary policy right is to deliver on the remit that Congress gave us, to deliver on price stability. And there was no disagreement on any of those points.
At the risk of possibly getting the same answer about task forces, communications, what is your feeling about these news conferences? Are you going to continue one after every meeting? Do you find them useful? What is the future for the way Kevin Warsh will communicate?
Well, this one's probably got another 15 or 20 minutes in it, so I don't want to prejudge the outcome. Press conferences can be a very useful way to communicate with households, businesses, and more broadly, through using the likes of you. I had a great old mentor named George Schultz, and his mantra was press conferences are useful, but when you have one, you want to make sure you have something important to say. Today, I think we had something important to say about our commitment to deliver on price stability, our commitment to rethink practices with an eye of moving the Fed forward, and to give you and the American people a sense that these aren't idle thoughts, these are concrete thoughts, that we're going to seek out the best minds, both the best thinking inside of the Federal Reserve and the best people I know in business and economics and the academy and technology and the rest to share their views. That's what we're going to be doing here, the pursuit of truth. I think we're going to come up with some new and interesting things. We made some changes today. I expect more changes to come. And some of those might well be worthy of a press conference.
Chris, for David.
Hi, Chris.
Show this real quick right here so you can see it.
Taking our questions.
There's the equal leg.
Sense of how you see inflation more in the long term. I know you may not want to comment on the ups and downs, but is this mainly driven by energy prices in the Iran war at this point, or do you have any concerns about underlying inflation pressures in the economy? Thank you.
So I can't do much better than the committee just did, so let me restate it. inflation remains elevated relative to the committee's 2% goal, in part reflecting supply shocks that have driven pricing.
No rate hike.
Sectors, including energy.
Inflation's rampant and no rate hike.
But to be clear, the Fed will deliver price stability. My own judgment is the committee spent quite a bit of time, not just in 2 days.
Oh, look at that. It's another winning trade.
A couple of weeks. That's what we're prepared to say about inflation, but the commitment to deliver.
Another easy day making money in the stock market on a binary day.
Unambiguous. And that's, I think, an important message. We've missed for 5 years, and we're going to
see if we can grab this fucking thing down here together.
The data task force and everything else. I mean, generally speaking, I think people feel the Fed looks at everything already. Certainly, that was the sense from before. Is there data that you feel is not given enough weight? I mean, you mentioned the trim to mean in the past, but again, that's well known to certainly most Fed members. So what?
These fucking bears. Fucking stop.
What might be I mean, I know you don't want to prejudge the outcome, but
check these flows on the half hour down here.
Expect might be given more weight. Thank you.
So you're answering my question. So let me say I don't want to prejudge the outcome. I also don't want to say too much about what they're going to do because I still have a phone call or two to make before I've nailed down the people that are doing that. I'm interested in what the outside experts' view is on the subject. I'll say this, Jeff.
Probably Wolf fucking Richter.
Most of the
you don't want him talking to this guy.
Central bankers and other government officials in the United States consume come with old-fashioned survey methods, a national account of what the U.S. economy looks like that looks very little like the U.S. economy in 2026. Survey methods that don't have response rates that we need.
Say it.
That might have been quite applicable a generation ago that are less applicable now. So even inside of official statistics,
I like this.
Open-minded if the task force and our own best thinking had recommendations how those official statistics can be brought up to a standard of our time.
Can't say shit until you do.
I'd also say this. Almost every private company CEO that's running his or her business are doing so with real-time information.
You got it.
That isn't subject to much revision.
Not at all.
Telling them what just happened.
And you can get it too, and I can get it.
As you know, there are normal, long and variable lags in the conduct of monetary policy. What we're really interested in is what's happening right now. What we're less interested in is echoes of history. And you're hearing from my answer that some of the data that we receive, that we're waiting on, the first Friday after the month, the payroll index or something else, that might be an echo of history that's quite useful on its third revision. We need to take those error bounds down because we have to make hard decisions in real time. I'm really open-minded that there is a lot of new data sources that we can learn from the private sector, from reforms in the official sector, and new analytic techniques that are far more refined than asking a simple question about whether
I love this.
core or non-core.
Edward.
If they actually do this, it's not bullshit.
With Fox Business. So if you don't give a lot of ongoing forward guidance, won't the markets have more volatility, and shouldn't Americans have more access into what you're thinking going forward?
So I
did post this on Twitter just now. I said there's going to be more room for scamming data.
Incoming data.
That guy is right. That question that guy just asked is correct.
Less efficiently. When they ask a question, how will the Federal Reserve react to that incoming information?
Until they get this online, there'll be a moment where if you wanted to spend bullshit, you can. And a lot of people don't know how to get to the easy data and read it already.
Price what they believe is the most likely. And
I just posted that like 10 minutes ago on FinTwit. What that guy just asked, that reporter.
Important source of information to guide central bankers. But when all the financial markets are doing is reflecting back what we've said, then we're taking the most important source of information and we're being blind to it. I'd like us to create a system where those blinders come off, where markets are following data that they efficiently think is reliable, and they'll be watching data, we'll be watching data.
That guy is right.
Better information through market prices to us. We can make more informed decisions with ultimately the goal that I said at the outset, deliver on the price stability objective that Congress told us to do and that we've got to get in the business of doing.
Yeah, if I could take you in the meeting a little bit. This is your first meeting. The board members seem fairly hawkish when you listen to, in general, when you listen to what they're saying. Was there any discussion of a rate cut going forward today?
Hey, what's that guy doing? Sit back down.
One proposal on the table. There was no discussion of any other proposals.
Look down, dude.
The discussion on that proposal.
He just made fucking Warsh's point just then. It's fucking out of his mind.
And unambiguous on it. It has been the practice of this central bank and others to have a range of alternatives. Today we had one. I thought it furthered the discussion, deepened it, and made it clear what we needed to do and how we needed to deliver. I wouldn't prejudge what happens.
Guy's like, what the fuck is this guy saying? This guy's out of his fucking skull.
We took it on. We had a good family fight on it for a couple of days, and we ended up.
Yeah, baby, blue tie. Woo!
Claire Jones, Financial Times. You know,
what up through the fiber?
Nice short statements that I think we've all appreciated in the room.
That's win number 3.
Why you didn't raise rates today, considering what you're saying here about the risks to U.S. inflation and your mandate. I guess why not, and what would you need to see in order
What up, Fiverr, Doe?
And secondly, on your
Oh God.
forces, are there any best practices at other central banks that you'd consider looking at? Thank you.
Yeah. I'm glad they're in the practice of giving you 2 questions, because my answer to your first question was going to be very curt. I've got nothing more to say.
Yeah, I agree with this right here. Very curt. He wants to be right now. He wants to fucking unload, and you can tell he's refraining huge.
I think is more helpful than having delivered.
He's doing a good job.
Than improvising further upon it. Best practices of task force.
They're trying to catch him in some shit, you know, like, oh, we're going to hike right now this Saturday.
Best practice. Find the best minds. Ensure that the task forces have.
He's taking out a heady thing here. I mean, it's a big fucking thing he's going to do. It's going to be fucking big. Like,
so they too can have a bit of
I see his point. Like, you can't really, like, if you're going to do all this, you can't sit here and be like, oh, inflation's actually 9%. We're going to fucking rock the market and bury it. You can't do that. You got to, like, put the systems in place, and then you can start dealing with that reckoning that day. Oh, my God.
The final roll call. Some of the most significant talent.
I mean, the market will adjust to that, but they always do, but it'll be a nasty fucking down trade.
So that the leaders of the task force.
Let's watch this closely, see if we can catch a dip in here. Looking for those flows, see what they are on the half.
Thinks about that. They can reflect on it in a final best.
Sour hour, we don't know.
Outsourcing decisions to anybody.
I took this little ripper up, but I knew it was in and out, so just be careful here. Just hang tight again.
These will be our decisions. We can agree to some of the recommendations, disagree with others.
Remember, dealers are going to come in and try to vacuum up everything in here. They're going to fuck with your calls, they're going to fuck with the OI.
Discussion we have internally, better, stronger, more of a dialectic, so that we can finally deliver on that price stability objective.
Just a quick follow-up on your markets point. If you look at 2-year yields, they're really suggesting that markets think more tightening is needed. Would that be your read?
That's not what the 2-year says at all. That's false.
Such a good place. This is why we don't do third questions, I presume.
Yep.
I'm not going to offer any commentary on market reaction over the
fucking 2 years fucking saying fucking take fat fucking loans and party. Fucking you're out of your mind. That's not what I'm fucking saying.
What we've given markets and households and businesses, I think, is a commitment to ask ourselves hard questions such that we can deliver on the promises that we've made before.
Let's watch this over here.
This is a lot of change.
We can grab this red one down here. See this one down here?
I wouldn't be
Your eye on this one right here.
by how they react
See that? Where my cursor is right here? An ode to the old man, to the fucking goat.
Is that financial markets, and at least as important, households and businesses know that this central bank will deliver on price stability.
Hi, Chairman Warsh. Brian Chung with NBC News. Thank you.
Watch this down here too.
So when you say that we've dropped forward guidance for the layperson, that might sound like the Fed's going to say less or offer less insight into where
the layperson
might go. So,
dude, these reporters are more fucking lay than I am.
Price tags are rising at a faster pace.
This guy right here knows less about fucking data than I do, or he lies to you with the shitty prints.
Kind of communicate
lay.
This
He's a goddamn, that guy right there, he's a fucking criminal of that.
I think that would be doing a very poor job, so I appreciate it. If I saw somebody in the grocery store, what I would say to them is that we cannot have a very significant effect on particular prices. The price of oil in the markets today, or even the price of a dozen eggs, that does not have first-order consequences to what we're doing. But we do have a really important job there, and it's to make sure that those changes in oil or beef or eggs or milk don't broaden in the economy, don't have second and third order effects. That's our job, that's our commitment, that's our capability, and we're going to deliver on it.
This is on the note of like you can only blunt this stuff.
Treasury also under review. There was the normal breakfast meetings with the Treasury Secretary. Is that something you intend to continue doing? And have you had conversations with the president since you're swearing in?
So on the president, I don't have anything for you. With respect to the Treasury Secretary, he has been posting pictures of our breakfast, so I don't think I can deny that. The long tradition
Ooh.
is that the Fed
He's telling you there's no pictures of him with Trump, so he can't deny that.
pulled off 3 of those so far. I believe he's overseas this week, so this will be the exception to the rule. I think they're very useful discussions. The central bank
Not yet. Just watch that lower red bar down there.
objectives and our roles and responsibilities are quite delineated from the fiscal authorities. And in my view, monetary policy is independent in the conduct of what we do. But that doesn't mean we're not interested.
I want to talk to you guys at some point. I do want to see a new low
This central bank
tomorrow if possible. I don't know if we can get there, but I would like to put one more low in. You don't have to here, but we need to talk about it before the end of the day here today.
breaking any news here to suggest I'm quite interested in what's happening in the Middle East. That does have some effect on our day job. It doesn't mean it's our responsibility, but I think we're going to keep a wide lens, and my meetings with Secretary Besson to this point have helped widen that aperture. So we're aware of things that could affect our day job, even if it isn't.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Uh-oh, Steve's up. I got to go hide under the desk.
You had said in the before you became chairman that you thought productivity was a reason why the Federal Reserve could lower interest rates. Do you still believe that to be the case?
So the committee had a discussion of productivity today. AI came up. The way I thought about it before and socialized with the group is that artificial intelligence, the latest generation of general purpose technology, is perhaps as important a change in the economy and business and households that we've had in my adult lifetime. It is filled with both a huge opportunity and with risks. I take both of those very seriously. You may have heard me say before that AI is shorthand perhaps for American ingenuity. That doesn't mean that it's going to be easy. That certainly doesn't mean it's not going to be disruptive. But over the long term, my conviction, and I heard quite a bit of support for this around the committee today.
And this is a double correction of the 2 days. We met the double correction criteria.
The United States is ultimately going to be better off in that. Now, to bring that back to the conduct of policy, timing, scale, speed, implications for output and employment, it's one of the things we have a task force to do.
If you don't mind, a follow-up from the other side, which is that when you look at
him, Steve Leisman's like, God damn it.
Inflation, GDP seems to be going pretty good, and the stock market seems to be soaring. Do you look around this economy and see the funds rate being restrictive?
So
why doesn't he just say real rates are negative? Just say that. Just say it, Steve. Just say real rates are negative. Say it. Say real rates are negative.
Not what do we say, but what happens. And the best way I can describe it is it's uneven.
You could catch him on that shit.
And things like housing. It's hard to use those same words anywhere else. I'll just make one other point.
You want to pay the debt down, right? That's why real rates are negative. Just say it. I ain't going to let nobody say that there.
On the employment side,
No one's going to say it.
that we have a cruel choice. I don't share the view that was expressed a few generations ago that Federal Reserve chairmen show up at a podium like this and say, you got to choose. And you're going to have to decide whether you're willing to tolerate higher inflation to put more people at work. I don't believe in that.
Sure?
What I believe is if we do our job, we can make strong growth.
I would have seen a hike today if that wasn't true.
And strong employment mutually compatible. And so what you heard from the committee today is we've got some work to do on the price stability front.
Nick.
I thought he would call out the companies, but he didn't.
Chairman Warsh, you've said repeatedly credibility is earned by delivering. If credibility requires delivering, the move would be to tighten or at least to threaten to. Now, you didn't do that today. Why not?
Or at least threaten the companies. There's a bunch of shit he could have done today.
Was not expressed by any of the 19 people around the table. We'll be meeting in 6 weeks. We'll take up the issue again.
Damn.
And if I could ask about AI, the
Timros out.
enormous demand right now, CapEx, data centers, power. The productivity payoff may be further out. So in your judgment today, is AI adding more to demand or to supply?
It's a good question. At the central bank and an economics profession, what we spend most of our time doing is counting demand. It's easier. We can see it, we can count it, we can check it, we can revise it. What we do, though, is we infer supply. You'll notice in the second paragraph of what one of your colleagues described as a very short statement, we have a sentence on the demand side and a sentence about the same length on the supply side. They're both important. Just because we can count one better than the other doesn't mean we're going to favor one more than the other. With respect to AI and the growth of data centers and infrastructure around it, we're counting the demand side, and it is no doubt showing up in GDP figures. We can be less certain when we infer the timing and extent of the growth in the supply side. It may well be an intuition the supply side is going to expand, but it'll take longer. I just describe it this way. There's a race between supply and demand. Milton Friedman says that the only thing we know about economics is that there's a supply line and a demand line they ultimately cross. When they cross and what are the implications for policy? The good news for you is we have a task force for that.
Andrew.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. It sounded like on the task force on data that you were looking at overhauling or completely overhauling the system of national accounts, the way the government mines the economy. Is that your ambition?
In a word, no. In a few words, much of this data gathering happens in
Almost looked like he slapped the fuck out of Timros there.
a tremendous amount of respect, tremendous amount of deference. But if in the course of this we come up with recommendations, which Fed staff have already begun to develop, about things that they could be doing to help inform us as policymakers, we're not...
Right, stretching walls?
Again, I don't want to try to delineate the four corners of the research of the task force on data.
Yeah, I haven't got any calls yet. I'm waiting.
Review of official statistics.
I'm hoping that I'm afraid they're going to grind this out into tomorrow. I'll show you guys here in a minute. I have a feeling they're going to grind this like sideways and then blood it down into the close, and then you take that long into the close tomorrow.
That gives us better real-time information. So
It's not really like blood like we're going to dump, but it could be just like a fade sideways and then catch a morning low or something and then pick that up, or afternoon low or something like that.
contemporaneous. That's real.
Still have the OPEX bullshit to deal with.
Thanks. The other question I wanted to ask is related to the building renovations. Are you considering any changes to the renovations, the projects, just in light of the fact that they became kind of a political football in the last year?
I heard something about that. I don't think I'm breaking any news, but my view...
I don't like this half-hour trigger above here.
You should go meet with the Inspector General. Just as
We could just drag ass for like a day, like drag our asses sideways. It's possible. I'll show it to you here in a minute.
I've had one meeting with the Inspector General, and he told me what I believe the world knows, which he'll be coming out with a report on the building and the building projects at some point later this summer. I'll be interested in reading the report. From my perspective, with a forward-looking glance, is there anything that we can be doing or should be doing from this moment until the completion of the project to do what we can to be good stewards of taxpayer money and make sure that we're delivering on the promises that we make.
Be extremely careful of a trade lower. We could go high into the bell and then down into like 740 or something. Could be even deeper.
Tasks in the weeks ahead.
Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico.
So do you see this right here? Like, see that line coming down right there? Like, even if you get up here in a 1600, they could send this thing down into the close tomorrow. I'll show it to you here in a minute, guys. Don't get long here. Don't touch it.
The expectations for inflation is that.
I'll show it to you here on a bigger screen and show you what I mean.
What was the discussion around the expectations for inflation being higher and also potentially growth being slower?
So, my read of what I heard in the room reflected, I must admit, in the SEPs, is half of my colleagues thought the policy rate, given all those developments, should be at this level or lower between now and year end, and the other half thought higher. That 19th voter was me, and I didn't submit one. There's a range of views.
I want to see this down here.
First and second round.
I really want to see this down here. Even the daily trigger I would take. Well, you got 740 here too.
But we'll be meeting again in 6 weeks. I think we're going to.
I think I'm lower. I think I'm down here.
I think that my colleagues are very attentive to incoming developments between now and then.
And can I just quick follow up on the SEP? You said that you're still encouraging your fellow committee members to submit forecasts even if you're not doing it. So what do you think is the benefit of them doing it even if you don't?
That's the commitment that the FOMC made, and it's a commitment that I hope we live up to. Commitment we made was to deliver price stability. I expect us to live up to it. By the time we get to the end of this year, as I mentioned, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a new communications framework. There were some changes to the SEP. That's a committee discussion, a robust discussion. I think we'll have it. I believe we're going to come to a better.
You got to be afraid of like 740 into OPEX. Like that's the pin into the close of OPEX, and you got to think about it like Thursday close, Monday open, one of those two. There's potential for another rip higher, but 740 is a pin into fucking tomorrow or Monday.
But I heard a lot of interest in real reform, generally about all these topics. You didn't ask it, but I'll answer. It was a pretty gracious couple of days, and it's been a pretty warm few weeks. The institution wants to figure out how we can do better. The institution's going back to first principles, and I'm encouraged that what we've done in the statement, what we're thinking about doing with respect to the SEP, that instinct towards a new chapter is a real one, and by the end of the year, I hope we can put some points on the board, both in form and in substance of delivering.
Go to Enda for the last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Enda Curran, Bloomberg News. Could you guide us through, please, some of the principles that guide your own reaction function, and tell us a little bit about the kind of conditions that you think when the Fed should respond?
It's going to be a very unsatisfactory answer to the final question. The Federal Reserve has a lot of responsibilities, not just in monetary policy, but in supervision and regulation, consumer affairs and payments. My own view is our credibility comes from delivering on what we're saying we're going to do.
No, they fucking gamble it 18 fucking ways before you fucking.
I devoted more time in my first 3 weeks to monetary policy than all those things. But the more we deliver on our promises as good supervisors and good regulators, the more benefit we get, the more credibility enhancement we have in monetary policy. When we deliver on our price stability objectives,
don't touch that shit. You want to have it hit 40 to hit. Don't touch it.
feel as though the hardship.
And even then, you might get murdered on theta. If you're a theta gang guy, you could probably at 40 run a spread into the close tomorrow to 40.
Dividends across what we do, and
sell everything. This should just pin 40 into the close tomorrow. Like tomorrow, Monday, some shit like that.
Impetus to do better, but we're going to put some points on the board.
And Mr. Chairman, we've got strong labour data in recent months. How would you?
That's them, not me, by the way.
Labour market right now. Do you see it as stable and as potentially a source of inflation? Thank you.
That audio feedback.
If I were to try to capture how the committee thought about it, the committee thought that the labor markets were stable. There were some people around the committee who thought that it was trending better than that.
It is slightly.
Trends matter more than data points. What's happening over 3 or 6 months matters more than any one data point, any data release. And I'd say the jobs data has been moving in a good direction.
Yes.
If I one other thing around that subject over the course of the last couple of days. What I heard was that strong productivity-led growth is not something that we fear, but something we embrace. Thank you all very much.
That's huge. There was a lot said there today. A fuck ton. This guy said all kinds of craziness. I don't think I've heard anything like that since, in terms of like change. I don't think I've heard anything like that it's been many years, 6-8 years, something like that. There's a lot of issues with what he had to say too. There's a lot of stuff is going to be, we got a lot to talk about. It's big. But hold on here. Give me a second. I just got to get rid of this. Where is this YouTube thing? Sorry. Okay. Give me one quick second here, guys. We're going to chat about where we are in the market. I'm going to show this to you in a couple different ways. Maybe I can show it like this. Try to show it simply. I like how this chart reads better to explain this, but let's just look at this here. You know, in theory, or at least technically, let's look at it like this. You've basically completed the correction. I mean, I like that. That's good. That's right about here. But there's this like pin at 740 on OpEx down here, right? You got your over the boulder shoulder holder right here. You got this one right here, and this one can come down. This one can easily come down here. And there's that 740 pin on OpEx, you know, for quarterly OpEx. Yeah. So I just want to do that simply for you. And the reason I'm saying that is because, you know, you could potentially pop up here, hit like 755 potentially, but then like drag ass down here. And then you don't get the unclench to the upside on this until post, you know, post OpEx. There's another issue here too, which is, did I get the wrong? You could have like an unclench up here for an equal leg and then come back down for the end of the month on the 30th. You're just like revisiting that 740. Then the real move doesn't come until afterwards. So when you think about that as well, there's more than one opportunity, more than likely, I'm trying to say to you. There's more than one opportunity here to get long between now and month end, not just OpEx. We have a tendency to return to it. So I wanted to show you that, but let me show it to you this way, a different way. Tight here. Just for an outlook. So you guys showed up today, right? I'll give you an outlook into tomorrow. Let's go back and just look at this again. Like doing this a couple times a day. Even if I already know it. Doesn't matter. I like to see what the price action was in the day. The month is still good right here. On the week, you can see they've been buying these weeklies. That's at 728. And there's one more right here that looks bad, right? But I don't think that it is. I'm going to make it yellow, though. Then we're going to go look at the day. We have a short week this week, right? So we need a print into the end of the week. It's been fairly bearish here. You're dipping down your balls right here, right? We always like pullbacks to the daily trigger, of course. There, day. Remember, we have a short week, right? So we have doom early week, and then we don't always get a print till the end of the day or something like that, right? This one right here, really quick. Remember this prior leg over here? See that one over here? It's 32. I'm going to look back over here. Somewhere down in here, you can see it in here and in here. Start with that one right there. We can potentially put this one in here too. I don't know if we can get down here, but I'm going to leave it right in here for you. And see, I just want to I'll remove these later, but I just want you to see them, okay? The reason I'm saying that is because if we get sucked into tomorrow down here, you know, into this end of Thursday, Monday, and they're just looking for more money. You kind of see them here and here too. You haven't really hit that yet. You kind of see it right here. That's a fucking hard one to see. It's right here. It's like right fucking here. Somewhere right there. You see that yellow one right there? But we can bounce around down in here. You can fuck around down in here for tomorrow, right? Unclench it up, hit an equal leg, come back down, bullshit. And then you finally get there's your W right there. Then you finally get the unwind. I think I drew this for you on SPX earlier, where you could be dicking around down here. And you got your one leg right here, right? Maybe you catch one more at 740 or some bullshit like that, some bullshit like this. And then eventually the unwind doesn't come until July or closer to this end of month. Like you get your final one and then it's out of here. So you probably haven't put this low in yet to get this higher low is my point, right? You need the higher low here at the unclench. You remember too, you have the doom coming in. Let's look at this really close again. If I was a dealer, I'd be trying to pound this down into OpEx, and then I would do the unclench either at the close tomorrow or on Monday. You also have a couple red bars on a 4-hour basis right here. And you got 1-4. This is the one where I want it to be. If I can get down there, I don't know if we can, but this is the one that I want. If I can get this anytime between now and Monday, I'd be stoked. That's 734. I think that I'm being very greedy on this call. Check this really quick. Yeah, this yellow bar right here is the bar I want to buy. We're coming down there right now. Do you see it? I even like this one even more. And then we've got 740 flat. Gap is now closed. Yeah, I like buying this right here too. I like buying that too. I like buying this. I like buying that. I like buying this. I'm going to make these purple. Never used this color, but I like that. I like that. Buyer for July right there. I do have a question if they're going to go over here to 4-hour. Hold on here. I think just looking at this right here, right? There's your big cup right here. You come down here, you hammer these out. You find the buyers here. You're coming down here, right? Whipsop, come back down here. There's your, it's like right in here. You're back up, they slam you back down again, and then you're up and out of here. So I'm a buyer right here. This is where I told you. Or these are buyers, but I'm a buyer down here. I don't know if we can get down here. Down here, any of this stuff. This is where the pain is right here. The other thing to be thinking about is this, I can't tell if it's this low or that low, where you get like your inverse head and shoulders, or if it's this one. If it's this one, then, you know, it's something like this, and then down and then up and away. Give me a second here, guys. Wednesday, Thursday. 100 right there. That should be bottom, guys. I really do. I think that's bottom. I mean, you might get another bounce in here. You get the end of the week red, come back up here, catch the high. It's something like this right here. Drain it, pin it into tomorrow, 740. There's room to do this tomorrow. There's room to like come down here, back up, pin this shit into like the close of Friday. If I don't think that's Friday, like per chance, but like somewhere in here. Pin this whole fucking thing up, unclench this post-op X, right? And then come back in here for, this is Monday, of course, right? After. And then we come back down for this shit on the, actually come back up here for the leg up here and then down. Right back down into this shit over here. Up and away, something like this. You see how it's like bam, bam up there, back down here for the bullshit for the negative flows. God, the Theta Gang's gonna love this. Like down here, right? Up here, back down again. And there's your higher leg right there. This is on the 30th, and then you finally get the unclench up there. It's something like this. I think that's what I showed you on SPX today. And this, we could root around down here. This is where I want to be a buyer. I don't know if we can get down there or not, but if we can get down here, I would love to see us like get down here tomorrow if possible, grab that low, come back in for the first, grab that low down there. And you're just like, you're like Johnny in the spot here, Johnny in the spot right here, and then we're up and away. So there's the expectations, grind, grind, grind. And I'm going to be looking for some lows tomorrow. I don't know if I can get 734, but I know that the buyers are going to show up at 40 no matter what tomorrow. Or today or whatever. They're here without a doubt. I'm looking for like min-maxing. I'm looking for like, I want to do something deeper. And then something higher up here later. Does that make sense? Buyer is going to step in. If we stay above this prior here, we can go all the way down here and still be fine. See it over here, right? Yay, bring it back up for the leg. There's your V. Nailed that fucking thing. Back down again, right? Recheck all this stuff. But you're coming into, the catch here is that you're coming into negative flows in the morning, so we could get sent down into these negative flows a month, then we roll the contracts. And then, it's pretty bearish stuff. And then once that's done, Rampo-Rama again. There's your July right there. You place your bets. You go on 4th of July vacation. And then who takes over? Retail rips the fuck out of it on July, trade for July 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. If you're not not 4th, but, if you're trading for 4th of July, you let the retailers ramp this fucking thing up. Does that make sense to everybody? That's what it seems like. I would need to see something like, down here, bloodbath down here, low, right? Cop back up in here, some kind of nonsense like this. Kind of see it right there. But we ain't there yet, so we ain't doing this shit. I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking. I don't see that from Warsh today. I think these buyers are still committed. And I think you're going to come back in over here in the first and start ramping this shit up. That's what it looks like to me. So maybe I'm wrong on this. I would probably need to I would need to see that doom new low, that doom start selling all this stuff, but still a buyer in here. Remember, daily trigger, buyer. You might get taken down here to 734. I think I'm being greedy to get down there. And if we can use OPEX over the weekend, and then the other key point here too is this rip right here. This rip right here in tomorrow's close, they don't have to pay them. Pay a spread. They don't have to pay you, right? 3 days close, Juneteenth. Move this fucking market right back up, not pay you. Looks like a good payday. Freak out the Bears. The Bears are all for that bullshit down there. You don't pay them. They fuel this thing up. And now you're talking like 6th fucking pool on your roof if you're a dealer, right? I had to build a pool on the ground level. I had to build a couple stories up, and then I put a rooftop pool, and that's what this looks like to me. And you can just see this whole group right here. And they're all the way to fuck down here, right? You just do a little bit of pins on them. Something like this into the close today. I wouldn't fuck with this if I were you. I'm going to tell you guys. I tried to see if they could break out earlier, and I couldn't see the breakout to trade higher. If you're a bull, be patient. You're going to be I think I said this morning, be patient for Thursday close and Monday open. Thursday close, Monday open. Those two we'll look and see tomorrow. And I'll be here with you tomorrow. And we'll look and see if we get to where we need to be to take a long over the weekend. And then we also want to be thinking about that last day of the month and that July 1st for the next entry to go up. But otherwise, don't get caught up too much in this. A lot of dealers are going to try to take your money today into this bell. So just be extra cautious here. And you're going to get pinned in more than likely tomorrow. I don't know if it's tomorrow or if it's Monday. But we'll check and see where price is tomorrow for OPEX. And if we get driven into like 740 into the bell, there's potential for an unclench of that move over the weekend. We can take a call spread or something like that. You can get pinned in here, man. They'll eat your calls and your puts where all options go to die on Thursday. So just be aware of that. If you really want to take a trade here, I can't say you're gonna I can't say you're not that's not bottom. I'm gonna tell you guys something. When I look out farther in time, 740. Listen to me closely. This is an important part. When I look at this chart on a higher frame, 4 hours, or in a daily candle, weekly charts, 740 is bottom. Exactly 740. But when we're inside of those things, right? We're in this higher frame projection, they will fuck you, is my point. A dealer will fuck you as they reprice. If that is bottom on a higher frame, they'll come in and just roto-root a dollar or two, trading within a few dollars, reprice the entire chain for the next quarter. So just be careful these little $2, $3 moves. They can have large impacts on your trades farther out and higher up. It's the only thing I have to say here. So 740, If you want to buy a dip there either today in the bell or tomorrow, you could potentially put that trade on today and then dump it on the open tomorrow in case they drive us back into 740 tomorrow. So let's say we hit 740 in the close today. What time's it right now? We got half an hour. If they bury this thing right here into 740 in the close today, it's like 415 potentially could take it up again onto the opening bell, but I do think you get roped back in tomorrow and they pin it in. I'm betting tomorrow's going to be a boring day. I bet tomorrow's going to be sideways the whole day long. Maybe we'll spend tomorrow talking about SpaceX, if that helps. Let's go watch this closer on a smaller frame. Check where we are. Hope they made money today. Let's look at this closely. They are burying it. There's the daily trigger. There's 740. We're very close to a long here. We'll see if the buyers step in this next half an hour. If it was me, if you want to ask me what I would be doing here, I would sit on my hands and I wouldn't do a fucking thing until close yet tomorrow. That's what I would do. But if you want to get gambling or whatever into this close, just keep your eye on how this close is, and I would be very interested in where we wind up at 1614. Like this one right here. You can get this one to like slow down here, or even if they bury this, I'd be willing to take this long into tomorrow close. See how deep they can get. The only other note that I have for you here is expect a reaction on 740. Let's watch it closely. We're really close to it right now. And remember that we're trading a 1 minute chart here. When you're looking at these higher frames, right? I got to tell you guys, like, looking on these higher frames, right? It's like, 740's bottom, but there can be real fuckery down when like in this higher frame, when you're trading like a 1 minute trigger, or excuse me, a 1 minute time frame, a lot of damage can be done to you. You can be like, yeah, it's 740, slap the fucking bid. And then you come back in a couple days and you're like, oh my God, my position's down half the fucking size. Not what I wanted. So if you're like trying to mid-max this stuff, just be patient. Just relax. And we'll try to get through this today's expiration. Tomorrow, I believe, is OPEX, and then OPEX extends into Monday. The one good thing here is guess what is expected to happen after today? You guys want to take this together with me? You want to run this long? I'll put some money on this. You guys want to do this? Tight here. SPY. Whoa, give me a second here. Go away without me. I want to trade fucking SPY options. What are you talking about trading fucking known in SPY? Tomorrow, June 18th. We got, oh, that sucks. 740 is $3.62. I don't know if I want to take that trade right now. So like I'm looking at 740 right now. For tomorrow, it's $3.65. I want to see that fucking thing at like 60 cents tomorrow, 30 cents. Still a little too high right now. You do? What do you have right now? You got 742C? What am I looking at here? I'm looking at tomorrow's strikes. Are you getting 0-date calls? Is what you're getting? Yeah, I can live with that. I don't want to risk this on $3.65. That's how I'm looking at it. I'm like, yeah, if I bought a 740C right now, it's going to be up tomorrow. It's going to be trading $5 or $6, and I doubt it. Maybe. That's a big risk. If I was a dealer, I'd be trying to trade this shit sideways for the next day and a half and just rob the entire market. You're a DJ? 0 dates, I think you're fine. I think you're good here with the dessert. I'll be honest with you. I just don't know about tomorrow. I'd shut that fucker down by 7 or by the close. The 0 dates for tomorrow, I was going to get some right just now, and I'm like, maybe not. Maybe not. I think they're going to woodshed that fucking strike tomorrow. You think it's the SPY dividend trade? Oh, God. Okay, let's do it. Hold on. But Cap, it's the SPY DivX trade. All right. Is it today? I thought it didn't happen on short weeks. I think 740 is pretty good. Hold on. I love that DivX trade, by the way. 748, 750, dude. 750 is 56 cents for tomorrow. What the fuck? 750, man. 750 for tomorrow, dude, is 55. I think they got to kill this chain, bro. I ain't touching it. I ain't giving no goddamn money back. Fuck you. Ain't doing it. The record date is tomorrow. Okay, you want to ramp it up? I don't know, man. I know what I get what you're saying. I love the DivX trade. I think it already happened. Let me look right now. I'm watching right now in the background. Give me a second. I just made a bunch of money today. I don't want to fucking give it back. Yeah, I don't think there's any reason to front run it either. I'm with that. Who said that? Yeah, I don't know that I don't know that it's ready to be front run. I keep looking at that 740C and I'm like, fuck that tomorrow. That shit was like $3.70 a minute ago. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Oh. Are you ready? Can I get? All right, maybe I'll join you. Hold on. Look at that fucking magnet. No, not 100. Get the fuck out of here with 100 fucking calls. Fuck you out of your mind. Your mind? Trading app was like, you want to grab 100 of them? I'm like, nope. Hold on here. Hang tight right here. Right here. Just hang tight. Be patient here. These fucking, dude, 740Cs are stupid. You guys almost talked me into getting calls tomorrow. You guys are savages. These are all good. I'm looking at what's going to die tomorrow. 740 is now down to $2.92. Fucking killing me. Not touching it. Where's the shit that I want to buy? This is what I want to buy right here. I'm going to buy this fucking thing right here. Let's watch this closely. Not so goddamn close. Oh, the pain. Let's watch this closely. This is where they put the fucking screws to you in here. And there ain't no buyers here. You notice that? Nobody's buying 740 yet. Almost close. Hold on. I got the fucking chain open. Hold on. It's getting cheaper. 746s are now at $1.09. That's getting better. The fucking options are expensive as fuck right now. I want to buy that so bad. I'm going to leave you behind. We got OpEx, bro. It's like you're like a magnet right now. I can't fuck with you. And this looks so much potential, but like there's definitely a fucking theta burn guy that's like, oh yeah, bro, we're going to stick right to this. You either need to come out of like, I need to either be in OpEx or I need to be under it. You get fucking eaten alive at 740 this next 2 days. All right, fine. All right, ready? Hold on. Hold on. Let's see what I got here. Okay, I am long 7. I shouldn't tell you guys this. I'm long 746C for tomorrow. I'm going to dump this shit the first chance I get. I'm with you now. I'm going to lose money with you, okay? Let's see how bad this is going to be. Can't believe I'm going to do this. I'm going to take a losing trade here. All right, I'm long right there. I got to put a stop on this shit, though. Hold on. Because I don't want to lose my ass. Pull out air. Okay. My stops, I'll share my stops are. They're right fucking here. Any new lows? You got to do it tight. Follow that green fucking box right there, okay? I'll sell this like a bad habit. And there's another layer down below. You can see that yellow bar that's right down there. That one. It's another low down there, killing around. Yeah, I'm not doing whole account here. I'm doing it to be nice. I'm paying the piper. These are my stops. If we start heading down here deeper into this shit, the 750 is a target right here. Where my cursor is another target right in here. And they fucking love that 740, huh? It's like a magnet. Oh. 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 You need liquidity, bros. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Oh. Oh, yeah. You can do it, Spoos. You can do it, buddy. There you go. Come on, Spoos. You can do it. You're the Spoos that could. It ain't easy taking Spoos down, is it? There you go. You're okay. No, don't do that. Wrong way. No. There you go. Not yet. Don't lose it yet. You're gonna force me to fucking sell, bro. I ain't giving shit back. Oh. 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 Green right now. Baby, come back. I've only got eyes for you. You're my spy. And all I want you to do is trade up. Bow, 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 bow. Baby, come back. I've only got eyes for you. 744 and some bullshit. There is a room to trade that. There's room to trade like the 50s and then sell 40. It's like rip it up to like the like 45, 53, 6, then dump it to the 40 at the bell tomorrow. There's a chance we could do that. It's a small chance. It's like a 30% chance, but it's there. And we don't want to lose the market. We just want to trade 740 in the close, right? Closing bell tomorrow. We're not looking to fucking crash everything here. We are you guys on crash yet? You guys all fearful yet? You shouldn't be fearful. You got nothing to be fearful about here. Told you guys that last few weeks. Like, these people that fucking sell this shit to you on the news and they sell that shit to you on fucking Twitter, they're out of their fucking minds. What the fuck they're talking about? They're like, someone's pushing someone's paying them, I think. They have, oh, did we mark bottom? No. Nope, you can go higher. You can do it, Spoos. Time is right now. We got 2 minutes to find out, don't we? Well, we do markets on close for you. It's coming up in just a minute. Dude, just call my name Burr. Just call me fucking Free Money. Free Money Jim. Just show up to the show every day, okay? We only take the select trades. We only take the select ones. All right, we got to move that green box up. You ready?
Imbalance.
There's one right there for you. All the green boxes. Be careful of 750. They will plunge this shit at 750. Excuse me, at 350, so you got to be careful. Were all the Robin Hooders out today? Oh, yeah. I haven't checked to see if those rules still apply or not. Like, do they kick out the Robin Hooders right now still or no? With those new rules? They make them close their zero date still? I guess that's the bigger question. See how they're trying to pin this in right here? You see that big orange bar up top? See they're trying to stop it from moving?
Market on close.
See the bump right there? That's for your stops.
2.4
I'm still long. Haven't gotten out. Still long.
2.4 billion. Dow 30, sell side 559 million. Mag 7, sell side 600.
Still long here. Look at how close they got to taking your stops. They're right there. Vicious, right? They're nasty, aren't they? Look at them in there. Little fuckers. Constantly fucking around. We should go through a lot of this in Top X. Trying to fucking literally make as many options as possible expire at zero. It has nothing to do with like market forecasts. It has everything to do with just killing the chain. Remember, this is where your stops are right here. They did just open a new low just now. Just heads up. That was a new low to open. And that second spike right there. Still long right now. I haven't sold. And you see a break of 739.37. Watch it closely. Actually, I got that wrong. 739.36. Can I do a dotted line right there? Just watch that dotted yellow line. I still got that low sitting. You see that low sitting down there? Still got that fucking that stink bid down lower, trying to drag the market lower. Still long. Whew. Do not send this down. This is now
Pricing 2 Fed rate hikes by the end of Q1
Oh, yeah.
2027.
Oh yeah, he's so bearish.
The Canadian dollar weakened 0.9% to a 7-month low.
See how they're just pounding it into the 740? Just like hold it here, pin. Algos are on fucking like buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, pin 40, pin 40, pin 40, pin 40. Still long here. When we get a big fat red candle underneath it, I'll sell, but white line, 1 minute trigger flattening does not imply yet that it's moving higher. It only implies a flat move. Can be more downs. Name of the game tomorrow is kill the chain, remember. Oh! What's going on? Come on. Print me, motherfucker. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there we go. There you go. You got to get higher now. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Get all those fucking bears in there. Yeah. Yeah, fuck yeah. Looks like they're making a whole fucking area to trade tomorrow, aren't they? It's gross. I've got my day is looking pretty good. My full account here is up significantly, 8.24% in the day. Full account. Baby, come back. I've only got eyes for you. Back test that nice little fucking 1 minute trigger right there. Yeah, there you go. Ain't bearish here. We're just in pin mode. Back right there. I love butterflies. I just don't have the fucking time to do them. I can't tend to them. If I wasn't streaming, I would be doing flies and condors all day long. That's what I used to do. It was easy. Easy peasy.
Apple prepares second generation.
Like selling fucking calls and puts right now coming into OpEx and you get like a 4-day fucking thing. It's fucking dope. Nice wide fly, nice wide condor into Monday. The fucking chain is so fat right now, it's insane. Look at that beautiful fucking 4-hour candle. We can trade 750 easy. 745 is a gimme. 750 is easy too. Look at that last 4-hour candle on SPY. It's fucking baller. 750 is easy. Okay, still long here tomorrow. We'll wake up tomorrow and see we wake up. Hopefully we've got a buyer at 750 tomorrow. Some bags to drop off. I am staying long here. Can see just, this is all OPEX shit right here. All this is OPEX stuff. They're doing the same shit this morning before the open. Buy it all back, buy it all back, buy it all back. Let's watch this really quickly. Memory of extended markets for our SPY. You can trade it until 414. Sometimes you won't catch another buyer on the other end of the trade on the open the next day. So if you can catch the rip before we get to 414, we can get out of the trade. Stick around until 414. We want to see if it goes up. If it moons right now into the close, we make any money. We want to take the money and run. We may not have a buyer on the other end tomorrow at the open. Right now, it's printing pretty fair right now. Got a lot of arbitrage going on after the bell here. New far candle has just begun. On the lows of the prior 4-hour candle. I fucking love this trade. If you're an Asian trader, I love this long here. Don't worry, I'll walk you guys right into 414. You guys had a bad trade today. Trade is green right now. Yeah, that's pretty much it, isn't it, Sneaky CDN? You said it pretty much right. Or you just do it yourself, one or the other. If you have another life and you've been in the market for a long time, it gets very easy to just sit on your hands and wait for the big market lows, right? Seasonally. You just wait. You don't care when it happens. You just wait for it. If it misses you and goes on, you don't add any more. It is that simple. It's that all these people get fucking sucked up into the goddamn fucking bullshit that's spun all over media. There you go. There you go. There you go. Keep on going. Get up above that orange line right there. Give me that fucking wing. One more little green bar. Just give me one more. Slap 50 for me. Slap 72.50. Like 51. And slap that. We can say that that's good. You didn't hit 51 here yet, did you? No, you didn't hit that yet. It's only 742.21. Not the green box means anything, but I was waiting to see if we can get a catch a green bar up this bell. If we can't, I'll stay long into tomorrow. One minute trigger turning up. Target to the upside on the 5 minute trigger is 744.50. You can see it right there. We already know about the buy down here. One minute trigger turning up right now. Check SPY X or SPX really quick. Just check ES really quick. Hold on. Oh yeah, dude. ES has got the fucking daily trigger rigging up on it too right now. Check out the daily trigger on ES. You can kind of see how we're boxed in the daily and the hourly. Trade that range on SPY. There's still another low to be put in on. If you check the daily trigger on ES, there can still be lows. We can drag ass tomorrow. See that big orange bar down there? It's like a fucking magnet. We'll be pinned in there all day tomorrow, I think. I wonder if they'll pin us into Monday doing that. Below this one right here. All right, not much to do here. I'll stay long into tomorrow on the open. Just make sure you get a buyer on the open for your shit. That's the only problem that I see here is that there might not be a buyer in the open no matter where we open at. I do think we can trade 750 tomorrow potentially, and we'll see what they do in the overnight. If they ramp it up too early, then it'll start selling it before we get to the open. And there is one more low that I'm seeing. Like 730, in the 735ish area, potentially. If we can get that tomorrow, I'd be appreciative of that. But if not, this is the vicinity for the bottom. I want you to be aware of that. Don't say I didn't tell you. On a higher frame, 740 is bottom. And the upside target, do you want to know what that is? I'm going to tell you. You want to know? 774, 777, 8. No, just kidding. 820 though. I just want you to know that before we end the show. If whoever stuck around and didn't go away, so right where we are right now, the target, you ready? 820. 800 points higher. So we can dick around here all day long for a week or two. It ain't going to fucking matter. That's in a much higher frame, but I want you to know that this is the bottom right here. Unless something catastrophic happens, this is the getting one more chance here, right? Told you to buy any bottom you could. I'm telling you that this fucker right here should go to 880 from here. You should never revisit this vicinity right where we are. I'm telling you. We should start melting the fuck up here real soon. We need some real, like, bad shit to happen. Saturday Night Massacre or something like that. So just remember I said that to you. You know, now remember, I'm a 1 minute chart. You can't look at this in a 1 minute chart. They can dick around down here for a couple weeks, but this fucker should print like 880. Remember that. I'm letting you know. It's going to take time. It's going to take all year long, but you're looking at this is bottom and 880, and you'll never see another low here. Not all year long, not even in the fall. So I'll leave you with that today, and I'll see you all tomorrow. This is a key inflection point. That's why I'm here today. That's a key inflection point right there. You get paid a lot of money knowing that. That fucking number right there. That's the magic fucking number. You're in a hedge fund out there. Whoosh, buy. Don't let it go until it's 880 or 820. I'm not just fucking with them saying that early. 820. Like 820, something there in there. It's 800. They'll come in for a bear rate at like 780 and shit, but you know how they act. I'll see you all tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. That's what that big orange bar is right there. That's the buy for 820. I'll see you guys later. You guys have a great afternoon. I'll see you in the morning. A couple notes here before I go. I'll be here tomorrow. I had to take another trip this weekend. It's canceled. I apologize for not being around as much as I want to be around. I'm not around as much as I want to be around because we're putting together a big-ass show. I almost ran it today. I literally almost ran that show today for you guys to check it out. You may see me running it at nighttime. Some of you might know this if you have Twitch. You see me getting on and off Twitch all night long. I'm just having some type of technical issues, all small stuff, but, you know, like a technical issue takes like 20 minutes, 30 minutes to fix. So, just be aware that we're close. Like, I want you to know that we're really fucking close. Like,
Stocks weakened following the decision.
Closer than you think.
Well, short-dated Treasury yields.
And you're gonna see me doing the. I think I have some like I have like a shtick and stuff.
Treasuries jumped 16 basis points.
But I want you guys to know as this new phase starts here that
as traders increasingly priced in.
I want you to know as this new phase starts that
has left rates unchanged.
I promise to walk you.
Voice news disconnected.
I promise to walk you guys through the top of this market, and whenever the risk off moment comes, I'll let you know. Hey, this is we're going risk off. We're no longer adding for duration, but I want to be here for you guys to be able to do that stuff and to extend this thing out into decades. So that's what I've been doing this past week. I don't have any other time of the year to do it. This is the time to do it. It's the time of the year where you and I might get caught up in the doom and shit, but in reality, the slowest time of the year is like right fucking now. It's one of the slowest times of the year. And it's usually just set it and forget it this time of year. So I don't have any other meeting. I might have 1 or 2 more flights I got to make, but I got to make sure I'm meeting with the right people and that I have the right people in place that I need for us to make this next jump. Like, I got to take care of the developers. I got to take care of the traders, people, the moderators, the admins have been around here since day one, and make sure that if this happens, that they stay with us for another decade or 2. So I will see you all tomorrow. And also, I don't see myself, originally I was going to take a trip for 4th of July. I was going to try to take a week for myself. Every fucking year I try to do this, man, and I can't seem to put a week together. My trips, I've been spending like every weekend traveling for the past 2 or 3 months. Like literally every weekend I'm like gone meeting people and stuff. So I think I'll be here right through to trade with you through 4th of July as well. I'll try to, at least, unless I don't know, maybe July 3rd or something. I'll be, fuck you, I'm out of here. I made too much money this week. But the stream will still be up and stuff. But I just want you to know that I'm trying to limit my not being here. It's affecting my personal life. It's affecting my health. I just took off for a buddy last weekend. It was brutal. I didn't feel it until I came back for the jet lag, and then I had sun exposure, and then immediately I'm back in meetings. And yesterday I was working straight through until midnight or 1 in this shit. So I'm just burning the candle like a madman right now. So I'm trying to get some time alone with my family and get my kids off doing what they're doing, and get my wife happy, all that kind of shit. Other than that, I should be here. And we'll start running this show privately for the group. And you guys tell me what you think of it, if you like it or you don't. But it's full market coverage every night. You get to see like the entire market, rapid fire. And then we're going to cover stock trading. No more ETFs. We're going to do ETFs during the day. But we're going to highlight all of this like end IPO thing that's going on. And we're going to try to run this fucker up. And if that shit goes moon like IXIC did, and if we can trade that up, trade it down, or at least identify that it's not going to happen or something like that, I think we owe that to the whole community in this last part of the bubble. So I should be here all week long. You may be asked to watch some test streams, and I don't want you guys to get fucked. Like, I love Roaring Kitty. I love him. But I can't stand I remember the time he was like, but I'm staying in while you guys are all getting out. I'm not down with that shit. Like, all those people's lives that should have taken their money and bounced. Taking the money and buy lower. So we're going to do this responsibly. So I'll see all of you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. You have yourself a wonderful evening.
Thank you.